Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. For this evening and tomorrow evening as well, we're going to be showcasing some Souls-like games, some of the popular games that you all know and love them. Before we get into just a few quick reminders. GDQ Hotfix is proud to present its first Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month celebration. You can join us on May 18th and 19th for 2 full days of showcases, speedruns, and celebrating AAPI heritage. Submissions are open until the 21st of April, and the schedule will come out on the 29th. You can use exclamation AAPI in chat to get more information on how to submit a run and anything else about the event. Also, Sonic and the Sidekicks is going to be the 1st and 2nd of June, which is our yearly Sonic showcase, and if you speedrun a game with any of Sonic's friends in it, you can use exclamation Sonic for more information in the Twitch chat. With all of that said, we've got a lot of Souls likes for you today, so we'll start it off. I'll hand it over to the runner of commentary, let everybody introduce themselves.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. My name is Genso. I'm a Bloodbourne speedrunner. I've been speedrunning Bloodbourne since December 2021, and I'm excited to be here today to showcase the Bloodbourne All Bosses speedrun.
Yeah, and I will be responsible for commentary today. I am Blanks, also a Bloodbourne speedrunner. I'm very, very excited because I believe this is the first time we've had Bloodbourne on a GDQ show in quite a while. We're doing all bosses, and there is some stuff that has been discovered over the past couple of years that, we're very, very excited to show off. So yeah, I mean, how are you feeling about the run, Genso?
I'm excited. I've been doing a lot of BL4 all bosses, so this category is quite a bit different in terms of how much damage you actually deal to some of these bosses and how quick of work you can make some of them. So it's a really cool run, and I'm excited to be here doing it.
Very nice. All right. I believe, are we ready to count down?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
All right. Very cool. You can count us in, Genso, then. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, perfect. I guess I'll just count us down from 3. So 3, 2, 1, and start.
Yeah, so here we're going to be waking up in Yosefka's clinic. Our goal here is to seek pale blood and transcend the hunt. We are a hunter from a foreign land. Nobody really knows how we got here. But yeah, this is Bloodbourne, 2015 Souls game created by From Software and our known and beloved Miyazaki. You want to just give us a little bit of an intro to the run, Genso, what the next few minutes are going to be consisting of?
Yeah, so the start of the run is pretty standard. We're going to be heading through Central Yharnam, and we're going to be fighting the first boss, which is Gascoigne. Gascoigne can be a little bit notorious among speedrunners as being probably one of the most annoying reset points in this game. He ranges from extremely cooperative to not cooperative at all. So it's pretty funny, but we have actually, Gascoigne's probably one of the things that's undergone some of the most changes as far as boss strats in the last couple of years. And we've kind of shifted towards just mainly backstabbing him to get the fastest possible kill on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Like all the first runs that you've seen of this game were, the fastest Gascoigne kills were in the high 4s and even 5 minutes because runners were using like parry strats. But we basically have every single Gascoigne attack that he can possibly do. We have it planned, and we're able to react and run around him and get a quick backstab. So here we're picking up the main weapon of the run. It's going to be the saw cleaver alongside the hunter's pistol, and we're just going to go ahead and throw away our 300 blood echoes, and we're just going to warp back to that Central Yharnam lamp. Saw cleaver here is very, very powerful, puts out high DPS while making use of a consumable item that we're going to be picking up later. Heading towards the first skip in the run at about 1.5 minutes or so. So Genso, being a newer runner of this game, he pretty much has revolutionized the way that we go about these runs. He has I feel like he was responsible for this new Gascoigne fight that you guys are going to see in about 1 minute or so. He basically foregoes all safety. You would fight him on the stairs normally. But Genso just runs into the graveyard and just tries to run behind him and backstab him. So gotta say that Genso here has really made a big change in the Bloodbourne community in terms of how we fight bosses. Genso here going for the first skip of the run, sewer skip. The idea here is to run and jump onto this lip and then jump straight onto this fence and then quit out and you'll like spawn back on top of it. We'll see if he gets it here. Don't know if he did, but
may have been a little bit left.
We will have to see.
A little bit left.
Yeah.
That should be good.
That should be good, yeah. So the idea here is to quit out while you're rolling across this fence post. And when you load back into the game, you'll be standing on the fence post and you'll just be able to run along it. What that allows us to do is we can skip the sewer here. And because Bloodbourne runs are calculated using in-game time, all this loading screens and whatever, this does not contribute towards the game time of the run. Having a little bit of trouble here with the skip. But it's perfect for explaining some of the tech in the run. So what we saw earlier that Genso was doing at the very start, he was running through the clinic and he was actually de-equipping all of his armor pieces rapidly. And what that kind of does, it tricks the AI in the game to kind of like deactivate, I guess. That's also something that Genso was like part of the first wave of pioneering new strats in the run. That one's a relatively new one. If you haven't seen Bloodbourne in a while, that one's pretty new. Looks like he got the skip here, so we will be skipping the sewer momentarily. So yeah, I just want to hear your thought process going into the Gascoigne fight. What are you looking for?
So we're just looking for a good opener that we can backstab. Most of the stuff that Gascoigne does is pretty easy to backstab. But he does have a couple of different moves that can kind of make it difficult. So hoping for a good opener. If we don't get one, then we're just going to look for another attack that we can punish pretty easily.
And so here, making use of that AI break once again, de-equipping his armor over and over again allows us to turn off the AI of enemies momentarily. Heading into the Gascoigne fight here, one little trick he's going to do is actually transform his weapon in the middle of the cutscene. That's going to store his sprint. And here we are in the Gascoigne fight. Opens up with a gunshot. We're looking for attacks that'll get us behind him, and then we're going to throw a Molotov into his back. So here we have the second punish. Tricks his weapon. It looks like we're having a little bit of trouble here, but okay. As long as we can just fish for backstabs in second phase, everything's fine. And Gascoigne transformed into beast form. We're going to punish this jump here and throw a Molotov in his back.
Yeah, so he was a little bit awkward with his opener there. Kind of set the fight up weird, but you can punish that jump pretty reliably if you just kind of wait it out. So that's what we did as an alternative.
Yeah, I mean, Genso here is one of the most decorated Bloodbourne runners. Like, I looked at his speedrun profile before commenting this run. The man literally has like 6 or 7 world records in this game. So I am very, very excited to see him just absolutely eviscerate the bosses in this run. So GG's to Genso. We're going to be picking up this Blood Gem Workshop tool.
Very important
right
item.
here, and that will, yeah, very, very important. That will, you want to explain what that does?
Yeah, so that's going to allow us to use gems for our weapons. And gems actually supersede just about all of the levels that you can add to your character in this game. It's pretty much what makes BL4 speedruns even possible. The damage output from the gems is just so significant over weapon upgrades and even levels on your character. So really, really important to be able to pick that up.
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. There's actually a point in the run where we take like a 40-second or more detour, take an elevator down and to grab an extra gem. So here we are,
sort of
just,
blocked me a little bit.
This is the cursed dog door.
Yes,
oh my
this
God.
is one of the worst scenarios for that exactly right there. That's ended many run attempts for many people. So sometimes
we're saying hi to our friend Alfred for the fire paper. Hopefully, we're not going to get the same thing happen to us again on the second
wave. Quit out here for this.
That's
a little unlucky there with the first side of the door, so don't really want to chance it.
We're probably in the single digits of health at this point, so I understand why you don't want to risk that. Yeah, so we're heading into Old Yarnum if you haven't already. guessed, Old Yarnum is the fastest way to not only unlock the Cathedral Ward, but also clear out that boss in Bloodstarved Beast. You could make an argument to, head through later. There's a shortcut that you can get to there through Dark Beast Parl's boss arena. However, in this run, the all bosses restricted run, we have not routed yet for the early Cleric Beast. That is present in any percent glitchless. And I believe maybe any percent current patch it could be theoretically applied to, but you basically have two options in the early game here. You can either head to Old Yarnum and kill the Bloodstarved Beast, or you can kill the Cleric Beast and purchase the Hunter Chief emblem. So here we're going to opt to do Bloodstarved Beast for the all bosses restricted run, and we're going to do Old Yarnum skip. I'm going to let him focus, and I guess I can kind of explain how it works. Old Yarnum skip is it's a precisely timed run and jump. Basically, you're trying to jump over a fence post, and you want to glide onto a platform. And Genzo here is removing all of his armor so he can take less fall damage. Perfect, beautiful Old Yarnum skip. And then you jump across the invisible platforms, clip through a roof. Very, very good. Very, very good stuff. And Genzo here are going to be grabbing the Beast Blood pellets. This is like the lifeblood of the run. Most important consumable. You want to explain kind of what they do, Genzo?
Yeah, so the Beast Blood pellets actually allow us to output a significant amount more damage than what we're able to otherwise. Up to 80% more damage. And the way that you build this up is through transformation attacks. It's very, very important stuff. Like Blank said, pretty much the entire lifeblood of the run.
Yeah. So that turns this run into a very, very consumable reliant run. However, there are safety pickups in case things go wrong. You can make trips to grab safety pellets. Here we're going to be entering the Bloodstarved Beast fight. We want to pop a fire paper we got from Alfred. We're going to be using our Beast Blood pellet at a certain distance from the boss to set up the opener here. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a favorable opener here. We're going to prefer these backstabs, again, like we used on Gascoigne. They actually help build up this Beast Blood pellet meter, and at the same time staggering the boss. So we're going to be doing massive damage, as you can see, just chunking this boss. We're trying to get it to phase transition to phase 3, and we get it.
And the fight is already over. It's very simple with the backstabs.
Absolutely. I will say that learning this fight is without the pungent blood cocktails is definitely something that requires a little bit of patience and a little bit of learning. But Genzo here, it's light work for him. He's probably killed this boss hundreds of times by now.
Right. Now, you didn't really get to see it there, but there's a lot of times where the fight can go very wrong if BSB decides to. And namely, what happens is you'll get an unfavorable strafe where you get back to the wall BSB, we kind of like to call it, and that's kind of when you don't get those backstab chunks of damage, and it can get a little messy, but thankfully there we got a good opener and we were able to clean her up pretty simply.
Yeah, it was a really clean fight. Here we're heading down the abandoned workshop, I believe is what it's called. This is basically the Hunter's Dream, if you haven't already noticed, but if this is the real world, whatever the Hunter's Dream looks like in the real world, this is what it is. We're grabbing a 1/3 of umbilical cord that we will not get to till way later. And we're also going to grab the doll's clothing out of this chest right here, doing a cool little animation cancel by following on the prompt. So we're just going to be selling this doll set for a bunch of money, grabbing the umbilical cord for later. It's actually required for the true ending that we grab this. But yeah, doing a little bit more parkour down to the bottom of the Healing Church workshop. And this beast right here does not know that you're there. He just turns around. Oh, well.
That's always sort of interesting, I feel like, for people who aren't too privy to how that enemy's AI works. But yeah, that's kind of makes me laugh sometimes when I see it. Gonna go ahead and pop my cord here.
Do you want to explain what this next skip coming up is?
Yeah, so we have something called ladder warping, and what this does is it allows me to store, well, if I can get it to work. It allows me to store my character's position on the ladder, and what happens is the game now thinks that my character is attached to the ladder. So after we kill Amelia and quit out, we'll be able to, as I dodge that enemy's first attack, but it'll allow us to respawn at the ladder because the game thinks that's where our character is right now.
Yeah. Very cool stuff. And the Amelia strat coming up here is completely scripted. You'll see Genso do a series of blows to her legs, and that'll knock her over. And then we'll just try to stagger lock her and loop her in a loop here. So this boss right here, definitely one of the more intimidating ones on a casual playthrough. But as you can see here, we're going to be just ripping through her HP. We're going to break her arm. We're going to break her leg. Then we're going to regen some stamina, break her other leg. This is a fight that if you're new to the scene, it definitely is going to give you a little bit of trouble. But it's very, very clean and satisfying to pull off once you learn it. Then we're going to be doing 4 R1s, and we're actually going to get hit intentionally, and that'll keep our stamina regenning. We're going to stagger her again. And yeah, we're going to finish the fight with 4 more attacks. There we go. And we're also going to be using the excuse me, not yet, but we're gonna be transitioning the night phase. We're now in we go from afternoon phase to night phase after killing Amelia and touching the skull. We did just get a golden pendant, I think is what it's called. We're gonna be using that very, very shortly. We're gonna get a blood gem out of that for the next boss. But yeah, as Genso explained, we're gonna be spawning in at the ladder. Since we did ladder warp, the game thought we were there the whole time as we were killing Amelia, and now we're just going to spawn in right there. But yeah, Genso, do you want to explain what we're going to be doing? We're just going to be upgrading our weapon, right? And then we're going to be doing a couple of skips, right, in the woods.
Right. So we're making our way to the woods now. In the woods, there's actually a couple of different skips. One of them is very easy to pull off. The other one is probably one of the more difficult skips for newer runners. That's going to allow us to freeze Shadow's AI. And freezing Shadow's AI really opens up a lot of runs for people because Shadows is a very difficult fight, and being able to fight them with no AI is definitely a blessing for a lot of runners.
Yeah. So first, we're actually going to be taking a pit stop. We're going to be crushing this gold pendant.
There's our blood gem.
Yep, we're going to be talking to the madman, grabbing his knowledge, and then we're going to be heading towards Parl. Parl is the dark beast in Yargul.
A little bit of parkour, but missed the item.
Yeah, right there's a little animation cancel. It's going to be running down the woods, going to be grabbing this lamp for later. Yeah, the idea here is to just get an upgraded weapon. We're going to be selling that doll set that we picked up at the Healing Workshop Church. We're going to be selling that. Getting some extra blood echoes. We're going to be getting we're going to be buying, I think, with the Insight Shop, we're going to be buying some small shards. We picked up some large shards on the way to the woods. And we're going to buy some Molotovs as well after we're done selling. So we're going to sell the doll set. And then we're going to pick up some more Molotovs for the Scurrying Beasts, the little Crystal Lizard equivalents. And we're also going to be buying, like I said, some of the small shards here. We'll be dumping our Insight. And then we're going to be upgrading weapon to +4. Then we're going to be slotting these gems here. One thing to note, for our level up phase, we just killed the doll. We killed the doll because it is faster, but that's not the only reason. The other reason is because if you talk to her, she will, every time that you come to the dream again, she will be in a different location. So it's important to kill her because she remains in that first state for the rest of the game.
Turns into a Where's Waldo kind of scenario.
Yeah, there's like 7 different locations for her to be in. And so yeah, to mitigate that RNG, we're just going to kill her. But yeah, we're going to be dying intentionally here to this grabber up ahead. I'm sure Genso is a big fan of this guy doing grab attacks. I'm sure he loves that.
We'll see if he gives us a good attack here. Oh, he gives us a decent one. Pretty good. Better than what it could have been.
Yeah. So if you get grabbed by this guy, I think you lose like 30 seconds because he picks you up, you die, he drops you, and then it takes like 5 seconds for you to die. So the idea here is to die quickly. The reason being he is a kidnapper from Yargul, and we're going to be gaining access to Yargul as early as possible. So yeah, I guess I'll let you explain this next boss coming up, Dark Beast Parl. Just give us a little insight on, how it's going to play out for us.
Sure. So Parl can be a very tough boss, but Parl has a glaring weakness, and that is that her legs are incredibly fragile. So we're going to be exploiting this by stun locking her into the ground with L1 attacks.
It's like one of the most satisfying strats, and the audio cues as well makes it so satisfying to pull off. They're going to be popping a pellet, and we're going to be, before the pellet meter runs out, we're going to be getting 2 attacks in, 2 more transform attacks in on that shoulder, and we're going to be knocking him over once again, doing a couple more R1s,
and then
doing
a
a
charge
charge
R2, and that's going to clean her up.
One of the most beautiful strats. We love that one. And actually, the reason why that works is because we killed Amelia and we got that golden blood gem. We have that extra damage versus beasts. So just very, very satisfying from someone that loves routing. That's so satisfying to see.
Right, and it's actually funny because the gem that we picked up, that's the only use of it.
Yeah, and the whole run, that's the only time we ever use it.
So we picked that gem up. Well, you acquire it anyway, but we slot that gem for that fight alone.
Yeah, very beautiful stuff. So we're going to be grabbing some, the reason why we kill Parl now, we grab some bolt paper. We're grabbing bolt paper because the next 2 bosses are extremely weak to it. Those being the Shadows of Yharnam, and then Rom, and then One Reborn right after. So these 3 bolt papers are going to be providing us a lot of base damage that is not present on the any % route, because this is a completely optional boss. Here we're going to be seeing us taking out a Scurrying Beast with a little Molotov here. Going to be grabbing the Twin Shards, and we're going to be a little bit of a skip. So we're going to do like a run and jump, and we're going to kind of get out of bounds here. Oh, and the area deloads, perfectly intended, by the way. And yeah, we're going to be skipping about like 20-30 seconds of running in the woods.
It actually skips a very, very cursed segment, running across the oil water.
Yeah, so there are snipers up top with Molotov cocktails, and you're running through an oil pit with 2 enemies that can hit you. So very, very cool skip, very, very convenient. So yeah, as we're running through the woods here, we're gonna be collecting some more Twin Shards. We're gonna be setting up our character a little bit more. So yeah, I'm assuming you're not doing the curse ROM strat. Do you want to explain kind of what's going to be happening in the next 2 minutes with the skips coming up, and
right? So
explain a little bit what's going on.
So we're going to set up the shadows freeze by doing a couple of jumps off of a tree and a difficult little kind of wiggle around a small piece of geometry that's going to allow us to enter the shadows arena from out of bounds. And if we quit out there and reload and enter from out of bounds a second time, the trigger for Shadow's AI is actually the fog wall that spawns in. So when we enter the second time, we're going to have free reign to kill the boss and move on towards Bergenworth and Rom, which, if you're doing PB attempts, Rom can be quite a bit of a nightmare, but hopefully with some safer strats, we'll get favorable fight with her.
Yeah, Genzo, you're saying he's gonna do safe strats, but he didn't even grab the hunter set at the start of the run. That's just how crazy he is as a runner. But we're doing a little bit of a run jump off of a slope here. That one looks pretty easy. He made it look very easy, but it's definitely not. We're gonna be setting up the Shadow's AI freeze like you just explained. The way that this works, you want to trigger their AI once, and then as soon as you trigger them, you quit out, and we're gonna be put back up here. Then we can just head into the arena, pop our Beast Blood pellet, heal up, and then we'll be fighting, we'll be shadow boxing our demons, invisible enemies. So here we are here. We're going to be setting up with a Beast Blood pellet. Going to be doing transformation combos, try to get them grouped up, because if they get grouped up together, they will all die like way quicker. And now our Beast meter is fully stacked. Now we have, I think it's 80% extra damage. So you can really, really make quick work with these bosses. The one thing I love about Bloodbourne's combat is how like snowbally it can be. There we are, taking out Shadows with a full Beast Blood pellet. That is so satisfying. So yeah, again, so do you want to explain the next skip coming up too?
Yeah, so there's actually a really interesting bit of tech that you can do by jumping off of this big monster's tail and skipping the entire key grabbing segment inside the college. It's very, very convenient.
Yeah, this line here does take a little bit of precision, so I will let him focus. The idea here is to run around the meteors as they fire at you, and do a run jump off the tail, and he lands it perfectly.
Perfect.
Makes it look easy. Very, very nice. Yeah, going into ROM here, the easiest way to explain how ROM works is to look at the moonlight. We're going to be trying to track ROM down. As you guys know, if you've played Bloodbourne, ROM does teleport. And we are going to be entering the ROM fight. We need to evade the spiders, and we need to kind of get in for some free damage. Looks like we're going to be killing a couple of them before doing the damage combo on ROM. Yeah, so killing these spiders just makes everything extra safe. No reason not to on a marathon run like this. We do what's called YOLO ROM on PB attempts, where, believe it or not, you literally will just ignore the spiders and just go for ROM. And it has a very, very low success rate, so Genzo, you're definitely not going to be going for that. I'm going to be staggering ROM out of her teleportation, and we're going to be tracking her down. So we want to look at the moonlight, and then also want to look for the spiders that spawn to our left, and that's how we're going to track ROM. And ROM is teleporting to her third location.
Oh my. I got a little
God,
hairy. One of the spiders aggroed early.
We're fine. Whew. Okay. I was a little bit scared there for you because I don't know if you forgot the Bergenworth lamp or whatever, but I was really tensing up for you there. But
I think I was thinking too much about the skip, and I forgot to grab the lamp. Yeah, and I noticed it as I was dropping into the water, but I was able to clinch that.
Absolutely.
So. And then we get to find her, and she will take us to the next area.
Yeah, so this is Queen Yarnum, kind of an apparition, I guess you could say. Guiding us towards the Pale Blood. This is for lore reasons only. Doesn't really serve any gameplay purposes, but I think it's fascinating the way that Bloodborne's story pans out. We're sent to Yargul, Unseen Village. This door that we just entered the cradle that we spawned in is blocked off, like the door in front of it's blocked off. And as you can see, we have revealed all these amygdalas. The nightmare has been revealed. This is one of the coolest reveals in gaming, in my opinion. So yeah, we're gonna be running through the city now. We're gonna be running towards a key that we actually need for a boss later on, the Upper Cathedral Ward key. And then we're doing a skip down to the streets of almost the central of Yargul. We're gonna be grabbing a little bit more bolt paper for bosses coming up. We're going to be running through. We're not gonna be grabbing anything really. We're just gonna be grabbing the key. We're gonna do a cool little animation cancel tech, I guess, on the key. We'll see if we can get it. We're going to grab this one bloodstone chunk. We're not going to be going too hard on that. There's plenty later on. We're going to be running off the edge, doing this cool little animation tech. And yeah, we're going to grab the key and then warp out instantly. So I guess, I don't know if you feel comfortable explaining the skip coming up while doing it, but this is called, I think, Yargul skip.
Yeah, so basically, I'm sorry.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, so basically there's no collision here on this fence. And if we... Well, I didn't get it. But
yeah, so the idea there is to charge her to the fence, and then you'll kind of just like clip through, but it's kind of precise. So you want to kind of explain what you're going to do now that you haven't landed it the first try?
Yeah, there's a setup that's fairly consistent right here that I can do by tricking and then backstepping. So you trick, you backstep, you do an L1, and then you do the charge R2, and it sets you up. I would say that probably works 90+% of the time. There may be a meme every now and then, but you should get that to work most of the time.
Absolutely. Yeah, so beautifully performed there. That's usually what you do in PB attempts. If you miss the skip once, like the quote-unquote YOLO way, where you do a charge R2 on the fence, it looks really cool when you get it. But that setup there is very, very consistent. We're going to be taking off our armor. We're going to be replacing it with the Yargul iron set. This is going to be our armor set for the run until we get to the DLC. Very, very solid set. We're going to have an upgraded, it's called Beast Hood. It's our stat that is responsible for giving us a longer Beast Blood pellet meter. We're also going to be taking a quick detour into this room for a blood gem. This is I think a 16 or 18% physical damage boost on our saw cleaver, which is massive. Especially when you stack that with a pellet, right? So that's how damage gets kind of out of hand in this game. So we're gonna be running along the streets, and I guess I don't know if you want to explain the boss here. This is the one Reborn. I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, so Reborn has a very consistently inconsistent strat in that it depends somewhat on the fireball cycles of these enemies. And you kind of have to do a lot of fights to get used to what all can happen here. Like as you see a fireball flying past me, and we're going to be getting a stagger here. There's going to be a bit of an animation there. We're going to dodge another fireball. And then we need a knockdown right here, which we're going to get. And now that we've got this, we're going to do a quick combo here. And at this point, the fight's almost over, so...
Yeah, just putting on display the power of Beast Blood pellets as well. Very, very nice fight. We are well on our way to Mensis now. Mensis being one of the final areas in the base game. Beautiful fight from Genso, because that fight is notorious for just ending runs.
It can very quickly go wrong.
Very quickly. Maybe just like one straight fireball, because what happens with one Reborn, when you knock it over and you hit it in the head, it'll start dropping those like red corpses on top of you. We call them the corpse drops. And they do tons of damage, especially with the Beast Blood pellet. We've not explained the downside of the Beast Blood pellet, and that is that it actually also reduces your defenses as well. So we don't level health at all either. So we are just very, very vulnerable to any sort of damage. And that's kind of damage that's kind of out of our control, because there's fireballs, corpse drops dropping from everywhere. But yeah, very, very well done from Genso. He knows his stuff. He knows how to kill one Reborn, especially even when things are not going well. So yeah, running through the Nightmare of Mensis here. This is, like I said, one of the last areas in the base game. We're going to be grabbing some more Bloodstone chunks because we need to upgrade our weapon to, I believe, +8, I think we're getting right now. Going to be quitting out because there's a Silver Beast behind us. So yeah, coming up here, we have just like a little bit of a running section here. So I guess we can talk about the tech of the run, I guess, while we're just running and upgrading. We're going to be leveling up our character to 32 strength and 25 dex. I guess that would be strength and skill as a Bloodbourne equivalent. So yeah, again, so what do you have planned for this running section? What are we going to be seeing? We're just going to be seeing a lot of running, a lot of stamina management, a lot of precise enemy dodges and whatnot. But what do we have planned coming up after the fight? What are we going to? What's kind of our goal right now?
In terms of finishing up any percent, we're going to be moving towards Mikolash, and then we're going to be moving towards Wet Nurse, and that is going to actually be the end of the base game, and then we're going to be cleaning up a bunch of the optional bosses and working our way towards the DLC after that. So there's a lot of like small things I feel like that happen while you're moving through this running segment. These silver beasts can be very, very dangerous in terms of blocking you in, and occasionally even this guy up here can jump at you, and you've got to be sort of aware because you have to do sort of a little strafe to get past him. But most of the time I would say it's fairly clean as long as you're confident in your lines. You can sort of move up here, but this door here can be very, very cursed. You can ultimately have the Silver Beast and one of these giant guys that throw rocks on you at the door at the same time, and it can just very, very quickly go wrong. But hopefully we'll turn around, and you really have to watch all the way up until the door's fully open, because this guy can run, and if you turn around too quick, happened to me when I first started running one time. I turned around quickly because I didn't think anybody was coming, and as I was coming out of the animation, I got flattened, and it's not good. But thankfully, right there, we didn't have any pursuers. There's an NPC right here who can be pretty dangerous. That's probably the worst thing you can do. You've got to kind of strafe to the left there, and yeah, we're just going to be moving past all these enemies here. I'm actually going to pick this up here, just this a little bit of a precaution, just in case something goes wrong. But
yeah, lots of little stuff here. We kind of underestimate the lines of this run. They're actually very, very important that you get these lines down.
Right, stuff like that can kill you if you don't know what
exactly.
You're doing.
it literally makes or breaks the running section if you don't know your line. So I feel like we've kind of not been paying enough attention because he's been making it look so easy. But stamina management and proper lines is really, really difficult in this game, I would say, more than most other Souls games, because like we were talking about the door, like the incident on the door, you can't quit out on doors. Door quit outs are banned in this game. So here we are going to be heading towards one of the last bosses in the base game. We're heading towards Mikolash, the host of the Nightmare. Really, really cool strat here that was found ages ago, way before I started running the game, but it still works to this day. The idea is to, okay, we didn't get the lucky RNG. He can just sometimes run into the room on his own. We got to chase him, a little bit of a goose chase here, like your classic like maze races in any kind of 2D game. And we're going to be doing a triple gunshot, because 3 instances of damage will get him to exit the room that he's running into.
Well, maybe.
Having a little bit of trouble with puppets here. Okay. Very, very nice. We do have Miko in the door.
Need to get him out of there.
Push him back in. Yep.
I think there's a puppet as well that's behind me.
So this is
oh my gosh. Wow. Very cursed first phase,
okay, that's
with
not
the
how
second
that's supposed to go.
No, not at all. That puppet ran all the way down the hallway from the other side of the arena, and that is very, very bad. But we're able to deal with it.
We're taking out this scurrying beast here. There's going to be 4 R1s. Normally it'd be 3 actually, but that fight went so bad we had such an empty bar. But yeah, we're going to be grabbing some blood vials here and starting up the second phase of Mikolash here. You kill him once and then he disappears, then he reappears again. It's kind of like a puzzle boss fight. See if we get good RNG. Nope, we got the no good RNG here. And we're going to want to do a cool little strat here where we actually drop on top of him. We're trying to prevent him from entering the room once again. We're going to line up a little bit of a roll into a plunge, into a roll to block him in the door.
We block him from
very
entering.
Good, nice execution there.
And then we can just unlock him in this corner and pay him back for the first phase where he gave us some trouble.
GG's. Yeah, that was quite a first phase. That's definitely, like, as people always say. I think I heard. I think it was what Matt said in your chat the other day. With these marathon runs, like, Bloodbourne is a pretty tame game, but there's always that one catastrophic event that always happens in these marathon runs.
That's right, and those puppets, they don't pull any punches. If they get into that room with you, they're gonna do everything they can. Yeah.
But Genso was, able to handle that quite well. I probably would have died there, to be honest. That was really, very scary. We're going to be taking an elevator downwards. We're going to be rolling into this window.
This is actually a very dangerous area as well.
Yeah, no, heading right from Mikolash to this area is crazy. So there are these enemies called Winter Lanterns, and they sing a song for you, but it's not a song you really want to hear. When you hear the Winter Lantern song, it's time to get going. We're going to be running through this section here.
And bad RNG here.
We got the bad RNG as classic. We need to run around this rock here and reawaken using our Hunter's Mark. And there you go. There it is right there. The Frenzy proc. It's just instant damage.
It rips about 70% of your HP. And you're lucky because you get it a second time when you spawn in here.
Let's go. Extra damage.
Very cool.
Yeah, a little bit of a bug there that can happen. So yeah, running through the Murgo's loft, there's going to be some piggies that we have to avoid here. We're not opting to use the blue elixir, so we're going to have to do a little bit of a different line. The goal here is to grab a blood gem, which I believe is 18% physical damage, alongside the one we just grabbed. So yeah, we're just running through Murgo's loft here. We're going to be fighting the last boss of the base game. We could technically finish the run if we wanted to right now, but it's far from over. We still have another, I want to say, 40 minutes of the run to go. So yeah, we're going to be running along the Murgo's loft, hoping to not die to a pig or a shadow. But here we are, taking care of both of those, running past them. Beautiful line there.
There's a little bit of
I
a
guess you can
funny
explain
thing.
The boss coming up.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a funny thing that can happen there real quick. You can actually get this weird thing where the pig sort of has infinite stamina and just chugs all the way up the steps. It's very, very bad, but thankfully we don't see that meme here. So yeah, Wet Nurse here, pretty simple boss most of the time. And what you're basically going to see me doing is just moving around behind her and punishing some of her. That's kind of a cursed one, but if you see here, you can just kind of stand in the small of her back, and she really can't do much to you as long as you're there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are kind of making it look like she's less tanky than she really is, because we are doing chunks of damage. Like, this is thousands of damage, and she's eating it on the face.
And that was actually a pretty decent fight.
That went really well. That would probably be close to your gold. I mean, assuming that your line went well in the running section. That was actually really good, because she can do teleports. She can do what's called Nightmare Phase, where she'll just kind of make the arena go black and you have to like dodge like a bunch of different clone attacks. Genso making it look like super easy. You know, that's a classic. That is actually a Genso classic, to run a category for 3 days, get the record, and then, you know, move on. But yeah, anyway, here we're gonna be heading to the lecture hall. We're gonna have what's called lecture hall skip after we get our weapon to +9 and slot those gems we spent time grabbing. And you guys are just gonna see the power of what setting up a character can do in this game. We're gonna start eviscerating these optional bosses before the DLC content. There we just slotted a 16% and an 18% gem on a +9 weapon with 32 strength, 25 skill. We're opting for no health at all, just pure damage build, but you guys will see that it pays off. And we're doing lecture hall skip coming up here. We're just gonna be trying to jump over this railing. We're gonna be running along the side of the wall and then kind of just trying to jump.
Almost had it.
Up and to the right. One of the hardest skips, I would say, to do in a PB attempt. You can kind of get stuck on this. It's one of those skips that happens either first try or like 17th try. And there we go. Genso landing it. Yeah, I mean, do you want to explain a little bit of what we're going to be doing in the Nightmare Frontier?
Yeah, so there's actually a skip that lets us bypass the entire area of Nightmare Frontier. It's very, very convenient, and it's not very hard to do either. We're going to be walking... Essentially, what we're going to be doing is walking up to the edge of an elevator. We're going to be doing an emote to sit down. We're going to quit out before we touch the ground, and when we spawn in, our character's going to be falling. We're going to touch the ground, and it's not going to kill us. Normally, it would kill us, but because we set it up correctly, we're going to be very safe.
Yeah, so I believe the reason why this works is because when you emo off the edge, it's like we're falling off the edge, doing something that we couldn't control. We're not walking off the ledge. What we're doing is we're kind of very slightly like dipping down one level of elevation, and that will actually store our last saved position on that little bit of collision that we like scraped with our feet as we quit out. And when we load in, we're going to be falling, and we'll fall just the correct distance to not die to this elevator. It was like just barely not a lethal fall. And we're going to be heading towards Amygdala, the boss form. And it's going to go by very, very quickly. So if you guys want to see the boss, I would recommend watching the next 10 seconds because you might miss it. Do not blink. Yeah, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be doing a specific line, and then on a certain part of the ground, we're going to use a Beast Blood pellet. We're going to regen a little bit of stamina, and as she lands, we're going to do a charged R2. Perfect, we got the damage there. Very nice. We're going to do R1, L1 combo. We're going to break the arms.
It's already over.
There we go. It's already over. As you guys can see, that is why we invested time into grabbing the those two blood gems, the 16% and the 18%. Because with this Beast Blood pellet active, and with the +9 weapon, with all of these buffs active, we are doing tons of damage. Like this is like a mid-late game level. I mean, I wouldn't even say like late game, but this is like a mid-game boss, and we just killed it in mere seconds. And here we're going to be leveling up again.
This is the last level up of the run too.
Yep, that's it.
That's all we need.
Up to 44. No health. We don't need health. Screw that. We don't need any of that nonsense. We just want more damage. So yeah, heading to the woods here. We have a skip coming up. It's called Cave Skip. And as you guessed, we're going to skip a cave. Who would have thought? But yeah, do you want to explain kind of how it's executed?
Yeah, so basically we're going to be running on top of a piece of geometry that they probably didn't intend for you to be able to get up on, and we're going to be walking out of bounds, and it's going to put us out on the cave. So it's most of the time very, very easy to do. A couple of times these enemies right here, like this guy, can come over to you if you're too slow or if you mess it up. But hopefully we won't have any troubles here. We'll just come right over here, and you see these sort of stones here. We're going to do a jump.
Very nicely done. Now we're out of bounds. We are now out of bounds. We're clipping through everything, and we're going to be walking along a certain spot in the wall, and we're going to fall on a very specific piece of geometry, and that'll let us roll into this cave.
Correct.
Very, very nicely executed.
If you fall anywhere other than that piece of geometry, you will die instantly.
You'll just slide off and die, yeah. So we're gonna get poisoned here, but thankfully it's not lethal. We're gonna climb the world's longest ladder. I don't know who in Yarnum thought this was a good idea. The structural integrity on a ladder like this, I would not trust it. Listen, I don't know if anybody in you have noticed that, but this is the longest ladder in mankind, and it is wooden, so
the hunter has complete faith that it's fine. It's tied together with some rope that looks a little bit iffy, but hey, we're just gonna roll with it.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be heading to the backside of Yusefka's clinic,
and this is actually where we started the game.
Yeah, we're gonna be heading in the back end, because you can actually head up the stairs and you can talk to an NPC. But we're heading into the back entrance. This is where we first started the game. That's that Miyazaki level design coming back to full fruition. And yeah, we're going to be grabbing a certain item. We actually need to come here for two things. You want to kind of explain what their purpose are, the two items that we're going to be grabbing?
Yeah, so one of these is the Canehurst summons, and that's going to allow us to go to an optional area of the game later to fight Ligarius. But if you don't have this item, then the carriage that takes you there never spawns in. So here's the item here. We're going to go in the store, and it's right here on the table, Canehurst summons. And then the other one is going to be a cord from Yusefka that we're going to need to fight the true last boss of the game. Excuse me.
Yeah, so a little bit of a lore fact here. This Yusefka is she's an imposter. The alien that you guys saw where you grab the Canehurst summons, I believe is supposed to be the real Yusefka, because she drops the Yusefka's blood vial.
So we're just gonna kill her.
Yeah. We you know what? You're an imposter. You did a bad thing. You turned our friend into an alien. She nurses back to health, and that's how you repay her. We're gonna pay her right back to her. So we're gonna take her umbilical cord for the final boss.
That's right.
Warp back out, and we're gonna be heading towards the upper cathedral.
I always find this part a little awkward here, where you warp back to this lamp, and then you have to warp back to the dream. It's strange. In other games, you have the option sometimes to go back to the hub world, but in this game, the Hunter's Mark doesn't give you that option.
Yeah, it's odd, and also, yeah, like you said, like the lamps, they in a game like Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 1, you can just warp between all the lamps. We don't have that luxury, so we have to sadly waste a couple of seconds warping, and so here we are in the cathedral ward. We are now taking the elevator.
This is a good time for me to use one of my cords here.
Yep. So we need to use 3. There's 4 in the game, and we need to use 3 in order to activate the true final boss. Gonna be heading up these stairs, and we're heading towards the upper cathedral ward here.
This is honestly a very dangerous segment here, so I'm gonna quit out. Yep. The reason why this is so dangerous is because there's a very sneaky guy on the right side of this doorway here with a gun drawn, and if you try to run outside, he will shoot you in the face very quickly.
That is his purpose. Yep, he is a trap, an NPC trap that they laid for you. They want you to run out that door and start sprinting through.
But if we quit out, his AI is a little slow, and we can get right past him. And there was the shot that he normally hits you with.
Yeah. So coming up here is one of the most precise skips, I would say. There's a key that we need in this next upcoming area. And the way that we get this key is the quote-unquote intended way is to run through the bottom level of what's called the orphanage, and we need to climb up a ladder. And what we're going to end up doing to get this key is we're going to go to where the shortcut door is, and the enemy responsible for holding the key is actually standing right at the door. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a extended cleaver R1 attack, and that's going to hit the guy, the guy holding the key, and hopefully he's gonna come to the door and give us a free key. So not sure who hired that guy, but not very good at his job. So hopefully we can take care of this little bouncer right here. He goes down pretty quickly because we are fully geared up for the rest of the run. Like I said, one of the more precise skips of the run. We're gonna be aiming our perfect,
and we get perfect RNG.
Woo! That was beautiful. Hell yeah, that was awesome. So yeah, we got the orphanage key from the brain sucker there, not doing his job properly, lured by a hunter with a saw cleaver. And we're gonna go to our right, take a quick detour. We're gonna be grabbing what's called the Cosmic Eye Hunter Badge, and that will allow us to purchase beast blood pellets from the Insight shop where we bought stones from earlier in the game. And Brainstorm gave me a little bit of trouble here, but that's okay. Gonna open up the door with the orphanage key, and I guess you could explain this next sequence here because it's about like a minute and a half of just like killing 2 bosses. So I guess you could go ahead and explain what we're going to be doing here.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and eat my pellet. This is a very precise sequence. We're going to walk past this guy. We're going to drop down. We're going to use our bull paper, and then we're going to go straight for the one enemy in this mob that actually controls the health bar. So it's this one here in the middle, and that's very bad RNG.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit unlucky here. But
and we just need to stay alive here. If they start getting close to you like that, you definitely want to be mindful of the mob coming up behind you, because if they hit you about twice, you're probably done.
As we mentioned, the beast blood pellets like taking away our defense as well. A little bit of a jump scare enemy here. Don't be alarmed. Okay, we're gonna be using our 3rd umbilical cord here. We have now successfully completed the quest to get the final boss unlocked. This is Ebriatus, the daughter of the Cosmos. It's going to be hopefully a completely scripted fight. We'll see how it goes, but Genso going to be eating his pellet early. We're going to want to, before her health bar appears, she's not going to take any damage, but we're going to proc her by punching her to build up a little bit of beast meter and build up a little bit of a stagger, and then we're going to do damage to her. Now we're going to damage to her. We're going to transform attack right into the macaroni head. Do a couple of R1s. Looks like here we're not going to get the 1 cycle. That's okay. It's going to take 1 more R1, it looks like. But yeah, Ebriatus here going down, making her look like the pasta dish that she is. And yeah, you want to explain the next minute or so of what we're going to be doing? We're going to be heading to, hopefully, we're going to be heading to the DLC, and then what's going to follow?
Right, so we're going to clean up a trash boss from the beginning of the game first. We're going to go ahead and go to the DLC. We're going to take care of Cleric Beast, who's... Oh, well, I missed the jump. But we're going to take care of Cleric Beast, and then we're going to be moving to the DLC, and the DLC is probably simultaneously the most difficult part of Bloodbourne, but also probably the most interesting part of the Bloodbourne speedrun for most people, in that the enemies allow us to really showcase the damage that we've been able to accrue this whole time. So we're going to go ahead and get this lamp now, since we were already here in Cathedral Ward, and then we're going to go take care of Cleric before we come back here. We need a few more insight points to go ahead and get ready for the DLC before we come back to take care of things.
Yeah. So as you guys saw on, I don't know if you guys have even been noticing, but the more insight you get, the shorter your beast meter becomes. And at a certain point, it gets so short that you can barely meet those thresholds. The way that it works is there's like 100 beasthood is 10%, 200 is 20%, et cetera, et cetera. After a while, we have a bunch of insight. We have 62. So our beast meter is very, very short. So what we're gonna be doing here is we're gonna be cleaning up the rest of this optional, optional end game stuff before the final boss. We're gonna be, I mean, I wouldn't call Cleric Beast end game, perhaps, but anyway, gonna be doing a little bit of cleanup here, and we need some insight for the DLC. We need 60 for a blood rock. So that's like the big purchase that we're gonna be making. And then we need, I think, 5 more for pellets and a blue elixir. But yeah, Cleric Beast here is gonna be one of the hardest bosses in the run. It's going to take a mere 5 swings to kill. I don't know if Genso can pull it off. We'll see if he can. I really hope he can.
Yeah, like I said, it's just going to be a trash fodder fight at this point. But if you fight this boss early, it's very, very annoying.
Yeah, there's actually speedrunners that do kill it early. But yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of a specific line here. We're going to be heading towards Cleric Beast. We're going to head towards the leg. Do 1, 2, 3, 4 transform attack, takes it out. Wow, I can't believe that was incredible. I cannot believe
I didn't know if it was going to work out. I was a little nervous about it.
GG's. All right, well, now it's time to set up for DLC. From this point onward, it's going to be end game bosses. The reason why we save it until now is because we want our +10 weapon. The way that it's routed allows us to get a +10 weapon before the DLC. The optimal world record route does go for +9. However, we're going to be doing +10 today. Going to be grabbing some pellets. Going to be buying the blood rock. Going to be upgrading up to +10 and heading back towards the DLC. So,
you know, the interesting thing about the whole +9 versus +10, the routing for +10 actually still probably could be world record, but the run would have to be very, very solid.
Yeah, so if you guys aren't aware, the +9 route utilizes a skip that we did not do in this run called Hut Skip. And the downside of doing Hut Skip is that you lose out on a lot of upgrade materials. So instead of spending that insight on a blood rock, we have to spend it on chunks because we ended up really, really behind on upgrade materials. But yeah, today we're doing +10 for you guys because, you know, we both like it better. +9 being the faster route, but this one it's beautiful seeing these bosses get eviscerated. But yeah, you want to explain a little bit about the DLC, kind of what's our objective, what we're doing here and in this church that looks very, very familiar to us?
Yeah, so if you notice, there's a completely different enemy here in this church who definitely won't be coming back later in the run. But we're going to be moving towards the first boss of the area. Is very iconic fight with an enemy. And thankfully, this guy right here didn't give us any trouble. This guy right here can ruin a run very quickly if he gets stuck on that door. Thankfully, we don't see that today. And we're going to be doing some... This area is actually very, very tricky if you don't know what you're doing. There's a lot of things going on here that look really easy if you're a speedrunner, but casually doing these things probably looks like running past these machine guns. Definitely very tricky for a first playthrough.
Yeah, so here we're just doing a quit out on this door because there's an enemy holding what's called the boom hammer. And I don't think you guys want to find out what that does because
I don't want to find
very
out.
Dangerous. Yeah, I don't think Genso wants to find out either. So we're gonna be doing a quit out here to make sure that he resets his position. So yeah, our goal here: we collected the eye pendant from the corpse in the cathedral, and basically what our goal here is. We were sent to the Hunter's Nightmare. After killing Amelia, we were given the blood-drunk Hunter's Eye, and as we enter this field of I don't know what you call this thing, hopping mosquitoes. I don't know, like the blood-drunk mosquitoes.
I think their name is called the Blood Lickers.
The Blood
Which
Lickers,
is just a fantastic name. That's exactly what
they look
I want
cute
my enemies to be
honestly.
called.
Yeah. So yeah, our goal here is to make our way through the Hunter's Nightmare. We were called by the blood-drunk Hunter's Eye, and getting grabbed by the amygdala outside the cathedral ward will bring us here. The hunter on the ladder going to be trying to shoot us down. However, we do not have time to listen to him. He is well past our concerns now. And we're going to be heading towards one of the best fights in the entire run, in my opinion. Oh my god, I am a huge fan. Ludwig the Accursed, followed by Ludwig the Holy Blade, is casual players and speedrunners alike one of the favorite bosses of the run. It's going to go by very, very quickly. Very, very cool strat coming up too. We're going to be leaving our weapon tricked here. We're not going to trick it into the cutscene. We're just going to proc it. Then we're going to eat our pellet. We're going to roll the opener. do a transform attack, do another one that staggers the limb. 3 head hits should break the head. Pop our fire. We do 4 more attacks, and then we'll have phase 2. We are just completely annihilating Ludwig. Phase 2 starts, we do a running attack into 3 R1s. We roll the transformation, and we take him out. And that is, oh my god, that is such a beautiful strat, and something that I'm glad that we got to see today, because we do not see that in the +9 route of the run. So yeah, I mean, Genso, do you want to kind of, because you're kind of an 80% runner, so I kind of want to hear your perspective on what it's like to learn all bosses. Like, I know you've mentioned to me that it's not your favorite category by any means, but just give me some insights on your thoughts about this run as a whole.
I think for me, it's actually pretty funny that you mention it, because I really warmed up to all bosses speedruns, and they've actually become quite endearing to me over time. But for a long time, probably over a year, I would have considered myself mainly an 80% runner, and I kind of got into all bosses actually, you know, from suggestions from other people, like, hey, why don't you try this? Why don't you try this? And I was like, I don't know if I want to. But one thing kind of leads to another, and I'm really glad that I've ended up running as many categories as I do. I've touched just about all the categories in Bloodbourne at this point, and yeah, I wouldn't take back any of it. I've really enjoyed my time with this game over the last almost 3 years now. I've been running this game, and it's great. I love it. Wow, that was very cursed.
Oh my god. Yeah. So Genso is he did start with 90% and very quickly rose to the top of almost any category that he ran. You know, we had his 90% arc, we had his all bosses arc. He's currently in the top 3 of every single category he's ever run. So Genso here, one of the most decorated Bloodborne runners of all time, I feel like. So yeah, I love hearing the insight that he can give us, because like I said before, he was an 80% runner, but he's now since converted. He's converted to the dark side. We all love all bosses. So yeah, it's really nice to see you here today running all bosses. Here we're gonna be in the research hall. We're gonna be pulling this lever to raise the lift, like the staircase, and we're gonna be dropping down. Hopefully not getting the assassin rat.
A black hole rat. I
was watching on Genso's stream, there was like some incident that he had where a rat followed him all the way down and like dropped on his head. It was hilarious.
It's very funny when it's not a PB attempt, but when it's a PB attempt and you make it all the way here on PB pace, it's very demoralizing.
Yeah. So here we have the living failures boss. Very nice parry. So the way that you open up this fight is you want to parry the opener while this one on the right is spawning. The idea is to get them both down before they both become a threat to you. And the idea is to do 4 R1s or 5 R1s, however much stamina you end up having. The idea is to just kind of spawn camp them as they come. Getting a little bit unlucky, we got a projectile spammer spawning a little bit sooner than we wanted him to. That's okay, because he seems to just be
passive
acting
for now.
Relatively normal. Yep. But this could turn hairy at any moment as we see the projectile coming out. But Genso taking care of the living failures there. Very nice fight. We're going to be making use of a mechanic where we will quit out before our Beast Blood pellet runs out. And what that's going to do is when we load in, we're going to actually have the meters still filled. And going to this next fight, we're going to be able to pop the pellet again, and we're going to get a fresh pellet with an almost full meter already. And you guys are going to see the next boss, Lady Maria, who will most likely, end up getting absolutely eviscerated as well. So yeah, I mean, I guess as we head towards Maria, do you want to kind of give us, like, what's your favorite boss in this run? Do you have a favorite boss?
Incidentally, my favorite boss is at the end of the run. It's Gehrman. And my other favorite boss of Bloodborne speedrunning is the Shadows of Yharnam, but we don't get to fight them unless it's glitchless. So, yeah, I do get a little disappointed that we don't get to do that, but at the same time, I'm glad that it's not a reset point, because it can be very, very difficult to deal with.
Absolutely. Yeah, dealing with Maria here. We're gonna be doing I think it's 8 swings, 7 or 8 swings, then 1 for back. She's gonna dash backwards. We're gonna do a couple of transform attacks. We're in phase 2 already. Want to remind you guys, this fight goes by very, very quickly. Gonna let her kind of do her transformation attack.
Yeah, she got a little bit. I didn't get the L1s I wanted, and I didn't really want to risk anything there. You can get a 1 HP meme there if the damage is not precise. So just stepped out of the range of her attack just to be certain that we got past it.
Again, showcasing the power of our weapons here at this point in the run. Genzo's actually coming hot off of the all bosses BL4 world record that he's taken. He's claimed. And so you have to fight these bosses for a lot longer in a Blood Level 4 speedrun. So I would highly recommend checking them out if you guys like, Bloodborne content and you want to see those bosses fought at a high level. Definitely check out Genzo. He's the man. So yeah, heading into the fishing hamlet here. We're going to be running past all the enemies, and we're going to head towards the one of the final bosses of the DLC, the Orphan of Cause. And this line right here is a little bit scary, so I will let him focus, I guess, because this is, at least for me, when I have learned this line, normally I use a blue elixir. I don't use one anymore, but when I learned it without a blue elixir, it was very, very scary. Basically, you want to head past these skulls, head past these spearmen, and you want to aim your line towards like uphill, like so.
These dogs have a roar, and there it is right there. You just saw it. It can be very scary when you see yourself get roared, but the best thing you can do is just keep a level head, because a lot of times it's actually very safe. So we're going to be doing a little bit of tech right here where we quit out on the falling animation, and normally you would die, but if your timing is good here, then you will spawn out of bounds again, and we can skip the second half of this area where the guy is launching the lightning spells at you. So it's very convenient.
Yeah, absolutely. We're out of bounds here. We're going to be clipping
and I'm
back.
Stuck.
Okay, we're going to try to save it with a quit out. The idea here is to head up the hill and turn left quickly. What that allows us to do is we will kind of clip through the floor or the ceiling, and we will skip the entire running section that is the fishing hamlet. Like the second half of it, you have to run through a building, run down, jump down a ladder, climb up another ladder. So yeah, this skip here saves a lot of time. We did save it with the quit out.
Well,
hopefully we can...
I fell through again.
Yeah. This is one of those skips that you have to be prepared for, because if you end up getting this meme right here where you get stuck on the wall, you have to quit out to reset it. If you slide down all the way, there is no way to recover it. You do have to use your Hunter's Mark. So hopefully Genzo can get this fixed up. I guess we can explain a little bit about the next boss. We have the Orphan of Cause, who I'm sure is infamous
there we go. Got through.
There you go. Very nice job. We're going to be seeing a strat here on the Orphan of Cause to make him seem a lot easier than he actually is, but it is going to take a lot of skill and a lot of precise inputs. I'm going to let him focus, but Orphan of Cause is one of my favorite bosses in the speedrun. I think it showcases everything this run has to offer. Going to be heading into hit him with a backstab. Going to be doing a R1 L1 and then pricking his weapon, doing a gunshot. It's okay. We can get this back under control. Orphan of Cause here, one of the hardest bosses of a casual playthrough for sure. Most people would agree. Looks like we're just trying to get a backstab here. We did get it, so we are back in the game, so to speak. We're going to be getting a parry off. The idea is to loop him in this parry. In this parried state, he'll always do this follow-up attack, like the scream into the swing, and we're going to be doing a parry every time. And the idea here, we skip phase 2, and the man's just keep posing.
So I actually ran out of stamina there on the backstab transition, which is why I wasn't able to shoot my gun. Just a little bit of a mishap.
I see.
Yeah, I depleted the stamina on the second backstab, so when I went to do it, when I went for the gunshot, I didn't get anything. It doesn't consume stamina to shoot the gun, but you have to have stamina.
Right.
So Just able to recover that there.
Control. That was really good because if you do end up dying, you get sent all the way back to research hall, and it's a very long one.
It is a very long run back, yeah. So luckily we were able to save it.
Yep. We just grabbed the Lawrence's skull, which is going to be used to fight the optional final boss in the DLC. We're going to quickly be heading back to the dream to dump our insight. We have a little bit of built-up insight. We're going to be grabbing some bullet papers and pellets for the end of the game, and the next boss coming up here, again, one of those fights that we'll be seeing the just like the power of our weapon and the beast blood pellets. Yeah, remember that boss that we grabbed the eye pendant from that we said was totally not going to be a boss later in that wide open arena that looks exactly like Amelia's arena? Yeah, well, he may be a problem now. Now that we have ended the nightmare and we've slain Orphan of Cause, I think he's a little bit angry at us now. So we're gonna be heading towards him. Lawrence the First Vicar, I think is what his name is. He is responsible for the plague of beasts, I believe, because he was one of the hunters that discovered the old blood, which is basically responsible for all of the beasts and the cosmic intervention and everything. So we're gonna put him to rest because he deserves it. So yeah, heading up these stairs here once again. Gonna be heading through the scary door with the spooky church guardian here. So yeah, I mean, I guess I'll let you take away the fight if you want to explain it.
Yeah, so this boss is another boss that is very, very difficult in a casual run, and we're gonna make it look very, very easy. We're gonna trick our weapon through the cutscene. We're gonna pop our pellet here. We're gonna do R1, L1. We're gonna step into position, then we're gonna do 3 R1s followed by 2 L1s. And he's going to backstep twice, hopefully, and then he's going to try an attack again, which we're going to stop with another break. And we're going to do the same combo again. He's going to try the same attack. We're going to do 1 R1. We're going to do another R1, and then we're going to do R1, L1, L1. He's going to step back. He's going to try the same attack again. He really likes this attack. And we're going to do a 4-hit combo, and he's done. And that's all we did. That's all we did was step around the exact same attack the entire time. And the way I think that works is that because you're canceling the attack, his AI doesn't set up another one. So it just keeps wanting to do that attack one time. And because it doesn't complete the attack, you just get it over and over and over.
Yeah. I feel like I agree with that as well. Yeah. So on a BL4 speedrun, what Genso's specialty is, you would have to fight him for a bit longer. He would basically what happens if you don't get that loop perfectly is when he reaches around half or 40% health, he'll like fall to the ground and his legs will burn off, and it'll just be his upper half, his torso and his arms, and it'll be a fight about maintaining positioning on like the left side of his body. And so yeah, we're making that look very, very easy because we are going to be just looping him over and over again. It is a very precise string of inputs, I will say. Learning the R1, L1s, learning how to not hit the wrong limbs is very, very important. And that is kind of where the skill expression comes in these runs, is just getting that precision down. Because I will say, these strats are very, very precise for some of these boss fights. Even the scripted ones.
Right, and I feel like it's very easy, especially for new runners or anybody who's interested in speedrunning Bloodbourne. When you watch really anybody's completed run, you're watching hours and hours and hours of practice and reloading save files and learning the game. And the strats look so easy that it's very, very easy to get demoralized in the learning process and say, well, look at how easy it is for everybody else. But it's really not a point where you should be feeling that way. It really takes a long time to get very, very good at any speed run, and you can definitely do it if you want to. If you put in the time and the work, everybody has. Blanks and I actually kind of came up in this game together around the same time, and we sort of had trial by fire together. So kind of going full circle, it's awesome to be able to do this with Blanks on commentary today. It just means a lot to me.
Yeah, cool. It's really, really cool because I haven't really been around the Bloodbourne scene in a long time. But when Genso asked me to do this for him, I'm like, oh my god, of course I'll do this for you, because this is like personally like one of my favorite categories like in any speed game.
Oh wow, that was.
I'm more known for Elden Ring at this point. My last Bloodbourne phase was back in 2022. So just to come back and to see the run, it's very, very fun. We love seeing love for Souls games, especially the older ones like Bloodbourne and DS1, DS3. It's awesome to see the community come together for events like this.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we're gonna be popping a blue elixir through Hemwick here. We're gonna be running past these, like, I don't know what you want to call them, these dogs. The idea here is to not aggro every single enemy. We want to maintain this line up this hill, because what that thing allows us to do is to run past these 3 enemies right here that are blocking the doorway. They can cause issues if you're not having a blue elixir popped and if you're running through with them aggroed. We're gonna be doing another one of the hardest bosses in the run. I don't know if Gensel will be able to pull this one off. This is the Witches of Hemwick.
I hope it goes okay. I'm nervous.
Yeah, so we're gonna do 5 R1s. We're gonna build up some beast meter. The first one's dead. Where possibly could the second one be? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the flashing red light. But yeah, we're gonna do 5 more, and we're gonna be doing a trick here.
Oh my!
Don't blink or you'll miss it.
Wow, that was some
we may have
aggression.
We may have gotten the skip here. After witches, if you are able to get on top of that barrel as you put out, what you can actually do is load in outside of the boss arena, but with the boss killed, because that barrel counts as unstable ground.
And you really need to quit out here, because every single one of those dogs, if you just run it out and you come out here, then every single one of those dogs is lined up right here.
Yeah.
And it can be very dangerous. Very, very bad scenario if all those dogs gank you.
So this is what we were talking about earlier with the Yusefka. Is it Yusefka's clinic? We grabbed the Canehurst summons. We're going to be taking the carriage to Castle Canehurst. Don't forget to grab the Canehurst summons, if you run this game. Please don't forget it, because you'll end up like me, and you'll have one of your best paces ever where you forgot to grab the summons. But yeah, here we are in the one of the last optional areas of the run, Castle Canehurst. This is the final 3 bosses. I can't believe we're already almost through. This has kind of flown by for me. This has been fun.
It's been a very fun run.
But yeah, we're gonna have a 3-minute run up to Ligarius.
Now, if you see, then there's some of our blood liquor friends down here, and this door has to open, so you really want to kind of lead them. It's hard to explain, but there's kind of a line that I take that sort of leads that guy in the wrong direction so that he doesn't jump on you, because if you don't run the right line, he'll just run right up to you and flatten you as you're trying to get through the door.
It's one of those things where you write it down. It's one of those things that's never killed you yet, but will one day in the future. You gotta write all those moments down, and those blood liquors is on that list for me right now.
That's right. He has flattened me before, but I haven't died to it yet. We'll say yet.
That enemy, I don't know. I don't like that enemy. That enemy is also on that list actually of enemies that's never killed me, but may one day. That enemy with the rapier is very, very quick. We're gonna do a little bit of strafe past him. There is an enemy here where he will blow blow darts at you. You do not want to get hit by this attack.
No.
If you get hit by this guy blowing blow darts, it will aggro every single one of the ladies in this room, and they will all scream at you. So luckily, we're not going to be hit by that, and we're going to be doing a little bit of a jump skip here. You got to think this is intended, because why would you put a bookcase here that you could jump off of if it wasn't intended to do it like this? We're going to be pulling the lever. A little bit of a shortcut towards the end of the level. Very nice to see. And yeah, as we head towards the final trio of bosses, I guess do a quick little shout out for Genso once again. He is one of the most decorated Bloodbourne runners of all time. He holds many, many records in this game. His stream is a very good time. If you guys like Bloodbourne, please go check him out. He is one of the more active runners in the community. But yeah, hope you've been having fun so far, Genso. It's been great doing commentary for you.
Absolutely. It has been a great time. We make our way to the last optional fight of the game.
Ligurius here is one of those fights that's also it's like you have a script, you have an idea of what you're supposed to do, but he can kind of go off of the rails.
It goes right.
That doesn't happen for us here.
It goes right until it goes wrong.
That's the best way you possibly could have put it. Yeah, so we're gonna be checking in the cutscene here, and that will start our sprint. Obviously, we want. Looks like we're getting the alternate opener, the skulls.
Doesn't
opener.
do this one too often.
So we're gonna kind of want to just interrupt his dashes like this. He's gonna go for his skull. Looks like he's behaving. Relatively normal Ligurius fight. Gonna do a couple of R1 combos. Then we're gonna actually cancel his phase transition with a backstab.
It was actually very well behaved right there. Shout out to Ligurius.
Yeah, Genso is notorious for having good runs just die to Ligurius being off the rails. So really glad to see that. See him well behaved for GDQ. Thank you, Mr. Ligurius. So, heading towards the end game. This is your favorite boss, Genso.
This is my favorite. I always love when I get here.
I'll let you take it away if you want to. Gehrman here, it's one of the more fun bosses for sure. One of the 100 bosses. We're going to be buffing ourselves and then triggering the boss. So, take it away.
Yeah, so what we want to do here is go ahead and eat our pellet. He's going to give us an attack. We're going to parry it instantly, and then we're going to do L1, L1. Same thing, L1, L1. Actually, we can do 3 here because he's going to try to go phase 2. He's going to give us a good... Oh, wow, he's going to give us a great attack. No?
I'm not panicking. Okay. All right. We have the phase 2.5. Gonna try to go second phase. Now he has hyper armor. Kind of interesting about him is that when he
we were able to get through it. It got a little hairy there.
Very well done. Yeah, so we're gonna be stacking our beast blood pellet on his dead body, and we're gonna go into moon presence. So one of those don't blink or you'll miss it fights. Please pay attention to the screen. Coming up,
we get a good opener.
Presence. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Oh my god.
And we did.
We get the arm break. We get the head break. I love this fight when it goes well. A little bit of our pellet ran out, so a little bit of a meme, but
I think because of our meme on Gehrman, I ran out of.
We're gonna have time coming up, guys. On the quit out.
And that is it.
Sorry to cut you off there, but that's time.
GG.
Yeah, Genso, please finish that thought.
Yeah, because we had a little bit of a meme there on Gehrman at the end. I ran out of beast blood pellet, but ideally, when you visceral at the end, moon presence will go down. But yeah, there's our final time, 107.23.
Wow,
IGT.
That's so good for a marathon run. Oh my god.
Yep, and
GG's.
Thank you so much. It was great. It was a great time. I had a ton of fun hanging out with Blanks and everybody here. So it was really cool to showcase this game that I play all the time, and hopefully, people who don't check it out often and got to see something new today. So very, very thankful for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for being on and showcasing. Absolutely love having, runners who are passionate about their games on to showcase their games. So it was awesome to have both of you on, showcasing the game, talking about the game. I know it's a little bit of an older game and it kind of gets overlooked nowadays, but I think it's still a very important, Souls-like game. So it's awesome to have you two both on.
It was awesome to be here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Do either of you have any final thoughts you want to give or anything like that?
I just appreciate everybody hanging out and watching, and hopefully they got to see something new today, like I said before. So just appreciate everybody involved.
Yeah, and just a quick thank you to the Soul Speedrunning community who is responsible for putting together their own events and whatnot. And if you guys would like to run Souls games, please check out Souls Speedrunning. They have a wiki that will lead you to their Discord. And they have tons of information on learning these runs. So if you guys want to learn this run for yourself, please check them out. They do tons of very, very awesome stuff for the community. And yeah, thank you everybody for sticking around and showing up for Bloodbourne.
Yeah, and again, both people here are very excellent runners of the Souls games, so be sure to check them out. And everybody else we're going to showcase today, everybody involved today is and tomorrow, everybody involved today and tomorrow, they're all great Souls runners, so you should definitely check everybody out here. We are going to take a quick break while we get ready for our next run. It's going to be an any % hitless challenge on Elden Ring, so we'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Souls-like showcase. We're showing off a bunch of Souls-like games. And now we have Elden Ring. We are going to have an any % hitless starting gear run. Hand it over to our runner. Let him introduce himself.
Hey, everyone. My name is V-Swed. Today, I'm going to show you guys a hitless run in Elden Ring, but we're only allowed to use the starting gear of the class that we're going to be starting as, which is the Samurai. Hope you guys are having a good day. Hope you guys enjoyed the Bloodbourne run that was just showcased. That was a really awesome run. Did you catch that run as well?
It was a very good run.
It was awesome. It was really good. The Blanks did such a good job explaining all the stuff, too. I'm just going to name my character okay. I mean, it doesn't matter what we name our character, right? It doesn't matter. We're going to actually, what does matter is we're going to start with the crackpots. The crackpots are going to allow us to have more throwable items at the start of the game. At first, when I was asked to showcase hitless on Elden Ring, I thought, just to be safe, I would just do a base any % to show you guys, what a hitless run is on this game. But then, I thought that maybe I could spice it up a tad bit more and add one more caveat to the run. And that one last thing I added is that I'm only allowed to deal damage with the starting class gear for Samurai. So that basically limits us to using the Uchikatana as well as the longbow? The longbow. But that is going to be the only two sources of damage for the whole run. I'm also at the start of the run here for hitless. We also just want to skip the initial encounter. The reason we skip the initial encounter is because even if you manage to take down the boss hitless, you still die afterwards. So for the hitless community and the hitless runs, we all just skip Scion at the start, just to get the run underway a bit faster. If you were able to survive the encounter after killing him, you would definitely want to, but it was voted on in the community near Elden Ring's starting life cycle that was just how we're going to do it. At the start of the run, basically all we're going to do is kind of like navigate the map, get some buffs to make our character stronger before we get too invested in tackling many bosses. Again, the whole point of hitless, if you guys don't know what a hitless run is, I'm sure you guys have been watching this event the last few days. It's all been speedruns, right? I'm pretty sure it's all been speedruns so far. But this is not a speedrun. We're still going to be going relatively quickly, but we're not going to be utilizing any glitches or anything like that. As part of the challenge of hitless, you're not allowed quitting out of the game, and you're also not allowed to perform any glitches in the game. As far as other rules for the challenge, we're not allowed to receive any damage from any boss or enemy or even this goat right here. If this goat rolled into me, that's the end of the run, and you would have to reset right there, that goat. And no damage from any hostile mob or trap. Another caveat to the rule is we're allowed to inflict damage on ourselves. That's okay. So if we take a bit of fall damage, if we use an Ash of War that causes damage to ourselves, that's completely fine. As long as it doesn't result in a death, we're good to go. The first pickup of the run as well is a bundle of kukri. I actually don't know how to say that. Am I saying that right? Kukri? Is that how you say this? I don't even know. What? Kukri. Yeah, it's kukri, right? I'm pretty sure it's kukri. Yeah, it's kukri.
I believe that's how you say it.
I don't know.
We're both about to learn if that's not how you say it.
It's kukri. Sure, it's the knives. But these knives are extremely important. And everyone in chat that's watching right now, you guys can do what we're about to do when you guys are playing Elden Ring the next time. Maybe you're gonna make a DLC character for Elden Ring, right? And you're like, maybe I got to get ready for the DLC. I'm going to start a new character, as we all do. Well, you can do this trick with these kukri on your run when you make a character for the DLC. Just sit tight and watch. Right now, all I'm doing is talking to Melina. Oh, dude, it's the M names in this game get me. Melina, not Millennia, Melina, right? Like, ugh. But we're gonna get Torrent, and now we can move around the overworld a bit quicker, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. We could go to Margit right now and battle Margit with unupgraded gear, but there's really no reason not to go level up our character beforehand to get more damage. Again, the whole point of a hitless run is to be hitless and not receive any damage, so why not play it safe, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Golden seeds, you may think, aren't super important on a hitless run, but a lot of ashes of, well, every ash of war, as well as weapon arts, like the unsheath on the Uchi Katana, is going to cost FP. So it's actually kind of important we pick up enough gold seeds for the mana pots, or the cerulean tears. They have to have a different name in every game. The cerulean tear.
It can't be a mana pot. It has to be something
It can't be a
special.
bonfire. It has to be a lamp or a site of grace. It can't be runes. It has to be souls. It's always something with these games. And you can never. Why can't it just be called money? You know, just money.
Just dollars would be fine.
We're going to grab this Site of Grace. A lot of these Sites of Grace I'm not actually going to get for now. It's more so to return at a later time. And I'm going to explain why that Site of Grace is important when we come back to it later. But for now, like I said, we're just opening up the map, grabbing a bunch of stuff that's going to help the run be more consistent. The first thing we're going to pick up is the first Ash of War of the run, and that is Golden Vow, which gives us 10% damage for, I think, 45 seconds, I'm pretty sure. Something like that. 2 unsheaths is going to break the horse, and then you just take the riposte on the ground. It's pretty simple. He drops Vow, we grab that, and we're going to slam that Ash of War on a dagger later. But again, you might be wondering, like, I thought Vswood said, you know, that this was a starting class gear only run, you know? So the way I'm going to make the rule set is that since there's so many Ashes of Wars in this game, the only thing that I'm concerned about is not dealing damage with anything that's not from the starting class. So I can put Ashes of Wars on gear, but as long as I'm not causing damage, I'm all right with it. I'm okay with it, you know? This is Alexander. Alexander's a really sleepy guy, and we're just gonna help him out, and we're gonna tuck him into bed, okay? What you might be wondering is why Alexander sleeps in a million pieces, but he's just more comfortable that way. All right? He's just a sleepy little guy, and we're just gonna tuck him into bed. That's okay. We're gonna unsheath and cancel that attack. Just gonna roll in case he punches. There's also a mosquito here that can hit us. And I should go ahead and tell you guys right now, there's a very low chance that this is going to be a hitless run, because at the end of the day, you know, hitless isn't super free. You know, there's a good chance we get hit at some point, right? But we're just here to have fun. I'm going to showcase you guys a bunch of silly strats later. It's going to be a good time. Even if we're hitless, I'm going to go for something later that I probably shouldn't go for in a hitless run, and I wouldn't. If it was a hitless run that, like, I was, like, super... like, I want to get this run, I would definitely not do it, but I'm going to show you guys it. I'm going to show you guys later. But that's later. You guys got to stick around for that. We can't do that too quickly. That's later stuff. Gonna buy some stuff from this guy. Just gonna get 1 crackpot and these 3 smithing stones. Again, we're only allowed to use our starting gear. Normally in a lot of hitless runs, you want to use a somber stone weapon because somber weapons are just way easier to upgrade in this game. But since we're doing the Uchi, we got to use regular smithing upgrades, and because of that, I'm just gonna go and get the bell bearings that let you purchase them infinitely from the shop. I think that's a lot easier. I could navigate the overworld and pick them up for free, but I'll be honest with you guys, I don't really know where all those pickups are. So we're just gonna buy them, you know. I think that's plenty. It's fine. I don't know where they're at. I know where some of them are. We're gonna pick up a decent amount of the little ones, but after that, I have no idea. No idea. First grave site here. We're gonna pick up a few runes. These runes are mostly very small, but the reason we're here is to grab this guy right here. This is the Fevor's Cookbook, and the Fevor's Cookbook, chat, is going to allow us to craft sleep pots. And sleep is very broken in this game, if you haven't realized that. Sleep is it's good, and you'll see why in this run, why it's so good a bit later. Not anytime super soon, but you'll see why sleep is strong. It has its place. Again, for now, we're just going to continue on here and get to the third church, pick up it's our physic, not our physique. I always call it a physique. Physique is like when you work out, like your body's image, right? That's physique, not physic. If you haven't noticed, I'm not very... English is hard, chat, okay? It's tough. Physic, not physique. Get the physic. Head behind the church. There's a teleporter. It's going to take us to Caelid. And this is where those 4 kukri at the start of the run I mentioned that we picked up come into play. Another thing to note, what I'm about to show you guys, again, you guys can all do this on whatever run you want. It's a really, really nice start to any run. The only thing I would say is get a bow of some sort, because it's easier to aim your kukri throws with the bow. That's the only thing. I don't think you technically need the bow. It's just a lot easier, and you guys will see why. Once we come down here, we're going to grab this, what is this? The golden seed again we mentioned earlier. We need to pick up a few of those on the way. We're not going to go out of our way for them, but if they're on the way, I'll pick it up. But down here, once we roll through this open field, we're going to come across a guy on the bridge. Now, I just equipped all my armor for a brief moment here, because down here, there are some traps on the ground that are poison. And these poison traps are actually a hit if you trigger the poison status on your character. So if we wear enough armor, it's actually going to increase our defenses against poison. Not just a little safety thing. No, I probably won't even run over a trap, but you might as well, just in case, have that on. We're going to go ahead and equip those kukri we picked up earlier. We're also going to equip the bow, the longbow that we started with. And here's the boss right here. This boss only spawns when it's nighttime. So we're going to come up over here. It doesn't really matter where you stand here. It's pretty lenient. There is an enemy that walks around here, so I'm kind of scared of him. I don't know where he's at. He's over here somewhere. So this is what we're going to do. We're just literally going to aim here. We're going to throw a kukri roughly there. It doesn't really matter. He's going to investigate the noise. And then we're going to do another one over by this piece of wood. He's going to go investigate that. We're going to do a final one up here on the left side of the wood. And, well, this is what happens. He's going to go up here. He's going to be a very, very investigative guy. And then he is going to slip and fall into the abyss. Get it, chat? Enemy felled? But that gets you 42,000 runes at the start of the run. 42K. And like, if you went at the very start of the game, there is a gold, what's it called? The pickled foot? Gold pickled foot? You could even get a bigger rune bonus if you pop that before doing this. And you can do this at the start of every run. It's really nice. Really, really good stuff. And that's just going to set us up, to get the ball rolling here, right, on this run. Like, we have 43,000 runes at our disposal. We're going to level up our Uchi. We're going to buy all those upgrade materials. We're going to go get all these buffs. Like, it's good stuff. We're sitting pretty right now. This is good. Lightning damage, that's environmental. If I, for some reason, got struck by lightning, the community does not count it as a hit. They count it as environment damage. It's another thing you could notice. Oh my, that scared me so much. So I play this game without music, and the fact that the putrid avatar has an OST just literally, I was like, what is happening? Do I have a tab open right now? Oh my goodness. That's fine. So, that's funny.
What are the odds that you actually get hit by lightning?
Oh, very, very small, because lightning can only spawn around certain flowers. I think they're called fulgrim? Fulgrim flowers. But basically, those flowers, if you get enough of them, you can craft lightning resins. So lightning spawns around them for some reason. Okay. But I guess it's not a hit. Even though, I don't know, like, I think when we voted on it as a community, I voted it should be a hit, because if it was just literally random, then yeah, sure, it's environment. But if you're going out of your way to go there, I feel like, I don't know, doesn't matter. It's not a hit regardless. So again, we just got a Sight of Grace up there. Another thing we can mention right now is Grail's Roar. I'm sorry with names, chat. You're going to have to bear with me. I'm really bad with names. The Roar attack just gave us a status debuff. every time you get roared by Grail over there, you gain less attack damage and you're more susceptible to attacks. Your defense lowers. Status effects like this, another example of a status effect is in the Gideon fight. If Gideon starts every fight by, I'm not sure what the spell is or what it does, honestly, but he casts it at the start of every fight, and it's just a debuff of some kind. Debuffs in Hitless do not count as hits. However, if you got poisoned or rotted or death blighted or something like that, that 100% would count as a hit. It's a little bit of a niche caveat, but there's reasons behind it. The community's voted on this stuff. But yeah, just in case someone was wondering about the Grail debuff. We grabbed that side of Grace at Fort Faroth earlier while I was getting jump scared by the OST and kind of glazed over that. To get to the Altus Plateau in this game, you can either go through the Precipice. I'm sorry, I'm butchering that name. The Precipice. Or you can get both Dectus medallions. And I'm going to get both Dectus medallions because it's safer and probably quicker. I'm not sure if it's quicker, actually. Maybe it's not quicker. I guess it would depend on your setup. But it's definitely safer for us. So the first thing I need to grab to get one of those Dectus medallions at Fort Faroth is this, which is the Beast Repellent Torch sold by this guy up here on the mountain. I'm also going to grab 10 arrows. I'm just going to grab them for safety. I probably don't even need them. After you get the Beast Repellent Torch, we're going to return. And the torch is going to allow us to navigate this fort safely because there are a lot of rats that will attack us. Now, the Beast Repellent Torch doesn't work against everything, obviously. It only works for certain beasts. I know it works for rats, dogs. Chat could help me out. I know it doesn't work for bats. So what we're going to do right here is get on Torrent, and we're just going to jump and attack the wall. And what that's going to do is produce a noise that the enemies on the inside are going to go investigate. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. Doesn't really need to be precise at all. That's cool. It's probably good enough. We're going to crouch in here so this bat doesn't see us. I also have armor on right now in case I get poisoned. So you can see the enemies over there investigating the sound, and that's going to give us a straight shot to the ladder. I also have my armor on because sometimes poison comes through the wall, like so. Again, remember earlier, if you have armor on, your poison defense goes up. So that's just another precaution. That's literally it. And after that, we're going to climb this ladder, get our first half of the Dectus medallion, and then we're also really quickly going to come down here. And the more that I've done this run in the last 2 streams and kind of gotten ready for today's event, I don't even think I need to pick this up the more I think about it, but I'll pick it up. I'm right here. This is a really good talisman. And again, this is why the Beast Repellent Torch is nice, is because rats, and they're just going to stare at you. I'm pretty sure if you have the Beast Repellent Torch out, after a certain amount of time, the rats will eventually attack you. So it's only a brief safety. You can't depend on it forever. We're just going to head out and go back to the third church and head south to a merchant as well as Fort Height, where the second half of the medallion is. And that again is going to grant us access into Altus Plateau. So how was your day? I mean, I'm just going around, Limgrave here and just picking stuff up. How was your day? How was your day? How was chat's day? How was everyone's day? What did we do? I guess your day was filled with this. So I guess I know how your day went. I hope chat's day is going well today. I hope you guys are having fun. Hope you guys enjoy this show.
Yeah, so it's been a pretty entertaining day. We had Crypto the Necrodancer playoffs before this. Those were some very hype races.
Yeah.
The finals are tomorrow. If anybody is interested in that, they can watch that starting at 1 p.m. But yeah, that was pretty fun. And then we had that amazing Bloodbourne run before this.
Oh, I love that run. It was so good. There's a really good run coming up too by Matt Apocalypse. He's going to be running DS3 all bosses, and he is really, really strong DS3 runner. It's going to be a good watch. Just make sure you guys stick around for that. I also just picked up a few things, kind of like just minor items. I picked up some sunflowers around that tree over there. Those sunflowers are going to allow us to craft holy pots, which is an item we're going to use later. Another thing, you might be wondering, I thought this was starting class only. I thought you're only allowed to deal damage with your starting gear. I also allow consumable items. That's just, again, kukris, I'm allowed, throwing knives, a pot here or there. I'm not too picky about it. All right, so now let's go back to Stormhill, and we're going to head into Liurnia. Another thing we picked up by that tree along with those sunflowers was the first tier of the run, and the tier is what we put in the physic, or the physic. Not the physique, the physic. We put the physic to give us more stamina every time we use it. It's a really good pickup. Really easy to grab. Someone asked, how long does the prep normally last? I think it really honestly depends on the type of run you're doing and how you go about it. I always say Elden Ring. Elden Ring is as easy or as hard as you want to make it. The amount of buffs that you can get in this game is just... Like, you guys thought the Bloodbourne runners were doing damage? Oh, dude. The amount of damage that's possible in Elden Ring is... It's absurd. It's laughable. It's really funny. But I guess setup is as long as you want to make it, I guess, you know? Like, it all depends on how much stuff you want to get out of the way, you know? How much stuff you want to go grab. I'm very minimal with these runs, so I would say what I'm doing... I could make it faster if I had more time to route it out, probably, but for the time I had to come up with this run, it's pretty safe and pretty quick. I would say setup, like we do Godric by the 1 hour mark, but I also don't count Margit as its own boss. Like we kind of just do Margit in the middle of it, and then we go back to do more setup. So it's kind of hard to distinguish when setup ends, you know? Because we do bosses in setup, but they're kind of negligible bosses, as you'll see once we get there.
You kind of just roll over them.
Yeah, or there's like some kind of cheese, or yeah, exactly.
Or they fall off of a leg.
That's one of the better ones for sure. The community, I can't say I've come up with any of this stuff. None of these strats are stuff that I like, you know, only me comes up with this. I am a great listener, chat. If someone has a great idea and they found something cool in this game, you bet I'm going to listen to them. And I can say that the community has come up with more cool stuff that they've showed me, and I'm just like, wow, that is so interesting. There's so much stuff like that in the community. Community's great. Really, really good community. That's what I really like about, I guess, like the Souls community, Hitless challenge run community, is it's not like closed off at all. Like when people find a strategy, it's like shouting it from the rooftops. No one's like holding that in the back for their own run, you know, like they want everyone to use it. So it's really nice that they spread information as well as they do, because again, a lot of this stuff I couldn't do without that information. So
yeah, it really helps make it accessible to everybody.
Exactly.
Instead of just
exactly.
A few.
Yeah, exactly that. Coming up into Liurnia here, we just took the back road in behind the castle to skip the castle and come to Liurnia. We're going to do a side quest here. This is Raya. She's very nice. We love Raya. And someone stole her necklace, which is just absolutely so mean. Who would do that? What kind of ruffian would steal poor Raya's necklace? We're going to have to go get it back for her. And that's okay, because we love Raya. We're going to go get that back really quick from this guy over here at the Boil Prawn Shack. That's going to cost us a bit of money, but that's okay. Before I grab the Shack Grace, which is literally just in front of us here, I'm going to take a quick detour to this island over here. And I'm going to grab our second tier. The first tier again was, which one was it? This one here, the Green Spill Crystal tier, which gives us more stamina. The one I'm about to get right now is going to increase our dexterity level by 10 for, I think, 2 minutes. It's pretty good. Pretty good. 10 minutes. It's like pretty much a boss fight, right? So early on, really strong early on. It gets less important the more you go and the more you level up dex, but early on, those extra 10 levels, really good. I'm going to grab this side of Grace. We're going to talk to this meanie head right here. He's going to give us the necklace for 1,000. That's cool. Thank you. Make sure I got this. That's good. Now I'm going to take a quick detour. I'm going to go back to the very start of the run, and we're going to go to Kale to pick up a few things. And this is, again, like, that's what's so nice about having that cheese at the start of the run, is just we have all this money to spend, and we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to fight anything. We can literally just open the map up, get all the stuff. Smithing stone here as well. We'll pick it up. It's not a big deal. Like I said, we're going to buy them later, but if it's right there, we might as well grab it. Kale, all we want is some throwing daggers. I'll get like 13. I don't know. Very more importantly, though, crackpots. Super important for later. Crafting kit, allowing us to craft stuff. Super important. We already bought arrows at the other merchant. And then the missionaries cookbook. This is also extremely important. We need this to be able to craft holy pots. And the holy pots are what I'm going to do. I need 6 of them. And then we're going to return to the lake. And these 6 holy pots are going to be exactly what we need to take down a boss really quick. Now, again, this is a boss, but it's not a boss. It's part of setup, even though technically it's a boss, right? But it's not. You'll see what I mean. That's why it's so hard to distinguish where setup ends and starts. You know, it's all setup until a certain point. We haven't sat at a grace yet, so since it's only the boss that I need to go deal with right now only spawns at nighttime, I have to sit down to make it nighttime because it's daytime. However, since we haven't sat down yet, she wants to take us back to the round table. That's fine. We have to do it at some point anyway, so I'll just do it really quick, and then we're going to teleport back. But we do have to have that forced interaction at some point, so might as well take it now. And we go right back. Make it nighttime here. Now, since I'm sitting down, I'll just adjust these flasks really quick. Sometimes I forget, so it's better to do it while it's fresh in my head. And then we're just going to go back to Raya to deliver the necklace. And on the way to Raya and her necklace is the boss. The boss is a deathrite bird who spawns only at nighttime. Right on this pile of rocks, I guess you could call it. It's a little bit of a cheese here. We're just going to stand up on this this vantage point. He's going to attack once. Oh, no, he's not going to attack at all. He's just going to do a little dance down there and get confused and then stand still eventually. What is this OST? I love it. It's never going to get old. There we go. So now we're just going to hit him with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's that. So technically that's a boss, but I mean, it also isn't a boss. So is it really, is it really a boss? I don't know. It's part of setup as far as I'm concerned. That gives us the red feathered branch sword. If you guys have ever played Dark Souls games, this is essentially red tearstone ring. 20% more damage at low HP. Remember earlier I mentioned we are allowed to deal damage to ourselves to achieve that threshold at low HP, but that's not going to be for a little bit later. For now, we're just going to grab the volcano invitation and return to Boil Prawn Shack and keep heading towards where we're heading in Liurnia, which right now is it's a cave, not a catacomb. It's a cave, and the boss in that cave is going to drop Bell Bearing 1, which allows us to purchase infinite smithing stones. So it's going to allow us to upgrade our Uchi Katana to +6. And that +6 is going to be good enough for quite a while, probably up till Radon. I will use it at +6. We're also going to grab an affinity. I'll be honest, I never really, in my whole time playing Elden Ring, messed with affinities much. And I think the reason is because a lot of runs I do end up being somber weapons that don't have the affinity. But since this Uchi, you can put like an Ash of War on it. The Ash of War on it right now is Unsheath. If I go pick up the Ash of War Unsheath in the real world and then apply it directly to the Uchi, it gives me the opportunity to put it into a keen Uchi Katana, which scales really good with dexterity. Because right now it scales DD. Yeah, it's DD. It's not very good scaling, but if we put an affinity on it, it's going to go to A. So that's something I only learned on this run, or not learned, but it's the only time I think I ever used one was on this run. So it's kind of cool to do something I've never done before. Doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah, especially when you play for a game for a while. It's like normally you've done everything. So
I just saw someone in chat mention that I forgot to pick up the shard of Alexander after we tucked him into bed. And that's fine. I also don't need this Site of Grace, but I'm going to go grab that real quick. If you forget to pick something up in this game, as long as you go back to where it was, it'll still be on the ground. So I'm just going to go grab that really quick. Again, this isn't a speed run, so it's fine. It's just right here.
Yeah. It is cool that they don't, like, just erase it if you forget. Like,
yeah, no, it is. I think in, like, other games, like in Dark Souls 1, if you, like, lose an item or something, doesn't it, like, go in a chest near... I don't know anything about TS1's names. The big dragon thing, isn't there like that's in Firelink? Isn't it right there? Don't items go in that chest?
That's cool if they have that.
Yeah. So here's our Warrior Jar Shard. We picked it up. That's gonna make it so that every time we do Unsheath chat, it does more damage. I think it's 10% more damage. It's really nice. Also, thank you for letting me know, chat, because I didn't notice. I just happened to look over and I read that and I was like, oh gosh.
I thought I was like, yeah, I saw it. I was like, I'm going to bring this up in a second.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know where I would be without chat. Without chat, I'm nothing.
Fair.
Thank you, chat. Where are we going right now? Oh yeah, right now we are going to go grab a Site of Grace and then we're going to head over east to not the I keep wanting to call it a catacomb. It's not a catacomb, it's a cave. But first we're gonna grab again just some more extra money. It's just hanging out here. We have a bow, why not? They're all golden rune 6s. Might as well grab them. Gotta be careful these guys don't shoot you, but they don't even notice as long as you're not far, or as long as you're not close rather. There's our Site of Grace. I guess since this is a showcase, it doesn't matter what order I go and do things. So I'll just go do this now. If I was grinding this on my own Twitch channel and I wanted to get the Hitless run, I would probably save what I'm going to do until much later because the item I'm going to go pick up doesn't have use till the end of the game. But, you know, we're going to be finishing this run no matter what, no matter how many hits we take, no matter how many deaths we take, we're going to finish this run. So I might as well just go grab it now. It's right here. Doesn't matter. But, you know, it's actually really smart when you do Hitless to always prioritize things you need to when you don't need them. So if you could skip something that's not going to cause any time loss, it's nice to do that. It makes you get more attempts in every day. But this is a showcase, like I said. And for the record, for everyone, we have not taken any hits yet. But if we do, we're just going to laugh, smile, and keep playing. It's going to be a good time. Because, like I said, even if we get all the way to the end of the game hitless, I'm going to do something that, like I said, I shouldn't do, and I'm probably going to die doing it, but it's all for the fun times. It's all for the fun times. Because if I don't die when I do it, we're all going to PogChamp, and it's going to be awesome. Okay, chat? Because I would definitely never mess it up, right? There's possible. Would never happen.
I believe in you. I have
Thank you.
Full confidence.
The thing about it is, like, I'm not like 100% sure about it, but I think it's RNG on the first jump if you fall off of it. It's happened to me twice where I've just fallen. That blood grease is the item I need. I got to take a very important circle motion here to avoid any attacks from these jellyfish. They can be a little scary. But that blood grease is what I needed. Get a far enough distance away here. These goats can roll into me as well. So gotta be careful of them, and then we're gonna teleport back here. Nice. Oh, also I wanted to ask, what time roughly would you like to take the first break?
We can take it in like 30 minutes around.
30 at the hour roughly? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
around the hour.
So we're only 30 into the run right now. That's good pace, actually. I don't think oh, well, no, I guess I was about to say I haven't made any routing mistakes yet. And I was so proud of myself. And then I just remembered about Warrior Jar Shard. Never mind. We've already made a mistake. We don't need somber items, but this item's on the way and it sells for a few hundred. So if I make a mistake, it's nice to have items that you can sell to have a few extra souls, runes, money,
whatever it's called.
Whatever you want to call it.
I'm very headstrong about that. Like, if I play a game and they call something and then there's a sequel, I do not, and they change it, I refuse.
Me too. I mean, everything is still a bonfire. Everything is souls.
Yeah.
That's how it is for me. We grab that site of grace for later, as we do. And we're going to go down back here to this spring. Very important to jump twice. If you only jump once, you can die. Just jump twice. What can happen is if you only jump once, you like land right, well, I didn't mean to do that. You land just a little bit on the side of the mountain and it kills you from fall damage. So you want to make sure you jump twice. If you only jump once, you can land kind of right there on the rock and it will kill you. All right, so the boss we're gonna go do, it's a really tough boss. Jokes aside, though, the dungeon itself, the dungeon is kind of tough. Definitely requires a good running line. I'll show you when that part comes. Most of it's pretty straightforward running section here, but there is one part where you can get an arrow in the back. I've definitely lost lots of runs in here, so don't be too sad if it happens, but we should be fine. We should be good. Surely.
You got this.
Yeah, we've done worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll mention it when we get there. But for the most part, it's just empty running here. These guys won't touch you. As long as you don't go loot the stuff they're mining, they're completely chill. But if you loot their stuff, they get very upset. And I don't blame them.
Look, they're too busy doing their own
they're
thing.
doing their own thing, and then this tarnished comes into their cave and steals their ore. It's so messed up. All right. This is the part where we got to focus a little. Just a bit. A smidge. All right, homie's in a good spot. We can just run. If this guy's looking at you, he can cause magic attacks. And here's the potential for the arrow in the butt from these two guys. We got to run at a very slight arc here so that we strafe any arrows and then jump right at the end and roll. Did it. Easy. This guy, we want to bait out an attack. There it is. And then run. And he's going to do that and get stuck. If you don't bait out that attack, he'll follow you to the elevator, which is not very good. Oh, he's going to make it onto the elevator regardless.
Oh.
He's very slow. It's all right. This is the boss. It's, well, you'll see. I have lost a run to this boss before. If I lose a run to this boss right now, oh, dude. 3 unsheaths is going to break his poise. And then once his poise is broken, it's GG. So now you can just stagger lock him with R1s. And there is no attack he has that's fast enough to stop us. So, like, is this a boss? Is this still set up? I don't know. This still feels like setup to me. You know?
Yeah, kind of. There's kind of nothing to it once you get those first 3 swings
yeah,
out.
like it is what it is. So we get that. That allows us to upgrade our gear more, which is really good. First thing we need to do is go do that. So let's go back to the table of grace. Now there's a few things I need to do before I head into Altus Plateau because it's going to cut off a few NPC quests. I'll talk about them when we get there, but for now, let me just go do this. Offer it. We're going to purchase. We have 9, so I just need 3. Not too bad. And then we need 12 of these. We're also going to buy the dagger, the longsword, the shimmy, and the finger seal. And that's all for later. We're going to go over to old Hugh. We love Hugh. Very misunderstood blacksmith. You know what I did forget, guys? Forgot one thing. I'm going to go grab it. Quickly going to go back to the very first bonfire, the first step, and head a little into where I think it's Agheel is the first dragon over here in Limgrave. In the same lake as Agheel is the Unsheath Ash of War. I mentioned it earlier. And when we apply the Unsheath Ash of War to this Uchi, it's going to take the scaling from DD to an A in dexterity. And that's just going to give us so much more damage. The Ash of War is just on a beetle hanging out in this this lake. It's just at the end of it. So we just got to ride over there. Routing error the second. Chat, I need you guys to remember every routing error and then tell me how many routing errors we had at the end. It's kind of been a joke on my stream the last few days getting ready for this because I like this whole route's kind of like something I threw together, and it's not something. It's definitely not a route I've ever done before, so the routing errors are just all over the place. This one's going pretty good though. I gotta say. Gotta be careful of mosquitoes here as well. A mosquito can end the run. I've lost so many runs to mosquitoes. There we go. No mosquito today.
I mean, it is still pretty impressive that you come up with a route like this on such short notice.
A lot of the route is the same. Like through hitless runs, like on pretty much every hitless run, I get Golden Vow. On pretty much every hitless, like there's certain things you get every time. But there are other things, like I mentioned the affinity for Keen here. It's something I never used before, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, no, like a lot of these runs overlap, which is nice. But it's also nice to learn stuff that you've never learned before as well. So we're going to go Ashes of War here, Ushikatana, and Unsheath. And you can see now that as of right now, the dex scaling is going from a D to a B, and the strength is going down from a D to an E. I haven't leveled up the Uchi yet, so that B is going to turn into an A very soon here. We're also going to sell everything that we don't need, which is a lot of stuff. That's fine. Strengthen this all the way up. +6. And then we're going to go Golden Vow on Sacred Dagger for now. And now we need to go get our second talisman pouch. And the second talisman pouch, if you don't know, is guarded by Margit. Which I guess technically is a boss. I can't say that Margit's not a boss. He's a boss, right? Like, it's a boss. I can't say it's not. Definitely a boss. So are we out of setup? I don't know. Maybe. 35 decks here. Is that it? We're good. Flasks. That's all good. Everything's good. We're good. All right, let's go do it. And the reason I need to take down Margit now is because I'm going to need, again, the second talisman slot for 20% more damage on a certain NPC we have to take down. And that extra damage is going to make it a lot more manageable. So we're going to do Margit right now. We'll also go ahead and equip Sacred Dagger just for more damage. Margit's pretty straightforward. Not too much to say about it. You'll also notice I don't lock on much. Locking on in a lot of these games, all it really does is just limit your movement. So if you're not locked on, you have more say in what your character does, I suppose, if that makes sense. Nice bleed there. Bait out an attack to get him away from the wall. Good stuff. Try to bait out the uppercut. There it is. Unsheath for big damage. Love that. Like I said, pretty straightforward.
Nice.
So much damage. That's going to give us our second tally pouch. Put that on. We're going to put on Red Feather Branch Sword. Again, 20% more damage when we're at low HP. Now, how are we going to get to low HP? It's a great question. We're going to go do that right now. Oh. Oh, we get to do a strat in here. Oh, I can't wait for that. Oh, dude, that's going to be so fun. I learned a new strategy I've never done before in the running section in here, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be so scary. I can't wait. I think now we want to go here. Yeah, here. And this is Fort Height. We got the Grace at the very start of the run, and now we're going to come back to Fort Height to grab the second half of the Dectus Medallion, allowing us entry into Altus, as well as get an Ash of War called Bloody Slash. And Bloody Slash is what we're going to use to damage ourselves so that we can take advantage of the 20% more damage of our TSR or Red Feather Branch Sword in Elden Ring. So we're going to make it nighttime. It was already nighttime, but I always just like making it nighttime no matter what. One time I ran through here and it turned into like daytime and it all went bad. I don't know what happened, so I always just double check and make it double nighttime. I'm just gonna run up here. These guys are all slow, not too much to say. Gonna run up here. These guys would never hit me. It's impossible. Yeah. Never, ever would hit us. This is so safe. We're also gonna jump into this guy. And that's gonna stagger him just enough so that he can't throw a fireball through that little tiny crack right there, because that used to end a lot of runs. But now it doesn't. So these guys are going to de-aggro once I come up here, which is good because we have to come up here anyway and grab this. This is the second half of the medallion. Do I have my knives equipped? I don't. So let's put these on. Make sure no one's following us. They can climb this ladder, so you got to be careful. There's also a rat that can be at the bottom of this ladder. For some reason, his de-aggro takes a lot longer than the other enemies. Not sure why. But it looks relatively safe. Also, this guy can be sitting in a weird spot. He's in a great spot, so that's good. And now all we do is buff. Switch to the throwing dagger. Crouch. We're going to aim for this box over there, and the sound of the knives hitting the box, he's going to go investigate. We're just going to be a sneaky little guy and do that. And that's going to give us Bloody Slash, which is really nice for us. We're going to quickly head all the way back to the shrine and put Bloody Slash on a weapon so that we can now take advantage of the 20% more damage. A little bit of running around here. This is what I mean, where there's more setup after Margit. So is setup really done? I don't know. Is it? It's hard to say. I feel like setup officially ends once we get to Godric, which is coming up very soon. So we're almost out of setup. How long has this been? Oh, I'll check in a sec. Scimitar, Bloody Slash, there it is. And then we go to War Master Shack. And this was the first site of grace we picked up at the start of the game. Well, actually, it was the second. Well, technically the third. And that is Bernal. And what we have to do is kill him for a very interesting reason that I don't know I don't know why it works like this. I'll try to explain it as we go. For some reason, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with the quest of Bernal, but the Volcano Manor is where he ends up. And when he goes there, he turns into a shop vendor. At first, the shop doesn't sell all of the Ashes of War that he can potentially sell until the quest is done. However, if you kill him in Limgrave and then go and join the Volcano Manor and then put his bell bearing into the shop, all of his stuff will be available to sell. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. But that's what we're doing. No idea why it works like that. That's just how it works. But yeah, we also, another thing to notice, which I actually didn't know for a long time, is if you cast Golden Vow near NPCs, it will buff their defense. Didn't know that for a long time. So we're going to stand over here and cast it. And then run up with our Keen Uchi. Do 1 R1. He's going to get a little upset with us. That's fine. And then we're going to backstab him. And then when he stands up, we're going to unsheath him. And that's it. Very safe kill. We get the bearing. And now we have to join Volcano Manor, which we can do very easily without actually going all the way up to the volcano itself through Mount Gelmir, because that is a nightmare. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to get teleported there for free. And you might be wondering how we're going to do that. And if you do remember, we did the side quest earlier for Raya, and she's very happy we gave her necklace back. So she's going to teleport us there for free. And then all we got to do is literally just join the manor with, I forget her name, Tanith, maybe? And that's all we have to do. And then we'll have the Ash of War that we want. And that Ash of War, if you're wondering, is Assassin's Gambit. Assassin's Gambit is the strongest Ash of War in Elden Ring, probably. It basically nullifies your sound when you walk. And it also, on top of that, makes it harder for enemies to see you. Combine both of those things with it being nighttime and you crouching, basically you could just walk in front of enemies and they won't even see you.
You're basically
pretty much, essentially. And with that Assassin's Gambit, I'm going to show you guys a strategy that is probably the scariest hitless strat I've ever seen in my life. But I've been doing it the last 2 days. So since I've done it for 2 days, it would never go wrong. It's impossible. Like 2 days is plenty of test time for sure, right? Like for 2 days, like that's so much time to test something. It looks cool though. For what that's worth, it looks really cool. And I'm gonna do it because if you're not doing hitless cool, are you even doing it right? Like you gotta be cool. All about looking cool.
Yeah.
You gotta be cool.
If you don't do swag strats, was it really
exactly. So we got the medallion. We hoist the medallion and we are able to go to Altus, which is awesome. And once we get to Altus, you can see that Raya is here waiting for us right at the beginning. Such a nice person. We love Raya, dude. We love you, Raya. So nice. Such a nice person. Really quick before we talk to her, I'm just going to grab this Site of Grace so that we can come back here. Really quick. And she's going to take us to the manor where we're going to talk to Tanith, and she's going to say that we're part of it, and that's all that we needed. Again, I don't know why it works like this. I'm sure someone in chat does, but I have no idea why Bernie's quest works this way. It seems kind of very specific and odd. But we're just the gamer. We don't make the games. We play them. We take her hand. Very good. Cool. We're going to talk to Tanith. Tanith, is it? It is Tanith. I was right. Oh, look at that. We join. That's it. We got the key. That's all we needed. Back to the round table. And now when we pass in Bernie's ball bearing, or bell bearing, I always say ball bearing, bell bearing, he will have for us, Assassin's Gambit for 6,500 monies. And we're going to get the Assassin's Gambit and put it on the longsword immediately. Because you guys will see just how strong it is. And we get to do the fun strat. I can't wait to do that strat. It's going to be so fun. It just looks really scary. That's literally it. Like, it just looks terrifying. But apparently it's very consistent, according to who showed me. And the person that showed me, I trust very much, so. I do have faith in it being good. I'm just going to, I'm paranoid. I'm making it nighttime, even though it's already nighttime.
This isn't a chat strat that somebody in chat was like, you should definitely do this.
Honestly, it's actually it's really good to learn for these runs because it's faster and it requires less. It's not only is it faster, but you need extra kukri to do it. As you can see, I only have one kukri right now. So what I would have had to do is go south into Weeping Peninsula to get to a merchant that sells infinite amounts of them. This bypasses that, so it's a really nice time save.
Okay.
It's kind of nice. I'm going to use the main gate. But of course, thank you, Gostock. We're going to get close. It's going to open. Open the gates. So with Assassin's Gambit and nighttime, has to be nighttime. We're going to cast Assassin's Gambit. Follow very closely. Write this down, chat. Write this down. We're going to crouch. We're going to go up behind this brazier. I don't know if that's the correct term. We're going to get into these bushes. We're going to uncrouch and run. The first arrow is going to miss us to my left. Or it's not going to shoot at all. Oh, there it is. It's going to miss us to our left. We're going to come up here and we're going to grab this Site of Grace for later, which is a running theme. Grab Sighting of Grace for later. After we kill Godric, we can come back here and get 5 free levels in every stat for the rest of the run. Godric's Great Rune is so good. It's actually kind of a shame how bad all the other ones are in comparison. I'm going to sit down here just to reset the area, and this is where the scary jump is that I have to do, that I've been talking about. It's very short, so... here we go. Never, ever get hit here. Again, if this was like an actual run where I wanted to be 100%, like, let's get this run, I would probably go to Weeping Peninsula because it's not a speed run after all. But I want to show the fun strats. Here we go. We're going to hold block here and then jump at the very top to the right. Okay.
Okay.
It's fine. It would never hit us. It's so fine.
Yeah,
it's
totally
so fine, guys. Come on. Surely nothing could go wrong. It's fine. Is this guy chasing me? He is, that dastardly little dude. You scary little guy. Stop chasing me. That's actually terrifying. Get out of there. So there's actually a pickup I usually pick up right there of 9 mushrooms. I don't have those now. Mushrooms we use to craft pots in this game. Is he still chasing? Gotta be careful here. Don't see him. I think we're good. Item crafting. How many mushrooms? Oh, we got plenty of mushrooms. Nice. We must have had some good drops. That's good then. 2 more crack pots right here, guys. The only way that this giant pot doesn't aggro is as long as you don't aggro the little pots. Big pot is chill. So as long as you don't engage these dudes, big dude is chilling. So that's nice. Grab those. Here is a bundle of kukri that we're going to use for something after this fight. We're going to grab those real quick, and then we are literally just going to go into the boss. I don't need to set anything up. Godric is kind of a potato, but he is a real boss for sure. And definitely our first real one of the run. Ooh, that was close. Okay, so he's pretty much set up now. Do one more attack. There we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to cast our buffs one more time, get ready for phase 2. We're also going to let all of the stagger potential we just did to him with attacking lower. Okay, hit him 4 times. Recast buff, or not recast buff, drink juice. We're gonna do 2 unsheaths and stagger them. Get a bleed, take the riposte, and that is a GG. I could have went and got a... Oh, no, go for it. What's up?
So
I was just going to say, I could have went and got a plus 12 right now, but I'm kind of low on money, so I just want to get the money from Godric before I do it. I could have went and got some more levels, but it's fine. What were we going to say?
So obviously, like, you know this game way better than I do, so you understand the hitboxes and stuff, but, like, there was, like, 40 times there I was like, that's it, it's over. And
there was
like,
one, I got caught on that
like,
gravestone. Okay. That was really scary. I did not expect to get caught up in the corner on that grave. Other than that, though, very controlled, very chill. But yeah.
It's just some of those hitboxes are a little deceptive to my eye.
There's some attacks in this game that you can jump that you have no business being able to jump. But you can jump it. There's like a dragon attack. I think it's Fortisax. Someone in chat would know more than me. Pretty sure it's Fortisax, though. Fortisax has an attack where he flies up into the air, and then he just comes crashing down on you with a melee strike. If you just stand still and jump, it'll just literally miss you. It's like, okay. But like his whole character model just blasts you, but doesn't cause any damage if you jump, I guess. I don't know. Jumping is really cool. It's definitely my favorite part of Elden Ring. It adds so much to the game. Definitely the biggest, nicest addition, in my opinion. How many times have we all thought, like, I know I just recently went back and played DS3 for the first time in a while, and I was just trying to jump all the time. And I was like, I can't jump. I'm trying to, like, I don't know why, but for some reason, I always want to jump.
I didn't know you can jump in the earlier Souls games.
No, you can, like, do, you can technically jump, but it's not like a jump in Elden Ring at all. You can, like, jump for, like, very small distance over gaps. I don't even know if there's any required jumps in DS3. I don't think there is. Tree Sentinel duo here. Just going to ride past him. I don't think there's any required jumps. Are there required jumps in the Souls games? Chat, help us out. Name some required jumps in Dark Souls games. I can't think of any.
Yeah, I guess I have... No, you go ahead.
I was going to say one of my favorite fights right there. I love the gargoyle fights. But yeah, that's it.
I've so mentioned this to V-Suite before, but I haven't really mentioned it on the show. And I know, chat, you're going to just destroy me for this, but I have played 0 Souls games.
And that's what makes this so good, is that you have a fresh set of eyes to seeing all this cool stuff. That's what's good about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seeing what's possible on Elden Ring. This is we're heading into Lendel already. We're not quite into Lendel. We got to go do Radon first. Radon only activates under certain situations. The situation that I'm meeting is getting a Grace in Altus. You get a Grace in Altus, you can fight Radon. So we just did that. First, before we fight Radon, I'm going to backtrack here, and we're going to go do a little cave. What are they actually called? It's not caves, is it? It's not a catacomb. Is it cave? Is that what it is? I don't know. I have no idea. We're gonna go down to this cave down here. It might be a cave actually. And this cave has the same reward that the blue Crystallion guy gave us, except it's the next upgrade past it. So we're just gonna be able to buy more upgrade materials with this. And then after that, we're gonna take down Radon, who shouldn't be any issues at all, I don't think. I think Radon should be pretty straightforward on this. Oh, that's a tree. I really like Altus. It reminds me of like autumn for some reason. I guess it's just all like the golden orange. My favorite area in the game is Limgrave, though, the starting area. There's just something about Limgrave I really like. I think it's really well done. But I do like Altus. Very nice. I like the forestry areas a lot. Least favorite area. Chat, what's your least favorite area in Elden Ring? Mine? Gotta be Mount Gelmir. Ugh, there's something about it. I don't like Mount Gelmir at all. This is the cave. What's this cave's name? No idea. What's it called? Doesn't it have a name? I don't know.
That's not.
Guess not. Whatever. So we're going to go in. Oh, there it is. Sealed tunnel. We're going to do like 2 little 360s. There's an enemy down here. I'm waiting to path. Then we're going to go. There's the enemy.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for him to walk. Come down here. Backstab you. Make sure this guy's not looking at us. He's not. You're dead. Yes. Everything is good. Are you coming down here to investigate? No, you're not. As you can tell, I've lost a run every single way possible in this game. So I'm always just on the lookout for memes that can happen. Like, I know, like, this guy can wake up and come investigate sometimes. There's so many things that can go wrong. I guess that's part of Hitless, though, is learning all those niche situations that AI can perform.
Yeah.
Mm.
I guess a tunnel is a cave. Like I
Yeah,
don't
it
know,
was like a cave or something. There was a rock.
tunnel,
It was a
yeah.
tunnel, cave. I don't know.
Do you while you're at the round table, do you want to take that?
Let's do it.
break?
This is a perfect time because all I'm gonna. Yeah, let's do it now. This is a perfect break spot
Perfect.
for sure.
Yeah, so during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything you need to do. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in a few minutes with more of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we're showcasing some Souls-like games. We are in the middle of an Elden Run Hitless starter gear run. Whenever you're ready, you can take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, guys, we're back. I hope you guys got your stretches in. We have not done anything. We just returned back to the round table to upgrade our Uchi further to plus 12. We're going to drop off the bell bearing we just got and go ahead and purchase that. The reason I waited again is because they're starting to get a bit more expensive, our upgrade materials. So I wanted to wait till we had a little bit more disposable income from taking down Godric. So we just did that. And now we can go plus 12, which I think is also going to send our Uchi into a dexterity scaling, which is really good. Really good scaling, A. Go to Hugh here. We'll sell anything. I don't know if I have anything to sell. Oh, I got the 20,000. That's a decent amount of money. Upgrade. Plus 12. And oh no, we're still at B for dexterity. We're still at B. Must be the next time we do it. Okay, that's done. That's done. Now we go to the third church of Marika and head north into Caelid. And if you're just joining us, we are still hitless. I saw a few people asking what's going to happen if I take a hit. We're not going to reset. Obviously, this is just a showcase of a potential hitless run. I mean, we could get a hitless run. It could happen. But we're not going to be sad or lose sleep over getting hit because it's not like you can just do a hitless run every single attempt on demand. You know, there's going to be situations that happen, of course. But we're going to try our best. We're going to try our best. We're gonna have fun no matter what.
It's the kind of thing where it's like if you could pump out a hitless run every run, it's like kind of, is it too easy then? Like
yeah, I know exactly. So there's got to be a little bit of what's the word, tension. You know, there's got to be some.
Yeah,
but we could definitely get this. We could definitely game and get it done. We could do it for sure. Just in case, last night on my stream I had a disaster happen. And I'm just going to grab this just not to waste too much time, because if I miss a pickup down here, which happened yesterday, I had to go all the way back to Limgrave and do that whole horseback section. I'm just going to grab that just in case. I shouldn't miss it, but it happened yesterday and I was like, ugh. Because if there's one thing I don't like about this game, it is horseback sections. Oh my goodness. Empty horseback riding. And there's a lot of it in this run. You know, this run's like 2 hours. Probably half of that's horseback. Again, a little paranoid. Just going to get this side of Grace and make it nighttime because it has to be nighttime for this strategy. If it's daytime, an enemy will see you. There's not too many of this enemy in the game. He's the enemy that shoots like a purple arrow in the sky and then it all just rains after you and chases you. But if it's nighttime, he won't actually see us.
okay.
Yeah, so we're going to make it nighttime and head over here. I can show you. You can actually see him. He is... Let me get up here past this. He is right there up on the rock, like in front of the castle.
Okay.
You can barely see him. He's right there with his bow up on the rock. He'll shoot us, but since it's nighttime, he doesn't see us.
I will say one thing I do like about this game is that it's night right now, and I can still see everything very clearly.
That's actually a really interesting point. That was the pickup I missed, by the way, right there. That's 20% more damage, by the way, guys. It's a really good pickup. The thing about what you just mentioned with the weather is that there are different cycles. Like it could be daytime right now, and I wouldn't put it past the game. Like if you told me it was morning right now in game, I'd believe it, right? It doesn't look like night at all. There are some weather cycles where it's pitch black, and you literally have to sit down and change the time of day because you can't see where you're going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it can get pretty ugly for sure, especially if it rains during that. You can't see anything. Like it's bad. Liurnia is like a maze. The lake, it's really hard to navigate. Just some empty running here to Radahn's arena. We just got to cross a rot lake here. If you're on horseback, you don't get rotted. It's kind of nice. We're heading into Radahn. Again, Radahn doesn't activate unless you do... There's a few things you can do. I don't know all the requirements that activate the fight. The only one I always know what to do is get to Altus. That's the easiest one. Just go to Altus and sit down, then you can fight Radahn. I think there's like a boss that you have to beat in order for him to be fightable otherwise. I could be wrong about that. I'm sure chat knows more than me. But I always just go to Altus because I know that works and it's easy enough. And I have to go there anyway, so... Going to take a very specific route through the approach here to avoid all these crows. These crows are one of very few enemies in the whole game that can chase you and catch up to you while you're on a horse or torrent. So you really don't want those guys to see you because it's pretty much GG. Same with those dogs. Those dogs are faster than us. The dogs and the crows are the two scary enemies for sure. So we're taking a very specific line to avoid them all. And we are about to approach here to Radahn's arena. Or his castle, rather. This teleporter, again, is what lets you start the festival. Since we went to Altus, it is now active. It would not be active otherwise. Okay. And the reason we're doing Radahn is because if you don't kill... a minimum of 2 Great Rune Bears. The first one we killed was Godric. Lendel is closed off, and we can't get into Lendel. So we do have to kill either Radahn or Renala. We could have done Renala. I prefer Radahn. It's much safer. We're also not going to level up. We got to go do one more errand. I just wanted to get the Grace first. We're going to come back to the Limgrave Tower Bridge that we got while we were navigating Stormville Castle. This is going to give us 5 extra levels in every stat. And... while that might not seem it might not seem super important to get only 5 levels of dex, especially at this point of the run where we're starting to get more levels. It's like, V-Sweat, is it really worth those 5 levels to come all the way down here? Because it's a pretty lengthy run here. And it is because you're not for the dexterity. The levels I want, actually, are endurance and faith. Because the spell that we just picked up while we were running there, the 20% more damage, requires us to have 15 faith to cast. So instead of wasting 7 levels, that can get pretty pricey, we can just activate the Great Rune instead. Save a lot of money. If you're too close to this pillar, it'll hit you. Got to stand off it a bit. All good stuff. This guy can't turn around. That's a little bit of a run to the tower, but it's worth it. Someone asks, best stat in the game? It all depends on the weapon you're using. All depends. For us, it's dexterity. For someone else using the great club, probably strength. If you're using a magic build, probably intelligence. If you're casting incantations, probably faith. But there's a lot. If you're doing a bleed build, probably arcane. I think there's 5 different stats that can potentially be the stat you want, right? There's arcane, faith, intelligence, dex, or strength. It depends on what weapon you're using. If you hover over any weapon that you own, you can see right here, it has attribute scaling, and it is an E and an E and a D. So D is better than E. So if you level up Faith, you're going to get more damage returns on this specific weapon because that letter is better. That letter can start at E, D, C, B, A, and then the best is S. The better the letter, the more damage you get when you level that stat. That's it. All right, get the Great Rune. A lot of running, empty running. Got it. Awesome, love it. Perfect. We return to the castle, and we're going to take down Radon now, chat. Who is, I bet you a lot of you guys in chat hated Radon when this game came out, because he was tough to learn, man. He was not easy to learn. But once we have the knowledge, chat, the knowledge is exactly what we needed, and it's going to turn him into a more trivial fight. We're going to level Faith twice to get us to 10, and then we're going to activate the Great Rune, which is going to bring us to 15. Make sure everything's set up. Dex, green spill for more endurance. We just leveled. Flasks are all good. Yes. All right, we're ready. Oh, wait, no, we're not. Wouldn't be V-Sweat without a routing error. There's another one. Memorize spell. There's our spell that we just got. There we go. Now we're ready. I didn't know there was music here playing either. That's cool. There's like some hums going like, oh.
The stars have aligned. The festival.
All right. Santa Claus is going to start the festival. At least that's what I call him. It looks like Santa Claus. Kind of looks like Gale or something from Dark Souls 3. All right. So we got the finger seal earlier that we bought. That's going to allow us to cast our spell. That's going to give us more damage. All right, now we get to the elevator. We're going to pop the Rune Arc. This is going to give us 5 levels and everything for the rest of the run, or until we die, which definitely can happen on this run. All right, so we're going to do a little bit of a trick here. You guys can do this trick as well. It's very simple. So at the start of the Radon fight, as you guys all probably know, he shoots you with arrows relentlessly while you approach him. That's not very safe, and it takes a long time. Let's make him come to us instead. To do that, we're going to go into the arena here. Let me just do this. And we're going to immediately hold backwards and sprint. We're going to dodge one attack. He's going to despawn. As you can see, his character model is gone now. And when we respawn him back in, he's going to shoot an arrow way out into the ocean and get confused. I don't know why. And then he's just going to put away his arrows and come towards us. Don't ask me why it works. It just does. I don't know. I don't make the rules. We're going to bait out a very specific attack. He can only do it from a distance. Let's hope he does it. He did it. And that's GG. Radon's dead.
That's wild.
This game's broken. I'm telling you.
That's
The reason I knew it was over at the very beginning, once he gave us that attack, is Radon, like a lot of boss fights in this game, have damage thresholds. And once you reach a damage threshold, aka you deal enough damage to reach the threshold, he's forced his AI to do an attack that's scripted every single time. So as long as you do enough damage in between the thresholds, you could just, the whole fight is just the exact same every time. And you just do that. Yeah, you just do that every time, and it plays out like that. That's Elden Ring to a T. Plays out the exact same way every time. Hitless and Elden Ring is I've done Hitless in a lot of Souls games. I've done Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. I've done Elden Ring. I recently did Lies of P Hitless. Elden Ring is without a doubt, by a mile, the easiest one. And that's just because of how much damage and scripts you can perform in this game. It's just absurd. So now back to the start of the game. If you guys were here at the start of the run, you guys were all laughing at us throwing the knives and luring our horse friend off the cliff. Well, we're going to do that again to Draconic Tree Sentinel, except it's going to be a little more involved, but still a strat you guys can definitely perform at home. The only knowledge I guess you would need to do this strat is you would need to know how to stagger the Draconic Tree Sentinel up here, depending on whatever weapon you're using. For me and the Uchi Katana, I'm just going to do 2 charged attacks and then 1 unsheath, and that's going to stagger him. For whatever weapon you're using at home, you would have to figure that out. But you guys will see what I'm talking about here. I've actually been messing this up a lot lately, so I'm going to try and focus and not mess it up for you guys right now, because if I do mess it up, I got to do this horseback riding section again. The last couple streams, I've been messing it up. I don't know why. It's not hard at all. Don't know why I've been messing it up, though. I'll just try and focus so that doesn't happen. Sometimes this giant golem can shoot you with an arrow. So now I always just pay attention to see he's not looking. I don't know why. I've lost 2 runs in like 2,000, 3,000 hours on this game, and I don't know what caused him to look at me once, but it's happened twice. So I'm always very cautious of him. Don't know why or how it happens, but it does. There's a clearing right here. You approach this clearing. Don't get too close. You can see him kind of turn at you, and he's going to come investigate. At this point, the fight hasn't started. He's more so curious, I guess. I don't know why his AI acts like this. He's just going to come investigate us, but the fight hasn't started. You can tell the fight hasn't started because the red bar at the bottom hasn't shown up yet. And all we're going to do is we're not going to get too far away from him because he'll stop investigating. You got to kind of leash him. Step up on this rock, throw a knife over in that general area. It doesn't need to be perfect. He's going to go investigate that noise. Again, this can just... The only knife that matters is the final one. The final knife has to be over in this relative area by this cliff. Doesn't matter where, just somewhere over there, you know. It doesn't need to be perfect. And you want to crouch, sneak up on him, get behind him, stand still, jump. He turns around, charged attack, unsheath, and then 1 R1. And he's going to stagger and fall off. And that's that. You can also do this at the start of every run. If you just go and quickly grab the Dectus medallions, you don't have to fight Margit. You can just go grab the medallions and come do this at the start of every single run if you want. Get you a lot of money. Combine that with the cheese we did at the start of the run. You're at like 100,000 runes without even playing the game. You know? And it's easy. Like, it's not even hard. Like, it's anyone can do that. It really, like, it's not that involved at all. It's not like I did anything special. Especially I really didn't. Especially the first one, like that we did at the start with the dark horse on the bridge. Like that is like anyone can do that. No skill involved in performing.
So that one was basically just knowing the stagger of your weapon.
Of the Uchi, exactly. That's all you needed to know was the Uchi stagger. Some weapons that are bigger are even easier. Like you could just do 2 charged R2s and he'd stagger. Like that's it. Okay. Like it could be that simple. The Uchi is probably one of the, you actually have to have like some kind of combo. A lot of weapons you can just do 2 fully charged attacks and it's over. But I just like learning the Uchi because again, most hitless runs that I do, I always start as samurai because it starts with a bow and the Uchi is very, very good for things like that. So I always start every run with Uchi just because of those 2 things. And that's kind of like what got me like thinking. I was like, for GDQ, what if I just tried to only use the Uchi and the bow and just do the starting class? So that's what made me want to try this run. Because I kind of got thinking. I was like, well, I could just use this and see what happens. Could be fun. Because normally this isn't the meta route for hitless at all. Like you guys think this is damage. You guys should go look up an iron ball run. The iron balls are the weapon that drops from the prawn dude in the Liurnia Lake that we did side quest with Raya. That weapon, I don't even want to talk about it. You guys can go look it up. That's all I'll say. I'm not even going to get into it. I feel like I don't want to spend too much money. Let's just do 50. I don't know. I think I made like a routing error last night because I spent too much money. I'm just not going to spend too much money right now. I don't need the damage at all anyway. We're fine. It's nighttime, but I'll do a sit down and make it night one more time here. You guys can see just how strong this spell is. Assassin's Gambit. I mean, there's a reason why I go out of my way to get it. As long as you keep sprinting here, the bubbles won't hit you. Stop, and they will. Quick little skip down here. Not even really a skip, just a safe navigation through Lendell, that's all. It looks like a skip, but I'm just rolling. You know, I'm not doing anything here. It's just a path. Really safe path. And there's a lot of rune pickups on the way, which is just extra money, which is always nice to have. And again, for Hitless, it's really safe. There is some parkour you can do. I remember when the game first came out, there was some parkour that we did at the very top, and then we would land on this roof over here. Just let me open this door. But then they patched it out, and then I stopped doing it. It was, you could like jump off of up there and land on this building. It's pretty cool. But then they patched it, and then more people found new ways to do it, and I was like, I'm over it, dude. They tried to patch it. I'll just let them have it. Kukris are the best item in the game. If you guys haven't figured this out by now, watch this. What's that noise? Let me go look. Heroes Rune 5. That's like 40,000 souls right there. And then he just looks over. Like, it's Kukris are the best. Kukris are the strongest thing in this game. Kukris and Assassin's Gambit. It's actually a really good time too. I'm happy with this.
How is the fall damage work in this? Is there
there's either no fall damage or you die.
Okay, that's
not actually, but that's the joke. That's literally the joke. All
right, yeah.
It's very, very finicky in this game. But
okay.
A lot of the time it's you take nothing or you just die. There's like that seems to be what happens.
You either take like nothing or you take 100
Everything.
million.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In the other Souls games, it makes a bit more sense. Elden Ring, it really is a lot more lenient. In Dark Souls 2, you can barely even fall and you'll die. I think Demon Souls had very potent fall damage. I've only played Demon Souls once. Can't remember. We're going to do a couple little skips here in Lendell. I wouldn't even call them. I mean, they're technically skips. You guys can do it at home. Just come on the rooftops over here. This jump's kind of hard right here. It's the only tough one. It's not even that bad. A little bit of a tip for you guys at home. If you guys hold block, you guys might notice that I'm always holding block while I'm running. If you're holding block while sprinting, you can always jump at full speed. If you don't hold block, your jumps will be slowed after the first one. So I'm always just holding block.
Interesting.
Yeah. If you jump up here, you can actually skip a little bit and come out right here, which is nice. It just skips a building. A little bit of a skip. It's not too big of a deal, though. Also, glitches aren't allowed. Out of bounds skips aren't allowed. That's not an out of bounds skip. That's just a little bit of parkour. Big difference, in my opinion. Out of bounds, I feel like, is a lot more obvious. I don't need to pick that up. I don't know why I did. I just did.
Well, that was also very clearly in bounds because there was items there.
Yeah. Like, that's definitely not out of bounds, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some skips that we did on Hitless and Elden Ring on patch 1.0 that are now patched out. But you used to be able to skip the entire Gideon fight, but that is no longer a thing. This enemy's really scary here too, actually. This guy has like lightning from the sky that just kills you. It's really scary if he aggroes. More money here. I have like 50,000, but I don't need to level up anymore. I'll level up after this. Just going to cause a little bit of damage to ourselves here so that we can take advantage of Red Feather Branch Sword, which is 20% more damage at low HP. We're going to come up onto this tree branch, cast Assassin's Gambit, and you guys can see just how strong this is again. Look at all of the enemies not notice us with this. Oh, one more. There we go. No one cares.
That's
Like we don't exist.
that's so cool.
Yeah, it's
Like
a really
that's-
strong Ash of War. Look at this. These guys all normally wake up.
You're literally just like you're basically.
Yep, I'm invisible.
That's wild. Yeah.
Gold for here. One of my favorite fights in the entire game. Let's do it. Horaloo is my favorite fight, but this is basically just phase 1 Horaloo. I'm just going to cast my buffs in the corner here. And then I'm going to use a dagger to cause him to dash at us. There we go. And now he's in a script that he can't escape. Escape, not escape. Escape. So right now, based on my position relative to the boss, I'm essentially controlling what attacks he does. Just by being where I'm at.
Okay.
And that's the name of the game with Dark Souls, relative positioning. He is forced to do the exact same combo, the exact same string, every time. We're going to do more relative positioning on Morgott. We're going to bait out the exact same attack for the entire fight to punish it. Another really cool strat right here that we can do. I don't know why this works, but it does. I don't know why. It's kind of silly. As you guys all in the chat all know, is this enemy's terrifying. No one likes these enemies. But if you crouch up next to her and then just do this, she doesn't see you. I don't know why, but
Interesting.
it's one of my favorite things. And she just goes back to bed. She doesn't even look around. I don't get it, but it's hilarious. The old strat was get her to chase you in here, and then you would have to hide behind this altar until she de-aggros, which took a long time. But then someone noticed you could just do that, and I was like, well, that's awesome. We'll level up Dex here. Why not? Let's go... Yeah, let's do 60. Morgott's not scripted at all. So we're actually going to fight this boss. If I was going to die anywhere, I would say it's here or Fire Giant. Here, this fight and Fire Giant aren't completely scripted, which means I do have to fight them. So that's fun. You know, actual challenge. We love that. So I'm just gonna do my thing. Oh, here's Sword Seal. Remember I told you at the start of the game I don't know if I even needed this talisman? Well, I'm gonna put it on now just for fun. I don't know. Gives us extra stats, but at this point, do we even need them? I don't know. Let's do it. So let me cast 46 buffs before I go into the fight.
Right.
All right. Basically just waiting for an attack here. That's not a good one. There we go. Followed up. Roll right. He's going to cartwheel. We're going to roll with him. And we're going to do some cool dodges. And that's basically our punish that we're looking for right there. Okay. Roll right. Cartwheel. Roll with. Unlock. I could die here. Yeah, we die there. The reason he did that attack is, again, relative positioning. My roll when I rolled with him was not good enough, which caused him to do a ranged attack. If you roll with him and he ends up right next to your character, he'll do the attack we want. So that there is all about relative positioning. That's relative positioning 101. Do I have a rune arc? I do. Oops. There we go. But don't worry, guys. Don't worry, because we were going to get all the way to the end of the game just to do a cool trick and die anyway. That's what we were going to do anyway. So don't worry. All right, let's get him. That was unfortunate, though. It's been a long time since I've made a mistake that drastic on this boss. Kind of unfortunate, but it's okay.
Yeah, things happen sometimes. You're still doing it.
Yeah, no, like that's just
job.
it, right? Like if it was free every single time, it wouldn't be as interesting, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. I forget how many runes I had. I don't think it was many, but I'll pick them up. Yeah, it was a few. If you roll with this, you can get he jumped instead. You can get a different attack instead of the jump, and then he'll follow that up with this, which is what we want. So that's relative positioning again, just forcing the boss to do follow-ups and attacks. That's a damage threshold, which is why I stood in his face and attacked. I knew he had to do that. There we go. Camera was a little weird there. I wasn't sure why. Morgoth's probably one of my favorite fights in this game, too. I don't know. There's something about his moveset I really enjoy. This is going to send him into phase 2. We're going to go really far away from him because when he erupts in phase 2, these pillars can go extremely far across the map. So we're going to go way far away here. Then heal. Which seems a little much, but those pillars, they go across the whole arena. So phase 2 actually gives us more punish, which is great. You can do this attack now instead. We just do a 360 unsheath. But phase 2 has more punish, which is awesome. This is punish. Just with one, though. You can throw a dagger at him here. 250 with one dagger hit. It's really good. Get close. Bait out that attack, which he then follows up with this. And then again, relative positioning. He's going to do this. Morgoth Please, which is his dance. He's just a dancing little guy. We're not going to get anywhere near that. Gonna throw some daggers at him, I guess. Some cheeky damage. And we'll do an unsheath. Washow. All right, that's Morgoth. GG.
GG.
And now, after Morgoth's defeated, they're going to give us the rolled medallion, and that's going to let us go to the fire giant. Which also, on the way to the fire giant, we're actually going to be able to upgrade our Uchi Katana one more time to plus 18. We just got to sit at this grace and get the roll medallion.
Allow me, you are unprevented. The thorn, a husk, the only way, and become.
Dialogue, dialogue, dialogue. Yes, yes, yes. All is good. Thank you. We're going to go back to the East Capital Rampart, and this is going to lead us down to the fire giant. Well, to the mountaintops, which will lead to the fire giant. But I've done these hotfix shows before, hitless runs on various different Souls games. I've never gotten a hitless run on the show, and I really wanted to today, so I'm a little sad. But it's okay. We're here to have fun, but I'm a little sad, especially to Morgott. But it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, it's one of those...
No, you go for it. Literally go for it.
Like I said, it's one of those things where it's like, it would be really hyped to do, but also, like, even if it doesn't happen, you're still putting on a really good showcase.
Right,
and it's hard to just do these on command, right?
Exactly.
Like,
and that's why it's nice going into it, because I know, like, I don't feel too pressured to do a hitless run, because I know it's pretty low chances. It could happen, but I'm not, like, super bummed about it. However, if you guys want to see a hitless run, not to entice you too much, but the next hitless run I'm going to do in Elden Ring is going to be great bows only hitless. Only using, from start to finish, a great bow. That's it. If you think that is a little more involved and interesting, come hang out. Love to have you.
That sounds a lot more complicated.
Oh, just a smidge. Oh, just
a smidge.
Just a smidge different. Just a little. I was actually working on that run last year, and then Liza P released. And once Liza P released, I kind of backburnered that run because I wanted to do Liza P content. And it's kind of like a channel meme in my channel now. Like, where's the Great Bow run, V-Sweat? V-Sweat, where's the Great Bow run? Where's Great Bow? Yeah, when's Great Bow? Yeah. So I am going to do it at some point. And the only reason I didn't do it and I still haven't done it is because it has been one thing after another. Liza P came out. Doing hitless Liza P took like 4 months or something. It took so long to get that run. That run was so hard. And then now there is a hitless league that is going to be taking place at the start of next month on the Happy Odds channel. Geez. And that is season 3. And it's not like any of us runners knew when the season was going to start. So now that's coming out, and I have to get ready for that. And so the Great Bow just keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed back and back and back. But it is happening. Don't worry. It is happening. It is a channel meme, but I am going to do that run. I promise.
So, two questions that come up of this.
Yeah.
Liza, I assume the Liza P hitless follows the same rules where you can't do any like skips or out of bounds or things, which makes that a lot longer.
Liza P took, I think, in game was 4.5, 5 hour run hitless. It was a long run.
That's long.
I'm sad thinking about that arc. Oh, I'm so glad it's done. I was going through the motions on stream for that run, man. That run was just pure misery because an hour into it is a boss that isn't the most consistent fight ever, so it was just a lot of resets an hour in, and that first hour holds absolutely no challenge or any kind of fun gameplay. So it was just misery 24/7. And the end of the run is super hard. Did you play Liza P?
No, I have not.
No. Fair enough. It's a really good, one of my all-time favorite games for sure. Not for hitless though. Not for hitless. Casually, one of my all-time favorite games. If you guys in chat have never played Liza P, or you were on the fence about it, or you bought it and it was too hard and everything was overtuned, play it again. They nerfed everything that needed to be nerfed, and I promise it's good. It is in a much better place than when it released.
Okay.
Because when it released, everything was overtuned. Everything was way too hard. Everything had way too much HP. But they did some changes. This guy can actually hit us, so we got to be careful. We're just going to watch. Oh, where did he go? Why did he go over there? He went so far. I've never seen him do that. That's hilarious. Really, oh my God, he came back. This guy. How he's cheating. Oh my goodness. Anyway. That's funny.
Yeah, it's really cool that they fixed the tuning on their game to make it not brutal for everybody.
Yeah, there were a lot of complaints. I actually didn't play it when it first came out. I waited a month, I think, for some reason. I can't remember why I ended up waiting. But I missed that whole too hard arc. So I'm kind of glad. I'm grabbing this Grace because this rune right here has our upgrade materials. So I'm just going to go grab them real quick.
So the other question I had, you said the Hitless League. So,
right,
I mean, obviously it's doing hitless runs, but like, how does that work?
So basically the league, it's not my league, I'm just a part of it. Yeah, right. So the league itself is like a direct competition 1v1 against other hitless runners. There's a lot to explain. The baseline description of it would be, think of like the Premier Football League and how that's kind of scored. Like if you get a win in soccer or football, Premier League, you get like 3 points, a tie is 1 point, a loss is 0. It's kind of scored. It's very similar. The season, I think, is going to last a month. And you're basically, it's a randomizer. So this league, the first season was Dark Souls 1. The second season was Dark Souls 3. This season is Elden Ring. And the way it's going to work is that there is a mod out there called the Foggate Randomizer mod, made by the Fifth Matt, legend in our community. He made this mod, and basically the mod takes all of Elden Ring and shuffles it up. The game implements fog walls, and when you enter the fog wall, instead of emerging on the other side of the fog wall, you emerge somewhere completely different in Elden Ring. So it's kind of like a dungeon crawl. Think of it that way.
Okay.
And you have the exact same seed as your opponent, and what you guys got to do is you got to get through the randomized seed with basically as little hits as possible. Whoever has the least hits wins. That's like the super baseline explanation. There are so many rules and caveats to the league. Like that is the most,
I'm sure,
baseline explanation I could do. I also just cast. Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it.
No, you go ahead. You're talking.
I was just gonna say I just cast a gambit just so that there's this one enemy right there, that red dude. He can shoot a fireball across this bridge and hit us. If you use gambit, he doesn't see you. That's it. That was all I was gonna say.
But yeah, you did answer my one question of like how a hitless league works, because like in my mind, you take a hit. That's
exactly. So like last season, for example, no one got a hitless run until I think day 7 was the first end of the season. I think season 1 had 0 hitless days. Dark Souls 3 had 2.
Okay.
Elden Ring, I doubt anyone will. Maybe they will. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely not something that you go in expecting on your day to do a hitless day, for sure. It's scored based on least amount of hits. So
sure, which also is just a testament to how difficult it is, because like you have a league with presumably some of the best.
Yes,
no hitters,
the best, exactly. Yeah,
and
it's a really good league. If it sounds cool, come watch, guys. It's a good time. I'm not just saying that because I'm in it. I wasn't in season 1, and I loved season 1.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm doing this, by the way. I promised chat I would try this one time for you guys. I am not going to sit here. Okay, that's it. You can make that jump, and it's just for fun. It basically lets you go to that merchant over on that hill. I do it every time I come through here just for fun. I'm not sitting here and doing it, though. I told chat I would do it once. That is your one. Okay, that's once. I did it. There. So there is like a couple streams I just spent like an hour jumping there trying to get it. But it doesn't do anything for the run. Even if I made that jump, it's just for fun. Like it's literally just for fun. And again, if you're not having fun, are you even playing Elden Ring, chat? I don't think you are. This is also, remember when I said Mount Gelmir was my least favorite area in Elden Ring? I think I'm going to take that back and say Mountaintops is my least favorite. It looks good. It's just really empty. And I think it would benefit from a teleporter. There's a lot of teleporters in Elden Ring that let you skip entire areas if you find them. I don't know why there's not one for Mountaintops. I feel like it would benefit from it because it's really just empty horseback riding to Fire Giant, you know? There's so many teleporters in this game that skip entire areas, and then there's just not one for this. Makes no sense to me. Don't get it. Also, this is the most broken enemy for Hitless right here. This Borealis. He has an undodgeable attack that he does all the time. It's not even a rare attack. It's just undodgeable. Basically, he has a roar attack, and it hits you, and that's it. There's nothing you can do about it. There's a few enemies with undodgeables in this game. That's one of them. trying to think if there's any other Souls attack that's undodgeable. Help us out, chat. What are some undodgeable attacks in Souls? I don't know. I can't think. I'm sure there's some. But yeah, just a big empty section of horse here. Nothing to say about it. We don't pick anything up. We don't grab anything. We literally just horse through. Fire Giant will be interesting because Fire Giant and Morgott, like I was saying earlier, guys, are the only two bosses that I'm... Malekith can be a little scary. I guess Malekith's a bit scary, but Morgott and Fire Giant are like the 1-2 punch of this run because I don't have a pure script for them. I should be fine, but we'll see. And when I say a script, that's kind of like as long as you go into the fight and perform these button presses, the fight will go this way. That's what a script is. And with Elden Ring, you can script the whole hitless run if you do an optimal route. Which is, I think, the only game you can script literally the entire thing. Which is, again, why I personally think Elden Ring's hitless run is probably the easiest because of just how much damage you can get, how much potential.
Yeah.
Like in Dark Souls 3, like you can't walk up to a boss, hit it this many times, and it's done. You actually need to learn the boss somewhat, you know? Coming up to Fire Giant here, before we head in, I'm just going to quickly head back to the shrine and grab the upgrades to our weapon. Also, I'm going to go take a little detour once I grab this Site of Grace and not go this way because that would kill us. I always go that, not always, sometimes I'll go that way thinking it's the way to go. I get it confused with this. Gotta be careful here. There is a giant hand I think I triggered. Yeah, but he's doing his own thing. That's fine. All right, got our Site of Grace. Make sure that hand's not doing anything too scary. We're going to go over here, and this is where you can get a plus 25 upgrade. We're not going to use this for quite a while because we're still only plus 12, but there is a plus 25 over here, and we're going to grab it. I think this is the easiest one to grab, too, in the entire game. I'm pretty sure. It's not hidden. It's not guarded by anything. You just grab it. Kind of interesting. It's just out here lying around. Yeah, grab it. That's cool. Let's go level up. Level up our weapon, and then it's Fire Giant time, which I can show you guys a cool little strat that you can do at home. There's lots of stuff you can do at home. Lots of fun stuff. And it will make your Fire Giant fights a lot better, I promise. I'll grab this talisman pouch just for fun. It's only 500. Don't need it, though. Oh, wait. Okay, we're good. Purchase. I need 12 of you, and I need 12 of you. Good. The only thing that you need for the Fire Giant thing I'm going to show you guys is 2 sleep pots. Just 2. That's it. That is the requirement.
Oh, I didn't want me doing much. Just lay out.
18. That's good. Head back to Fire Giant. I think I can go quicker if I do this. Yeah, there we go. Look, I'm a speedrunner. I'm using my menus to navigate the map quickly. Look at me go. Yeah. It's one thing I don't do much in this game. I usually just go slow drag down to wherever I want to go. But if you press the shoulder buttons, like you can navigate it a lot faster if you get good at it. Not me, though. Pop this. Level up. All right. You only need 2 sleep pots. I'm just going to go ahead and craft all the ones I can, but you only need 2. We have 9. Should be plenty. Basically, all you guys got to do at home, which I'm sure all of you guys do anyway, is break his ankle. That's usually the first thing we all do when we fight Fire Giant, is break the ankle. At least I know that's what I do, and that is what you should do too. Once you break his ankle, he screams in pain and kind of stands there for a sec. You're basically going to take those moments and throw 2 sleep pots at his foot. and you're going to see what happens. Just give me a sec here. Oh, you know what? I was thinking about this last night. I have an extra bleed resin. I'm going to use that. New strats on the fly with V-Sweat. All right, trigger the fight. Cast 46 buffs. My favorite part of Elden Ring. Blood grease. Heal up. Good opener, maybe? Yeah. Jump, hopefully. Being a meanie. All right, so we're going to unsheath, break, spam 2 sleep pots right at his foot. This is going to cause him to sleep stagger. There it is. He falls down, and that's going to allow us to have a little bit more time to wail on his heel. That's going to give us enough time to stagger him. And now he's staggered. So we can just keep doing that. And he's just kind of stun locked. And that's phase 1. And you can do that too. On pretty much any weapon, all you need to do is break his ankle at first, throw 2 sleep pots, and then you have a lot of time to just wail on him with whatever setup you got. Phase 2 isn't scripted, so I'm actually going to have to fight him. What could go wrong? I whiffed. He's rolling. All right, nice.
Nice.
Didn't get a stagger. Usually I get a stagger there, but I've done a lot worse runs that dealt next to 0 damage. I'm very, very comfortable fighting him straight up. So that's good. That's the thing about Elden Ring, again, is like, if you get all the right setups, you really don't need to fight the bosses. Like, you can get the right setups and script every single fight in this game. But I do like knowing the bosses as almost like a fallback in case your script goes wrong. You're not just screwed, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like actually understanding the boss AI is really good. And it makes fun runs possible like this, you know, where you can't script everything, but at least you can manage because you know the fight. That's kind of like where it all starts with Hitless. Like for me, like my first Hitless run was like 6 years ago or something, like super long time ago. And back then I only thought, you know, I'm just going to do one run, dip my toes in, get out. 6 years later, I'm doing great bow only Hitless on Elden, you know, like, like I always thought, like, you know, I just wanted to do one run and get out. But then once you start learning things, it gets kind of addicting.
Well, and death are you to commit? Very well at my hand.
I always like this scene. It's got the tree in the back. It's just, I like it. I don't know. There's something about it. I like this scene right here. It's very nice.
I will just say, like, a lot of the scenes and the set pieces look really cool in this.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful game. This place is one of the best looking areas in the entire game for sure. If your PC is a potato, it's gonna struggle though, for sure. I remember when I first got this game, I had not a great PC and it tanked hard at Farm Azul. But we're good now. Again, we're going to have these sleep pots combined with Assassin's Gambit, and it's going to make this entire running section free. As Assassin's Gambit does. That was a sleep pot, just for a little extra security blanket. I probably didn't even need to throw it. I'm used to doing a lot of runs without Assassin's Gambit, so I do know all these running sections without Gambit. But this one's definitely one of the ones that is a lot more involved and difficult without Gambit. If you have Gambit, it's free. You just run. I also wanted to know, why doesn't this have a hitbox? That should hit you. I'm just saying. I don't know why it doesn't. That looks like it should deal at least some damage. And what's really weird is there's some gargoyles in this game that do the same thing. They kind of just appear. They have hitboxes, but the dragon doesn't. Doesn't make any sense.
That's
I'm outraged.
Strange.
Clearly, I'm very outraged by it. Doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it's cool that you can like abuse the fact that it doesn't.
Yeah,
It's really weird.
It's very weird. It's very odd. It's like two different people designed that area, which probably is the case, honestly.
Yeah.
Grace here can't get it though because we're being chased. There is really rare RNG where you can drop down here and the lightning will be exactly where you land because he casts random lightning, and it is possible for it to line up and kill you. I've lost one run ever from that happening, but I just wanted to say it just in case it happened, and I would be like, it never happens before. You know, I didn't want to say that, but there are a lot of 1 in a million memes that can happen in these games. That's one of them. Godskin Duo, probably one of the worst bosses in the entire game, in my opinion. I think it's an awful boss fight. But for Hitless, it's really easy because we have sleep pots. And sleep in this game is broken. And not many bosses are weak to sleep. This boss is straight up weak to sleep. So you're going to see just how weak to sleep they are here in a moment. Oh, I think I was like 1 soul short for a level. Let me just do that. Why not? A little bit of a line there, so this guy doesn't see us. We're just going to let him walk by. Gambit, he will still see you, so we wait. All right. So this is the Godskin Duo, which is a duo boss fight, kind of a throwback to the ONS fight in DS1. But with sleep pots, they are extremely easy. Just in case, actually, since this is a marathon, chat, I am going to make a save state really quickly. So just let me do that. Just in case something goes bad and I exhaust all my sleep material, I want to be able to load this save state in case that happens. It probably won't, but just in case, let's do it. There we go. So if we die and I run out of sleep materials, I can just load that save and we're good. We shouldn't die, though. We should be just fine. But better safe than sorry.
Yeah, it's always nice to have the backup.
Yeah, no, especially for like an event like this, you know, I don't want to make everyone watch me go around the main world hunting for Trina lilies. Oh my goodness. Those are just like little flowers that spawn one time in the world per playthrough. So if you've went somewhere where those lilies are in the game and you pick them up like I did, you would then have to go somewhere completely new for this playthrough to get more. So it'd be great to not mess this up. But we have the backup, it's fine. So the strat, guys, is literally just crouch up here, and we're going to throw a pot at this pot. That's going to sleep him. This guy's going to do his noble thing, and we're going to throw a pot in between us, and he's going to run at us. We're going to give him a belly bop, and he's going to stop, and that's GG. Godskin done. Sleep lasts for 60 seconds, so we're going to take 60 seconds and cast 46 buffs, as we do. Mm-hmm. 3 unsheaths. 1, 2, 3. You can hit him as he's dying for a little more damage. 3 here. 1, 2, 3. Take the repose. Heal up our blue juice, because to throw pots in this game, you actually need mana. And now we're going to time some pot throws here. I'm going to throw 3 pots as the next guy spawns in. It's kind of, I don't really count. I just kind of guess. I don't know. Throw them here, I guess. I don't know. It'll probably work. Be surprised if it didn't. There we go. GG. It's pretty lenient. Dude, what a good song this is. I forgot how good this OST is. Da 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 da. So good. 1, 2, 3, and that's GG. Very interactive stuff there. Without sleep. Without... Oh, my camera turned off. I have no idea why or how. Let me see.
Does the webcam dying count as a hit, or?
I actually don't know what's wrong, to be honest with you. I've never had this happen. What if I deactivate and reactivate it? Will that work? Is it this?
Hey everybody, sorry about that, but we've got all the technical difficulties figured out. We're good to go, so.
I have no idea what just happened, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know why my camera turned off. Then I had to turn it back on. And then it was like, open your camera hub. And then I opened the camera hub. And then it was like, detect your camera. And then I'm like, it is on. And then it was like, no, it's not. And I had to install. It was just a whole, just post-panic. Just post-panic. Everything is fine now, though. Everything is fine. So, if we were still hitless, we've taken 1 hit for the entire run so far. If I was still hitless, I was going to do this strategy. And let's see. Well, you know, like, what could go wrong, right? Even if we were hitless, I was going to do this, no matter what. Whoa, a little lag there. So, there is a very well-known, I would say, section of the game coming up with a lot of very, very angry birds and a dragon that's shooting lightning at you. It's not very fun. However, there is a way to bypass all of that, and I'm going to try and do it because you guys deserve to see fun and interesting things. So I'm going to try and do it. We're going to die 100%. We're going to laugh, and we're going to try it again. All right? It's... dude, I hope we don't. So basically, the skip itself is it's an inbound skip, so it's perfectly fine. The skip itself, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure the very first jump has an RNG chance of you just falling off and dying no matter what. Don't quote me on that, though, because I'm not a professional. It's just in my testing. So what you want to do is be very quick because you're getting chased right now. Walk, land right here. Okay, that's the first part done. Good. See, no fall damage, by the way. Elden Ring's fall damage is non-existent. We're going to come up here. So if I missed that ledge, we would have died. That's all right. I have a few extra sleep pots. So this is the RNG jump right here. When I jump over this railing, as far as I know, there is a chance that I'm just going to slide off and die. And there's nothing I can do about it. But I'm going to go for it anyway. Because it just saves so much time. Hey! So now if I mess up, it's on me. Which this is not an easy skip. Ah, missed it. It's all right. We'll try it again. Even missing this skip, I would say 3 times, would probably still be faster than going through the area. Again, if I was on a real hitless run and I wasn't putting on the showcase, I would not be doing this 100%. Because like I said, it's not safe to do because of that initial jump. It's actually been a little bit, it's been a while since I missed it because of a skill issue. That's okay.
I'm just glad to hear that you don't do this.
Oh, no. But don't you worry. Every time I get here hitless, my whole chat is bird skip, like rage emote. Like everyone's like, where's bird skip? Do bird skip.
There's like 20 minutes left in the run. And
Yeah,
like,
I know. Like we're right at the end. Just do it. I also don't need to sleep pot this guy. I keep forgetting I have Assassin's Gambit. You can just run by him. Ah, here we go. Oh, my souls are here. Love that. No. Unfortunate. Don't worry, guys. We'll get it. The pressure's on. Everyone's watching. If I miss it one more time, I will just put cheats on and run through the level. Just so that we're not here all night. Because without cheats on, I would have to kill a lot of enemies and it's going to take a long time. So I'm just going to run through it. But I wanted to show this. After you make that jump over the railing, that's the skip. You essentially skipped the whole area. But I would like to show it off if I can. Farm Azul is definitely one of the areas of Elden Ring that has a lot of interconnectivity, and it's really, really a really well-made area. Oh, I cast Gambit a little too late there. Nice. Yeah, right there you can just slip off sometimes. Don't know why. There we go.
There you go.
There we go. It's a pretty simple jump. I'm pretty upset I missed it twice. It's not a very difficult jump at all. And this will lead us to a very familiar spot. I'm sure you guys will all recognize. We're at the bridge. We literally just skipped all of that. And I would still argue that this was faster than going through the area safely. I would argue. I would say if you could probably miss it 3 times, get it on the 4th, and still be about the same.
It's wild that it saves so much time. Like,
yeah, no, it saves a lot. It does. It really, really does. Not only does it save all that time, but it also... it's also, like, theoretically safer. If I was better at menuing as well, if you go into... as long as nothing's aggroed to you in this game, you can open your map. And if you press triangle XX, as you're falling, you can teleport safely out. But my fingers weren't quick enough. But you can do that.
Okay.
That's the issue between going through all the different Souls games, is the quit out tech is always different, and I get mixed up. My brain always does a Dark Souls 3 quit out on Elden Ring, or I'll do an Elden Ring quit out on Dark Souls 3, and it doesn't work. Because a lot of that stuff's just like a fighting combo. And it's just kind of like innately inside you to do. I think I made a slight routing error here, which, you know, is fine. But I don't think I have enough money to buy all the upgrades for Malekith, which doesn't matter. It's not going to make that big of a deal. Let's see. 12 and 8. So let's just get 2 of these instead. That should give us plus 21, which is more than enough. And then we'll get the rest of the upgrades after we get the money from taking down Malekith. And then we're at the end. Then we're literally at the end.
Oh, no.
Oh, plus 22, even better. Oh, I also died. Let me grab a Rune Arc real quick. Because the Rune Arc, remember chat, we need the Rune Arc's extra 5 levels so that we can cast our spell that gives us more damage. Let me just buy a Rune Arc here. We lost our Rune Arc from failing bird skip. I'll grab 2 in case we die. Might as well. I have the money. Here's my slow navigation of the map all the way over to the bridge. All right, Malekith. A lot of people say this is their favorite fight in the game. I would say it's one of mine too. He does have a lot of glitches though, which kind of sucks. Kind of brings the mood down for me a bit. But he's still a really fun boss fight. For sure. Oh, before I do this. There we go. Even if you were trying to go a lot faster, what you could do in this game is instead of setting up Red Tear Stone by damaging yourself, obviously it's very slow. There's another talisman that you can get in this game once you reach Altus Plateau that gives you 10% damage at full HP, which is a 10% less damage, but when combined, you're like basically 10%'s a lot. But when you have all those other buffs, it's not that much. So what you could do to save even more time is not get Red Tear Stone and not set it up every single time. But we like damage, so why not?
Damage is pretty good.
Damage is awesome. But if you're trying to go fast, yeah.
How does the math on the buffs work? Is it?
I think
like
it's
10%?
multiplicative. I think it's
Okay.
all I'm pretty sure. I'm not like a super knowledgeable on that, but I'm pretty sure it's all multiplicative. I'm sure someone in chat would know. I would imagine. Guys, the clergy. Build up some bleed here. It's a really good OST for this fight too. I forgot how good it was. That was weird. Wasn't expecting that. Almost got me. That somehow missed. That was also weird for him to do from so far away. Now we gotta be very careful the next hit of damage we do. There's a glitch in this game where if an enemy or a boss, rather, is attacking during a cutscene that happens, the active hitbox of the attack that's currently happening will transfer over to phase 2. So basically, it'll just be an invisible spot on the ground that has an active hitbox that you can just walk into. So we have to wait till that attack ends and then attack. I didn't do enough damage and we almost died because of it. I really anticipated that to do more. Got lucky there. There we go. All right, cool. Malka's definitely one of the more scarier fights if you don't have a script for. He's very quick in phase 2. But again, if you know the move sets, you can make it work. So this is the boss that everyone loves. This is easily the worst boss, in my opinion, that From Software has ever released in a game. And that is Gideon. Really, really, really bad boss. He basically just has infinite endurance and infinite FP. And he just casts and casts and casts and then casts some more. So he's not very friendly. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna deal enough damage before he even gets to do anything. I am gonna make a save state in case it goes bad, because if it goes bad, then well, it all goes bad. How many do I need? I think it's 10, right? Yeah, 10. Fully upgrade this. A friend of mine in my chat, my community, came up with a script for Gideon for me. I've tested it 3 times. No, 4 times. It's worked 4 times in a row. So as long as it's worked 4 times in a row, it will never fail. So that's good. 4 times is all you need to check. It will never fail. All right, guys? Never. We'll sell that. Nah, we just do this. Real. Quick level up here. Because of all of our bonus stats, we are going to stop leveling up our dexterity once we hit 79, because we actually have 20 artificial levels of dexterity. So really, our stat for dexterity right now is maxed, but it just says 79 because you can technically level it up more. But with all of our talismans, Godric's Great Rune, the physique, the physic we have, that's going to add up to 20 extra levels. So now we're just going to pump endurance. For the setup itself, it's actually a pretty interesting setup for this kill. And this boss is the reason why I went out of my way earlier in the run to get these blood greases. Blood grease essentially just coats whatever weapon you're using in bleed and makes it so that that weapon can do bleed. The Uchi already has some bleed built into it, so we're going to get a bleed on Gideon here, and it's going to help our damage output. And it's going to be just enough to kill him before he's able to do anything. The script is cast every buff we have. Walk up to him, do an unsheath, into a backstab, into an unsheath, into a running R2 attack. It has to be an R2. The reason is because the R2 is a running poke, and it will roll catch. Gideon will most certainly just spam roll. This running attack is hopefully going to roll catch him. I'm also going to quickly make a save state, because you only get one try at this. The second time you go into this boss fight, it's active already, and he'll just start casting immediately. The first time you go in, there's dialogue, so we're going to make sure that we're safe, because if I mess this up or if he escapes the combo, there's literally no way I'd be able to beat him without it being like this. So, with all that out of the way, let's do it. I'm good, right? 25, that's all good. Yeah, we're good. Okay. When he says the word affair, we start the combo.
To become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs.
Nice. And there's the roll catch with the running R2. And that bleed grease was the difference between that running R2 causing a bleed and not. I could make it a lot more safer. Again, if this was a hitless run that we like super cared about and wanted to get done, we could go back to Limgrave at this point. There is a cave in Limgrave somewhere around here. I don't remember the exact name of it. There's a really easy boss that we could have taken down to give us the Blue Dancer Talisman, I think that's the name of it, which basically just gives us more damage the lighter our character is. And since we don't have any armor on and we only have one weapon, we're pretty light, so we'd get a pretty hefty bonus. But you know, I felt better with just a save state, because like if it messed up and you escaped it, I could just load the save state. Again, this is a showcase for you guys. I'm not trying to sweat it out and get the run. I wanted to show all the cool stuff to you guys. So if I didn't have to go through some cave in Limgrave, that's good enough with me. We're just gonna pump endurance, and that's that. Oh, I'm actually out of bleeds now because I used one for Morgott. Oh well. Usually I use one for this fight, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna have so much damage. Same thing with this fight as with Goldfree, guys, is we can actually cause his AI to get stuck in an infinite loop, and we're just gonna control every single attack he does up until phase 2. Let's go. Let's cast my buffs here first. There we go. I could have put like a magic grease on or something, but it doesn't matter. Spin around him here. It's a scripted opener. He always does the same thing. And now he is locked into this combo. These daggers make him dash at us. Starts the combo again. Spin around him, unsheath. Throw a couple daggers at him, just for some cheeky damage. All right, that's Horalu, my favorite boss in the game. And now we're on to the final one, which should be one of the easier ones. A lot of, what's it called? Scripted damage thresholds. We're about to hit a lot of them on this fight. Elden Beast shouldn't even get a chance to move on this run. Ideally, Elden Beast will die the second he spawns in. Ideally. We'll see, though. I might as well use this. Why not? I have it right here. A little bit extra damage. And it looks cool. Two-hand it. Let's go. Unsheath our one opener. And then we have to react to basically whatever he gives us. Let's see. Really good damage. This should stagger. And then this is going to push him into the next damage threshold. I don't need this grease. I'm just doing it for fun. It looks cool. I don't know. So he should die here. Let's see. 1, 2. We need 5. 3, 4. That's GG. Maybe. Maybe not, actually. It's a good amount of damage either way. I did him buff, so... So what's going to happen now is we're going to have to dodge Elden Stars, which is a very fun attack to dodge. Oh, so fun. So we're going to stand in front here. Oh, he's not doing it yet. He will do it, though, very soon. Okay, we're going to wait in front of him. He's going to cast. Wait for the noise. Run up and to the right and don't stop running. He's going to do rings. Triple rings is fine here. Get a little bit extra stamina. And then I'm going to cut inward here so I don't hit the exit of the what's the word I'm looking for?
Edge?
The edge. The edge of the arena, thank you. That's how you dodge Elden Stars, though. Which at one point, everyone thought it was undodgeable. Then someone found out how. Please let me get close. Appreciate it. Gotta watch out for Wave of Gold here. Gonna get close, run away. Okay, that's good. We're fine now. Just gonna run straight. Oh, this is so cool. Yes. Chat, watch this. Oh, okay. So there is some extremely deep lore I need to cover. Like extreme lore. Hold on. Let me just kill this guy first. Okay, GG. That was a sick run. Oh, wait, I missed. Okay, GG. That was a sick run. Okay, so what just happened? Wow, I got so happy right there. Last night on my stream, I spent 2 hours. 2 hours baiting out that attack because I wanted to practice it for today. In 2 hours of sitting in this arena with cheats on, waiting, he didn't do it once. And he did it.
Oh my God.
He did it, and I dodged it. So I'm very happy right now.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm super happy that he did it. Not only am I happy he did it, but we dodged it. And the only way to dodge that attack, if he does it while you're up close. If you're far away when he decides to do that attack, it's very easy to strafe it. However, if you're very close to him when he does the attack, that attack has ruined more hitless runs of mine on this game than any other attack in the game. It's actually how I lost my great bow only hitless run was from that attack. So since coming back to Elden Ring, someone in the community found out a way to dodge it up close consistently, and that is by unlocking and just spamming the jump button so you do these little tiny bunny. It makes no sense why it works, and it's so frustrating that I've lost so many runs to that one attack, and that was the solution, and I'm forever salty about it. But I'm so happy that I got to at least show you guys that today. Thank you for watching it, by the way. This was a lot of fun. This was great.
Yeah, this has been a blast.
Yeah, it was a lot
thank
of
you
fun.
so much. I can't imagine ever doing what you just did. Like, absolutely amazing display of skill.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. And thanks you guys for watching. It means the world that you guys came out. I saw so many of my emotes from you guys in chat. Thank you for coming over to GDQ's channel and hanging out. Right before you take us away, I just wanted to quickly say thank you to you guys for inviting me back onto the show. It's always a really good time to be here. And for you guys in the chat, again, thank you for watching and sticking through. Stick around after this run. You guys are going to see Matt Apocalypse absolutely destroy Dark Souls 3. Matt is a top tier runner. Dark Souls 3 all bosses speed is an exceptionally good category. If you've seen the speedrun if you've seen the speedrun in the past, stick around because there's a lot of new stuff in the run and it's really good. Stick around, I promise. Thank you again for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Absolutely a blast. Thank you so much for being on, for showcasing this. Absolutely fantastic showcase. So
Thank
it
you.
was really, really awesome to have you on. You said it already. We do have one more run. It's Dark Souls 3. Stick around,
it's going to be a good one. It's going to be good.
And make sure everybody who you've seen today, they're all amazing runners. So make sure you follow everybody. V-Swede, Genso and Blancs before, and Matt and Spacey coming up. And everybody, don't forget it. We have more Souls likes tomorrow, so you should come back tomorrow, check them all out. It's gonna be great. Anyway,
thanks, guys.
We'll be back. Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break while we get set up for Dark Souls 3. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing, or I guess this evening and tomorrow evening, we're showcasing some Souls-like games. We have Dark Souls 3 here. I'll hand it over to Runner Commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hi, chat. It's me, Matthew. And we're going to run Dark Souls 3, all bosses. We're going to do the all bosses restricted category. Restricted just means there's a lot of funny business you can do with the bow. And we're not going to do that. We're going to restrict ourselves from doing all the funny business with the bow. And it should be a good time. I'm joined here with Spacey on commentary to help explain all the technical stuff.
Yep.
And I can kind of get started here and tell you what we're going to start the game with. So in order to start this run, we start with Assassin. And a fire gem is our gift. These are both super important to get the run going, and the timer will start when I hit yes here. So everybody's ready? You all ready for this?
Yep, we're all ready.
All right. So it's going to start in 3, 2, 1. All right,
yes.
So we're going to start off in this little graveyard here. And pretty quickly, we're going to run to the first boss. So immediately, I unequip the helmet and the chest piece, and that's going to bring our equipment load down to, what is that, 27%? The number we're looking for is under 30%. It's going to give us a light roll, and the only reason that we do that is so anytime that we have to roll... Well, I got to listen. Anytime we have to roll, we get the faster and farther distance on our roll. So like right here, for instance, the light roll gets us more distance, it's faster, so in general, it's gonna save us more time. So pretty quickly here's the first boss of the game. He is a tutorial boss, I guess. His name is Eudix Gundyr.
Yeah, this is a good example of how complicated the routing can get on a lot of these fights, because we have to balance a lot here. So when we're hitting Gundyr when he's getting up, he's taking half damage. So we're taking that into account. And then we're also looking to time our hits so that we get a stagger when we want it. And then we can hit him while he's staggered to deal extra damage. Sometimes we just call it like a counter hit damage, but technically it's instability damage. Like this big kathunk that he's going to get here. That's how you know he's doing extra damage. Then so
he's dead.
Yeah. That's going to be a big part of a lot of fights in general, is keeping track of how much poise damage we're doing to time our staggers. Not every boss is going to fall over like that and let you get like that instability damage, but we will at minimum be using it a lot to cancel specific attacks and animations. But we'll talk about that more later.
All right, so I already dropped the S stock. The S stock is not the best stock in this game, so I immediately get rid of it after we take down the first boss. I'm gonna do a little bit of shopping here. Get the short sword and the dagger. It's gonna be our first weapon we use. I'm gonna use the fire gem immediately on the short sword to give us some big damage early. And then I'm gonna allot my Estus because we don't need any blue stuff. So it's going to give us 4 heals when we rest at this bonfire here. And the blue one is used to recharge your FP, but we don't really utilize our FP very much in this run, so we don't need it at all. More
Just
heals is going to make
spells.
things comfy and Hopefully I don't have to use all of them. But there's places in this run where I'm going to rest at bonfires to recharge it anyway, so. It's basically
this game,
all we have to say about the Estus there. Go ahead, Spacey.
a lot of enemies are. Well, this game has a lot of like really dangerous running sections, even compared to some of the other games. Like, it's legitimately hard to manage, like, getting by a lot of the enemies, and there's a lot of stuff you do, like, with your stamina management, because you make more noise when you're running than when you're like walking and recharging stamina. So there's going to be some places too where we even take that into account, where you do specific consistent stamina management to affect when enemies aggro by making more or less noise. It's like really complicated to run through a lot of enemies in this game.
I mean, they call High Wall the Dark Souls 3-minute reset, so it's a very dangerous run through here. This is one of the hardest like running segments in the game to at least do as optimally as possible, and everything can kill you. Like
And
this
you
guy
gotta
right
take
here.
so much. You gotta take so much fall damage like that just to get where you need to go efficiently. Oh, good ladder though. Oh,
No, these guys are being scary. I just ran around because I don't want to deal with them. Alright, we're gonna see the first reason of why we picked the assassin class right here. It starts us with a sorcery called Spook, and this is such a powerful spell to have because it negates fall damage. If you play Dark Souls 1, it's the same spell as fall control, and it lets us maneuver around super easily. And it makes us a little extra quiet too.
Yeah, but you can kind of see here how long this enemy takes to notice him. See? But it won't prevent you from taking lethal fall damage under ordinary circumstances, so there's a certain height at which the game will kill you regardless. But we got a way around that too, once we get there. We need to get the banner from Emma and then head down to Vort.
These guys are scary when I don't quit out.
Yeah, normally for in-game time you would quit out and it would teleport you out of that arena because that's not stable ground, which we'll revisit stable ground later. But it also resets the enemies there. And they tend to crowd around the door when you don't get to do that.
Coming up on the second boss now, this is Vort of the Boreal Valley, and I'm going to show you a trick where we duplicate the lightning pine resin I picked up earlier. All right.
Yeah, Vort being an armored enemy, he is weak to lightning damage. Then he'll stagger in 15 hits, and we're going to use that stagger to cancel him out of his phase 2 transition charge, because that is slow. And nope, no charge for you, sir. And so normally you can't put lightning on a fire-infused weapon like this. But what we can do is, through a glitch that works on this patch, which is patch 1.12 rather, we can do a glitch called Tumble Buff, where you like try to use an item, and then you can use Spook and then throw a dagger at the end of the Spook animation, and it will forcibly use whatever item you last tried to use instead of using the dagger. And then, so you can use that to put things on your weapon that you shouldn't be able to. You can also use it to dupe things if you drop the item from your inventory and then do the Spook into dagger throw. You'll use the item even if it's not like on you, and then you can just pick it back up and you have a second one. So we use that for duping as well.
It lets us get big strong pretty fast.
I also see chat asking about the dialogue. He's using a mouse for the dialogue, actually. Scroll wheel.
I have scroll wheel bound to confirm, and it makes the dialogue fly by. I'll use it in some places, not all the places.
Yeah, the dialogue, at max speed, the dialogue can scroll, I think it's one line every 2 frames at maximum speed.
Yeah, you can't just like spam your scroll wheel. It won't go super fast. There's a certain speed you have to move it to get the optimal dialogue mash, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah.
I'm not blessed like Sekiro, where they just turn off the captions and hammer the confirm button. All right, so that lizard dropped one of the most important items for the run, the sharp gem. It's going to give us giga damage later when we get the twin blades. See how nice these guys are.
Yes, he Estus is on purpose there to bait that guy out of the door.
I'm going to do a cheeky little animation cancel as I'm running into the next boss arena here. It's going to let me use the item without needing to go to a direct stop. Right here. Boop.
Nice. That is smart. But yeah, this this tumble buff is especially strong because of the way that like damage resistances are calculated. So before we put a lightning buff on a fire weapon, so like basically it calculates defense multiple times because of that, but now we're putting a fire elemental buff on a fire weapon, so it's only like your physical damage and then your double fire damage, but it only goes through defenses twice instead of 3 times before. And then Greatwood is super weak to fire, so we're just going to destroy him here as he goes into phase 2. And then just pop this. Now he's got to do a skip here. I'll be quiet.
That seems a little
good.
early. Let's see.
It was a little early. Maybe you landed.
I usually count swole guy drip, swole guy drip.
Yeah, so that is another skip that we use that involves like stable ground. So I'll explain how stable ground works. So the game like is saving constantly, but it's also most of the time saving your like stable grounded position. But then there are certain areas that are counted as unstable ground, is what we call it, where the game will not be saving. It's still like saving, but it's not saving your grounded position. So boss arenas, while they're active boss arenas, are unstable ground. But then they become stable ground after the boss dies. So the way that skip works is that his last stable position was before he entered the arena. He kills the boss, and then he jumps in the air and quits out in the air as the boss dies, so that like he can quit out. The boss is counted as dead, but the game doesn't have a chance to save his position on the ground because he's not touching the ground. And so that's basically how that skip works. And well, there's some other unstable ground and stable ground shenanigans that we'll talk about soon. But yeah, that's the gist of it for now. Very tight timing on that.
Very functional Swiss Army knives for the run. Like we use it to reset enemy aggro. We use it to do certain animation cancels. They're really helpful.
Yeah, it's just it was always the meme that Dark Souls 3 runners just can't wait for an excuse to quit the game.
Yeah.
I was told to remind you to grab this bonfire. You were thinking about it already. I could tell by your camera though.
Yeah, we usually don't grab this bonfire in PB attempts, but if I die on this skip, it's a long run back here. I did switch to keyboard and mouse right now, so if you see my camera movements looking a little sussy, it's because, you know, sometimes my hand is a little more shaky than my thumb on the analog stick, you know.
So he's got to drop down here. So he's going to do a skip here, making use of what's called a death cam. There we go, he got it. That skip is really tight. It definitely gets a lot better like when you've done it for years. But yeah, it's a really, really hard skip to get consistent at. But so he dipped down just barely into a pit and then used like the slope there to jump out at a very tight window. So he triggered what we call a death cam, which is like when you fall like through a cliff, like off a cliff or something, they'll have this trigger that snaps the camera into place above you. Because it's just to make it look like cinematic, like as you're falling to your death, and so that you don't see that like there's no collision under there. Like
cinematic
it would look really funky.
Demise.
Yeah. But a side effect of that is that you can no longer hit load triggers, which means that this door here that's like a temporary movable object isn't loaded. So permanent things like floors and walls up to a certain distance are loaded, but movable or like separate like placed objects aren't. So you could walk through the door, open it from the other side, and then you've just skipped all of Farron's Swamp basically.
Yeah. They don't like going through the swamp and lighting a bunch of fires. It's kind of slow. Some people say it's like, I don't know, 20 minutes.
Some people do say that. It's about a minute 40. It's very complicated to calculate because you get grass crest later as a result of that skip, and so you don't have as much stamina regen, and that like complicates things. But it's about a minute 40, probably.
Maybe. Who's to say? All right, we grabbed this bonfire because it's important for routing purposes. This guy gonna be nice. He's gonna be nice. Wow. And then we're gonna run our way to the Abyss Watchers, which is a glitchless runner's nightmare. But luckily, thanks to the power of speedrunner magic, he's not my nightmare.
Yeah, we just get to play Watcher hockey instead, where you're just trying to move him into the optimal position as you're killing him. Nice. Have to quit out on this door just to de-aggro the enemies so we can actually set up the skip. So all this stuff he's doing in the corner is just to get him in a very specific position, because there is, for some reason, mistakenly, a little bit of collision just inside the fog gate here that is not correctly marked as unstable ground. So he can use that to save his position just barely inside the fight. Quit out and then re-enter the game, and he'll be inside without having triggered their AI, and he can just beat them down, basically. And you'll see from how many hits it takes him to kill each phase, like, he does not have much damage for this. No. Oh, not this.
No way.
So this is a skip you can't retry. You can't retry this, unfortunately, if he's stuck in the fog gate. If you're just barely too far back, or like if you like move forward slightly too early, this can cause it. Like,
don't worry, chat. I have something just for this situation.
I remember this happened to Newbie in a race once, and he tried fighting Watchers for like 40 minutes and then like forfeited.
Usually you can just sit here and quit out and it can put you through the fog wall, but I don't think it's gonna let me. I wonder what I did. Maybe I got a little too spicy. Yeah. All right, I'll just reload it.
Yeah, so that is unfortunate. Marathon % world record.
It's dead now.
Destroyed. It's dead, yeah. Which Matt is the marathon world record holder right now because of his time capsule run last week. Last week or 2 weeks ago.
I wonder what I did.
Okay.
I probably moved too early. That's probably what happened.
I feel like that's the easiest way to screw it up with this setup now, yeah. There were like... So when this was first found, like the early setups we had, we didn't know it at the time, but the early setups we had were like just barely in the right place. So if you were like even slightly too far in one direction, it wouldn't work. And then we have like much better setups now. But yeah, you're gonna see how low his damage is here and why you don't want to just do the fight with this build.
Yeah, this is pretty hard when he's moving around and rolling, and
there's a second one.
Yeah, 2 other Watchers in here. It's a disaster.
Do you still have skulls in this save file, by the way? Or is this?
I don't think so, actually.
Oh yeah, it's like,
it's fine.
Right, well, yeah, just do the actual haunted dog strat. All right, he's gonna dupe a soul here. So Watchers give you your first 20k soul. So we're gonna milk that for as long as we can while we have downtime to like waiting for things to move, waiting for elevators, whatever. We're gonna be trying to squeeze as much as we can out of this 20k soul while we have it. Just run past the bone ball anymore. We're coming up to fence skip. I saw Enduritize in chat. He's so hyped for this. Make him proud, Matt. Wiggle. Wiggle on the pot. Oh no.
It's all good. You can die there pretty easily too, on top of everything.
Yeah, he's casting Spook here, so they won't hear him while he comes over here to wiggle on the pot. There we go.
Always easier on the re-attempts, yeah. I'm gonna quit out here because these skeletons are mighty scary. This gives me a really consistent spot that they're gonna be in, so I can easily predict their attacks and not get absolutely destroyed by them, because they can do heavy damage because I'm at base health, and I'm pretty sure the devs didn't want you to be at base health in this part of the game.
Yeah, and not fully armored because you want your fast roll. And you do really want fast roll to get by those guys as well, even if it means you die easier. We're coming up to Walnir now. So Walnir, we're gonna do pretty good damage on Walnir because of our tumble buff and stuff. The thing is that like he takes damage when you break his bracelets. And so the bracelet hitboxes are very strange. Like, you can hit pretty much anywhere on his arm, but his hands don't count at all. So, like, when you're trying to tell if you got a bracelet hit or not, you're looking for, like, if the hand wiggles. I'm gonna start with 2 R2s. Then this is the hard, or this is, like, the hand that varies and can be slow. And you see he needs to be careful not to hit the hand here. Then he hits the hand on purpose, because there's a weird thing. When you kill Walnir really fast like this, like he's about to, and there he's gonna get the fast death animation. So when you kill him like this, like if you don't hit him like an extra time, he actually won't die from you breaking all the bracelets. All the bracelets will be broken, but he'll have like a sliver of HP. So he hit the hand an extra time there on purpose, because you need to deal a little bit of extra damage to Walnir other than on the bracelets when you go for that quick kill like that. Very strange interaction.
Bone zone.
Yeah. Normally you quit out on that door there, so you won't have the army of 10 FPS skeletons coming at you, but it's always funny in marathon runs. You always have them there. It's kind of comforting, honestly.
Watching them just run off the bridge. Alright, the
fast
skeleton's chasing me, so I'm gonna quit out on this fire.
Ah, fair enough, yeah.
The skeleton's chasing me there, can kill me. It's not guaranteed, but there's a way to, thank you Elden Ring, quit out at bonfires. So I can get the bonfire and quit out for extra safety. It's a little trick where the character, if you get the bonfire at an angle, you can open up your menu and quit out. And they learned that in Elden Ring, and we've just simply borrowed it in Dark Souls 3. There's a couple things that we got from Elden Ring, so thank you, Elden Ring.
Yeah, we'll be thanking them really, really hard later when it, we use it to skip a boss that used to be a big RNG point, something that we learned from Elden Ring. We do our level ups here. We're just gonna dump into damage to start out with. We will be getting some health and some stamina later, because stamina letting you do more hits in a combo is useful, and then health letting you trade with some of the late game bosses is legitimately helpful. It does add another layer of complexity to like the fight routing and stuff later in the game. Like deciding how much to trade, but also you want to keep some of your buffs and stuff. So like, yeah, figuring out how to do fights optimally in late game when you're fighting some of the DLC bosses who take like literally 40 hits to kill, 40 L1s to kill.
Gale.
It's like, yeah, Gale's like 40, well, probably less now, but it used to be like 45.
It's hard to count because of all the like variance and damage from all the like,
yes,
Ontus Ridi and whatever the goofy stuff we do.
Here's Grass Crest Shield. This is going to boost our stamina recovery, so we're going to be having it on. Even if we have it on our back, it's going to boost our stamina recovery. Because our main weapon that we're going to be using from now on is going to be the Soulsword Twin Blades, which we have infused sharp.
And that gives us a big dex bonus for our twin blades here. I think it makes it like A scaling. Maybe it's B scaling, I don't remember.
I think it hits A, yeah. They're coming up to Sage, so there have been a couple different ways of doing Sage. No instant Soul Mass. So it used to be, in the old days, you would just wait for Soul Mass forever. And then it was, if you don't get instant Soul Mass, you parry. And now, instead, we divine the crystals. Based on a combination of like your positioning and the way that the crystals pop up, you can tell where Sage will spawn. Because, yeah, Sage spawns a bunch of clones.
My bad.
Yes, fair enough.
I just wanted to display what Sage does when you mess that up. Hitless runners know exactly where the third spawn will be. I need V-Sweat's knowledge on this one.
Get him back on here. Now grab the Herald Armor. Yeah, it gives you better physical resistance, which matters in like for some stuff later, because I don't know if it matters still now with like dragon strats and stuff, but it used to be at least you kind of needed it to survive some skips later that require you to take enemy damage. We could talk about it when we get there. This running section's also kind of tricky. It's not like the worst, but getting past
Depending
these
on how the
dogs.
dogs behave, I'm gonna... Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see. You just saw him on the left there, yeah. So the dogs basically like when they're not on screen and stuff, they'll kind of like try to like teleport after you because they move at like super low FPS, like not on screen, and certain enemies, the way that they're scripted to follow you, will do like really crazy things. Like the dogs will literally like spawn on top of you. We've all like seen them teleport out of bounds sometimes and kill themselves because they're just warping around so much. It gets really crazy.
It's that specific size of dog. So there's like different sized dogs in the game, and the spaghetti code in this game has a little bit of an error for that specifically sized dog. So that's why they teleport around everywhere. It's a long running segment too. Like, go to church, you know.
Yeah.
What about me?
Church.
I'm going we both made the same joke.
Yeah, we're coming over, church. I hope you have some Hot Pockets ready, or pizza rolls or something.
I'm a fan of those like broccoli cheese lean pockets if you have them.
I don't know that we have those in Canada, but I'll get something equivalent.
Just no Lunchables. I heard they have lead in them.
I don't know that I've seen a Lunchable in 10 years, so...
Do they have Lunchables in Canada? I don't know.
They do, I just don't know that I've seen any ever.
Run past the spaghetti monster there. I remember that that's a firebug pellet, or a red bug. I don't remember what the name is. There was like a really old, like, back when DLC 2 was new, some of us would grab that for Demon Prince, like, way later. Because it's right there.
What does it do for Demon Prince?
You just take less fire damage if you get hit by a fire attack, which you shouldn't. But like, it was early DLC 2. We did what we had to get by, Matt. Don't judge us.
You guys back then also had like the biggest health bar I've ever seen.
We did. It was like, I don't remember what it was before it was 24. When I ran it was 24, but I remember Enduritize getting 40 vigor after mid-year for no reason.
You need to be comf, alright. I understand.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're coming up. You can show the first dagger fall damage cancel.
If he gives me a good attack, I'll do it. If he does the fast attack, I'm just gonna take the fall damage.
Yeah, so we're coming over here to grab Lloyd's ring, which is going to give us 10% extra damage while we're at full health.
He gave me the good
So
attack.
Nice. He's going to jump and then do the dagger weapon art like right as he's about to land out of that roll. So you have to like jump and then roll as you go off the edge. And that'll let you either do another roll, which will let you cancel very small amounts of fall damage, or you can actually do the dagger weapon art like that, the quick step, and cancel a little bit more fall damage. Very, very cool tech.
This whole segment is pretty much the only reason why we bought the dagger in the first place.
Yeah, this muck will not let you sprint through it otherwise. So quick stepping is by far the fastest way through. And then, yeah, so Lloyd's, we're going to be thinking a lot about like when we're at full health and stuff. And like I said, that's one of the main thing that complicates like late game fight routing so much is that like, it's like, oh, I could get extra damage if I trade here, but it's like, then I lose my 10% Lloyd's. So it's like, it's just a lot of quick calculations you have to think about. So this is Deacons.
I love this fight.
For this, yeah. Oh, I knew you were going to get it. Oh, no, okay. I thought that was going to bounce out. So he just needs to kill the Deacon who has the red soul. But there's a meme that can happen where the soul will spawn in a Deacon who's like right next to the coffin, and for some reason that will cause the soul to immediately pop out and go to another Deacon. But it actually didn't happen in this fight for him. See, there he took a little hit and he lost Lloyd's, so that's like a big deal. But better to just move on than to heal and get Lloyd's back. And then the little Deacon, who is the main Deacon, spawns. And then you kill him, and then that ends the fight. He's actually inside that big coffin in there. Like, you can kill him in there from out of bounds or with, like, poison mist and stuff if you've got, like, an hour.
If you're, you have time to watch an old school run of this, I believe if you look up a all bosses, no DLC, maybe it's Distortions PB. I think he does it in that PB.
Yeah, you could do it with Teardrop. You could kill him under the map.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Some funny business that they used to do back in the day.
Now we're going to get another ring. This ring is also a damage buff ring, but it's more complicated. You can kind of think of it, if you watched the Bloodbourne run earlier, it actually kind of works like Beast Blood pellets without the downside, but it's really nerfed. So when you hit an enemy, there's like an invisible, imagine there's like an invisible bar that builds as you hit an enemy. And there's 3 tiers to the buff each time the bar goes up. It's 5% damage, 10% damage, and then 15% damage. It's Pontiff's Eye here. But that bar is also passively degenning. So it works really well with the Twin Blades because of the way that their motion values work. We could talk more about motion values later probably, but essentially with Twin Blades, it's like every 1.5 L1s, if you connect both hitboxes of each L1, you'll get a tier up. So it's very easy to build the buff and maintain it when you're using this specific weapon. There's some other weapons that it synergizes well with too, but it's like really good with Twin Blades with your double hitboxes.
The double axes. It's a cool weapon.
Yeah, I don't know what the motion value is on those. On these, I know that. So like your weapon has like a base damage and poise damage based on its R1, and then like different parts of the moveset deal different amounts of damage and poise damage relative to that R1. But he's going to line up a skip here. Do a quick little out of bounds through Irithyll. And he got it, nice. This just skips like going like well through Irithyll, which is why we creatively named it Irithyll Skip.
It's a long run and it's a dangerous run.
Yeah, all the fire witches and everything.
But we just bypass all of it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
This save doesn't have skulls. Oh, well.
Yeah, so do like the PB attempt way, yeah.
Yeah, it's
we
fine.
used to use the skulls here for a long time. Honestly. But yeah, he's just got to manage his stamina well. It's fairly consistent if you do everything right. It's dogs. There's always weird stuff that can happen. But.
They have this one attack, which I call the missile bite, and that's the attack that I don't like to see, because that's the one that usually hits you. But the way I run around, I try to bait them to missile attack into walls so that they get stuck there and they don't chase me. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so there's like This is where he would use one skull here on the first set of 2 dogs, and just distracting those 2 dogs is enough to let you get by the 3 without too much trouble. Yeah, they'll circle around him. Run to the right around these 2, so they circle like that. He's got to get around this.
Bite.
Yeah, very good.
I think we're good now.
Yeah.
Still hear him chasing me, but I still think I'm fine. Copium.
Surely no one's ever had Pontiff Dog, right?
Alright, we're good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll there, because sometimes that guy's a funny meme lord.
And this fight is scripted. He's gonna parry. Immediate riposte. Get some L1 damage. Then he has 2 attacks he can do there, but one of them is rolled and parry, the other one is just parry immediately. He's going to switch back to Grass Crest to optimize his stamina recovery. Go behind Pontiff, so he wants to turn around before he goes into his phase transition. And then just tank a little bit of the AoE to kill. And he finishes him with an R1 there. Because he just needs an R1's worth of damage, and L1 R1 is a lot faster than 2 L1s.
It saves like maybe half a second, maybe a third of a second. It's a really minute optimization, but every little bit counts.
I did the math once. I think like an L1 with stamina regen in a vacuum is like 1.5 something seconds, and like an R1 with stamina regen is like 1.1 seconds. So
something I do want to point out is the attack animations matter as far as like how fast they end too. So in a lot of the fights, you'll see me end my combos on 3 L1s more so than an even number, because the animation ends sooner if you end on odd attacks versus even attacks with the twin blades.
Yeah, it's the opposite with the short sword actually as well. And and speaking of that, while we're talking about like little animation things, also like if you're walking between attack combos, you will start regenning stamina sooner and stuff, which is most important on fights where you're killing a boss that like is AI broken. You need to make sure to move a little bit between combos to cancel the very, very end of your like attack animation, and you recover stamina faster. Tons of little mechanics like that come up with stamina. Stamina adds so much complexity to this game, honestly.
Stamina is the reason why that arrow just didn't hit me, and I wasn't worried about it either.
Yeah, this section is very consistent with practice.
So if I messed up my stamina at all, or I did a weird movement, that arrow likely would have killed me. But because I ran the segment correctly with the correct amount of stamina and movement, that arrow will never kill me.
Yeah, and then we've got the slowest elevator in the world, but we're going to take advantage of it. You dupe a soul here, right? Or
No.
Do you still? No, you don't anymore.
We
Maybe
just
it was
heal.
always a Peach thing. Just heal, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, grab the Aldrich Bonfire, by the way.
This is a safety bonfire. I'm in low danger here, but if for whatever reason I die, it is quite the run back. Not only do I have to run past the dogs again, but I gotta just run all the way back here from that bonfire down below.
It's like 5 minutes, I think, yeah.
It's a while.
Are you spooking? Or
Nah, I got the bonfire. We're chill,
might as
dude.
well. So weirdly, on this spot in Aldrich's floor, you just don't take fall damage unless you jump from too high and take lethal fall damage, or you land on the chest, which is in fact not the floor. That should be fine. So yeah, see, he didn't spook or anything there. You just don't take fall damage. It's not entirely clear if that's like intentional because of like the slime on the floor or why that is the case, but it is the case.
The power of Aldrich goop.
Yeah. So this is the other thing we were talking about, that we got this idea from Elden Ring. This is another AI break. He's going to actually enter the fog gate a specific way from the side here, from like close to max distance. And then he's going to backstep immediately, which is going to allow him to enter the fight without activating Aldrich's AI trigger, which is very nice because this fight, otherwise, like, you could get either a 2 or a 3 cycle And you would lose like 10 to 15 seconds depending on his attack pattern and stuff, like just to RNG. This used to be a big RNG point in the run, and now it's completely consistent.
Yeah, I don't miss farming Aldrich RNG in the slightest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot in this game to lose to one fight RNG, unfortunately. Yeah, you picked up some ashes there. So ashes are the things that let you, like, buy new items and stuff from the shop. So specifically, he's picking up the ashes that let him buy upgrade materials. So most of our upgrade materials in this game, rather than running around and collecting all of them because you need a lot, we're just going to try to buy them as much as possible.
I forgot that I got the bonfire. I worked.
Oh, yeah.
We don't normally get this bonfire, and it's the menuing is just mash confirm. But because it's there now, I had to press 1 up input.
Impossible. Speedrunner alter muscle memory challenge. Impossible.
Man, part of the reason that I'm usually slow to implement new strats is because my muscle memory is so burned in from how stagnant the routing was in this run for so long.
Yeah, this run has really been popping off lately with so much new stuff. It's so cool to see, honestly.
I held a quit out there because that Fire Witch has one specific attack that can kill me, and I have to listen for an audio cue for it. But it's like the Flame Trail, if you've ever seen it.
It'll like double hit you too. It's incredibly cursed.
Like the audio cue is like a rumbling flame behind me. It's very scary sounding, so it's hard to not hear coming.
We're running past the jailers here. They like have like a projectile. It's like an invisible string of projectiles. Actually, I've seen it in like a hitbox viewer. It looks crazy. But that just drains your maximum health, but we don't really care too much about it.
Yeah, it's all good.
Because we're not really going to need... I mean, we'll heal later anyway, it's fine. Ah, you're doing it.
I've ran glitchless before.
Yeah, so that fall, normally if you just land on the ground there, it's just long enough that it will kill you. So you can do a backstep off of that ledge and land on that little, like, lower ledge and not die if you have Spook.
Man,
active.
he didn't give me the good attack.
Were you going to go for ladder skip if you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, so there's
I guess we should talk about in-game time versus real time in the marathon, right?
Yeah. So, in-game, we normally time this based on in-game time, so there'd be a lot more quit-outs even doing a lot more stuff. Because the in-game time doesn't tick when you're in the menu. Or, well, it does when you're in your menu, but not when you're in the main menu. But we do have a rule that you have to re-enter the game as soon as you like get into the menu because of that. So you can't like stall in the main menu on purpose. But for a marathon, we're going to be trying to minimize that as much as possible. So like, have we even done a Spook quit out yet?
That was the first one.
Yeah, that was the first one. So I mentioned that with Spook, we have a way of getting around the fact that it's supposed to still kill us if we jump too far. And that way is that you hit the ground, like start to die, but if you have Spook active or the cat ring, because it's the same buff, then the game takes longer to kill you, and it will actually save your position on the ground before it does, so you can actually quit out as you're dying, and then load back in, not dead, in the new location. So now we've got Yorm here. We're just going to be fighting him with the Storm Ruler. But this is an intended gimmick boss. We want him to not stomp, basically. We're going to be hanging out right in front of his feet to try and get him to not do that. Nice. But we want him to slam his weapon down on us instead. And we can just walk out of the way, charge, and hit him. We have to be careful of some of the debris here on the ground because the Storm Ruler actually fires a projectile like from low on the ground where the sword hits the ground. So if you do that and there's an object like on the ground right in front of you, like one of some of these treasure pieces and stuff, it will eat your attack. A good headshot. If you get a headshot like that, he staggers longer, which means he can get a free second Storm Ruler hit like that. Now he's got to use this soul so he can dupe immediately because he's about to get teleported into another boss fight. Okay, so he's gonna get warped to Dancer here.
I don't think this save has the... Yeah, this save doesn't have the abort fire, but I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, this run back isn't as long. It's like 2 minutes, I think. Yeah, so he's gonna help put Emma out of her misery. He's gonna dupe, which he set up for earlier by using the soul. Uses bleed resin, and then here's Dancer. So she staggers in 8 hits. Just kind of hugging beside her. And then he's gonna try to hug to her side here, because her spin is actually a hitbox that hits just in front of her. Ah, he missed a half hit or two there. Okay, yeah.
That one half hit I got canceled the... Well, it didn't cancel it, but it prevented the bleed proc there. But it's okay.
Yeah.
I made it so that if it didn't happen, I had enough stamina to roll there.
Yeah, very smart. Yeah, you try to kill her during the spin optimally, but instead he had to kill her right after the spin, but still pretty good.
For some reason, tiny little half hits make the bleed proc not build as much, so it prevents the quick kill.
Yeah, so your resin, like including your bleed proc, is also based on motion value. So like if you think of like an R1 as having like 1.0 motion value, each half of the L1 has a 0.8 motion value or thereabout. So a full L1 is going to give you about 1.6 times the like resin proc, poise damage, and damage as an L1 or as an R1. But that means if you only hit half an L1, you're doing less damage and everything else than you would even with just an R1. So that's the thing, basically.
I'm about to run through a bunch of stuff that'll give me toxic, so I'm equipping the assassin armor because it has really good resistance against toxic. We have to stall on that elevator because that fall is lethal if we don't stall. So we take the opportunity to use a soul while casting spook at the same time, using the tumble buff thing that we've been using all run, which is a really neat little optimization.
Yeah, and then he's gonna run past these guys to Oseros. And he has, I really like the strat that you guys have for him now. I hope it works out. He's also gonna be equipping a specific armor combination here to give him maximum strike resistance or blunt damage resistance because his charge does blunt damage, but hopefully it doesn't matter. So he staggers in 5.5 L1s normally, but we're gonna try to manipulate his staggers because Oseros actually is one of a few bosses that have 2 different staggers. And different staggers trigger off of different things. So that's his poise stagger. But if you hit his head, he also has a damage-based head stagger. So by setting up a specific way, getting the right amount of damage, he can chain the poise stagger into the head stagger. So there we go. Take the riposte. And kill here, yeah. Yeah, so you actually take advantage of the fact that you're dealing counter damage, or again, technically instability damage, while he's staggered to break his head stagger, which is damage based, into L1s. So very cool strat. And this fight is can be very chaotic. He can run around a lot otherwise. I love the stagger loop.
He was pretty chaotic there, but I played it pretty safe. This guy's being funny, boy.
Yeah, phase 1 is still, unfortunately, phase 1 still has a lot that can happen.
Yeah, he did like the instant mist there, which is very unfortunate. The worst is when he backs into the wall and does it, but thankfully he didn't do that. So I was able to still get the stagger and not have to wait too long and still execute the strat.
Yeah, he's gonna try to vape pretty much once every time, but ideally you want him to do it when you have enough poise damage already that you can just stagger him out of it. But if he does it immediately, there's no way you're getting 5.5 L1s in that amount of time. So, just, yeah, rip. You just go, you do what Matt did, where you try to go hit his tail, depending on where he's positioned. Maybe you can get damage on his tail still. Nice resin cancel on that fall there. It's actually kind of tough to get that resin cancel without accidentally taking fall damage or like just sticking on the ledge there and looking silly. Going up to Gundyr here. So we're going to use a combination of parries and then stagger to try and kill this. There we go. We just don't want him to do any attacks with his punching or kicking or the grab, because obviously those are unparryable. Oh. Yeah, so he took damage there, which unfortunately, means that the rest of this, there we go, fight wouldn't have gone as scripted because he wouldn't have Lloyd's damage. This is a really cool strafe now. Circle around him. Yeah, and his poise must have reset.
Yeah, it did.
So if you go, I think it's 10 seconds in this game. If you go 10 seconds without hitting a boss, then all the poise damage that you've done to them will reset. So that's why he's used to getting a stagger there, but unfortunately, because he had to back off and heal and stuff.
Good. I'll do this the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, the fight opens differently the second time, so he has to do a different strat here. And yeah, you get more damage taking that instability damage on the stagger than you would get from doing a riposte here. Nice. That was a little weird because he was up on the step. And there he takes the stagger because you can finish him off on the get up animation. Like so. Yeah, good save, good save.
Man, I haven't done that strat in so long.
Yeah, he grabbed the safety bonfire just in case. Normally, in PB attempts, you wouldn't grab that, so you could just warp to last rested, and you would be right where you needed to go for Dragon Slayer armor. We got another scary running section. Also notice that he hasn't actually leveled up health yet. There were some old routes where we would have a lot of health here by now, but he does not. So, still very, very scary. And again, he wants optimal fast roll to get past everything and for speed. Which we didn't mention it, but it's a common misconception. Fast roll in this game does not give you extra iframes. It literally just is faster, covers more distance. Still helps you avoid some attacks that otherwise are more difficult to avoid, but he's not just getting more raw iframes. You're still at your normal 13 iframes.
If you fat roll, you lose an iframe, right?
Yep, fat roll is 12, yes. On top of like covering like no distance. The modern games a lot of the time are very much balanced so that like you're not supposed to fat roll ever, but you can be low or medium and you're not really punished or rewarded that much. Run past these guys, hopefully they don't just perfectly surround him.
They tried.
They like to do. Yeah. Fall damage cancel, that's the lame version that doesn't use the dagger, but it works for that little tiny thing. And again, the main reason that's faster is because if he took that fall damage, he would have to heal up here to get his optimal Lloyd's damage. We want that 10%. And then so he's going to be going for something sometimes we call scripted DSA. It's not literally scripted, but he's going to try to bait a certain sequence of attacks. He's going to step behind him here, try to bait the shield slam. He's not going to give him the shield slam, unfortunately. There's the shield slam we wanted, and now we want the back swing. No, he's just going to turn around instead. That's fine, though. He didn't turtle. That's the big thing. Watch out for that AoE. He's going to go into this attack. Should be close to staggering. No shield slam, but he didn't turtle. It's okay. Okay. Oh, he animation canceled. That's fine. He had enough stamina.
What a funny DSA.
That was interesting.
He was very rude.
Oh, yeah, and grab this bonfire as well.
So typically you want to stagger him from the back, and he won't cancel his stagger animation. I don't even know why he staggers. He has an animation cancel for his stagger anyway. The funny little boss. And I was trying to bait the shield slam. I was taking it a little slow and precautious. to try and bait it, but he just didn't want to do it.
I didn't know that you guys had figured out that that was at least part of what caused the animation cancel, was staggering him from the front.
There is an unspoken rule to not try and stagger DSA from the front, but because we're greedy time savers, we'll go for it a lot. Anyway.
Yeah, it's very strange. And sometimes he'll cancel it like literally instantly. Instead of like there he got like one counter hit in, and then he did it, but like he'll do it instantly to the point where sometimes people watching who don't know the game super well will not even realize that he staggered.
Well,
be like, where's my stagger?
Sometimes when there's no visual cue, I won't even notice that it didn't happen. So I'll continue to hit him if I lose track of my hit count, and I'll get baited into swinging into him expecting a stagger, but of course he canceled out of it already, so I'll just die because...
Yeah, it's like 14 L1s, I think, to stagger him. So like his phase transition is damage based and isn't a real stagger. It has nothing to do with his poise damage. But yeah, his actual poise stagger is like 14 L1s. So it can be a lot to count when you're doing everything else. There's like a couple things that can eat. We'll see what this gargoyle does. There's like a couple things that, like generally speaking, will eat staggers in these games, and most bosses can't just like animation cancel out of them. But like if you stagger a lot. Nice.
He was nice.
That's the best gargoyle, yeah. But most bosses, like if you stagger them when there's like sidestepping and stuff like that, they'll just eat your stagger. Their poise will just reset and you won't get a stagger.
A boss later is a major culprit of that.
Yeah, and another one with a really, really high poise, like a large amount of poise. So if they eat your stagger, you're just not getting a stagger that fight. It's very annoying.
It's a safety elevator.
Yeah, this is another long run back. If you grab no safe stuff, it's an extremely long run back. And again, his health is looking pretty tiny up there. We see how many buffs we get up here, chat. We want triple buff for good luck. One. Okay, one. No,
Just
just one. Yeah, you heard another one do it behind him. That doesn't count. That means nothing.
So, the guys all down below are scripted to act the way they do. So what's really funny is we have ways to like give our character super speed, and even if you super speed past everything, the arrows down there will still track you. It's really funny.
We're coming up to Prince's, one of my favorite fights in the game, certainly. He has two openers here. He has a fast slam and then the double. He's doing the double. So he's trying to manipulate the beginning of phase one here to get him over here by the bed here. Then he wants to kill him back here, and then he's fighting him unlocked to try to loop him. Both because you want to loop him anyway, but you also want to keep him from teleporting. He's really weird up here on the stairs, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's
But he's not teleporting, so okay. So yeah, if you start phase two behind him like this, he just doesn't aggro. And then if you only hit Lothric and not Lorien, the boss also doesn't aggro. So as long as you end the fight behind him like this, you can just do this to end phase two. It does take some practice, especially doing that phase two quick, like takes some practice without accidentally hitting Lorien in with twin blades. You have to really know where the hitbox is. But it worked out.
yeah, I went a little too far back, so if you saw him like come from the top rope with a vertical slam there. But I've seen that before, so I had to react to it. But then he was on the back steps. It's a lot harder to do the looping when he's on the steps like that, because your hitbox angles get all goofy. So he didn't teleport away, which is surprising, but I had a backup in case he teleported away.
Yeah, that's another thing in a lot of cases. Like V-Swed was talking about like manipulating boss AI through your like relative position, which is definitely very much a thing. And so like if you're right on top of a boss in weird collision like that sometimes, like, and you attack into them, it'll like position your hurt box in a weird place that'll put it like in front of them, and you'll just get all sorts of weird behavior because it's harder to tell if the boss thinks you're in front or behind them, and like just causes really inconsistent behavior in general. And the way that you loop him is by consistently staying like behind and to the side, so he wants to turn to face you.
A lot of the boss AI in this game does not react well to when you're unlocked and walking around them like that.
Yeah, they definitely expect you to square up. We're just gonna sit on this guy's head real quick.
A nice little
We just
meditation.
need to like, yeah, we just need to just barely be on the carpet here to get warped, so that unfortunate guy's face is just right there.
Very disrespectful, but it's okay. They understand.
Yeah. And now we're coming up to Ancient Wyvern. This is supposed to be a gimmick fight. You're supposed to run all the way up a bunch of stairs past Chain Snake and then do like a plunging attack onto his head. But wouldn't you know it, chat, a running R2, same thing as a plunge attack as far as the game is concerned. Same with a jumping R2 actually, but the old setups that use jumping R2 for this were giga cursed.
Yeah.
Imagine having to do a jumping R2 on command. It's terrible.
Visions of a boss rush mod.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember doing it with mouse and keyboard just to try and get it consistent before doing the run thing. The running attack is way easier. So he's going to run through the boss's legs here and then over to the right. You can technically do it to the front there, but it's way worse, and if he does a certain attack, you just like don't get it and you lose a ton of time. So no, everyone just does it down here. He's going to dupe this soul while he's waiting for the boss to get into position. Just getting some extra souls. He's going to position here. Running jump off of this. And there you go. You just got to put the plunging attack hitbox like right where his head is. Then he's going to do some cool new stuff as well.
Oh.
The dragon head.
No. Oh well. Yeah. I got the dragon head on. That's all that counts. I didn't pivot,
so if you've got the dragon head, you're not supposed to be able to wear armor like over any parts that are dragonified. But if you do like the pivot while you're putting it on, you can actually like put your helmet on and then the transformation will still complete. So you get like the little bit of extra resistance and stuff you get from using the dragon head on top of your actual like helmet defense, which you're not supposed to be able to do. So that's what he was going for there. He got the dragon head, but didn't get the helmet on at the same time.
My menuing was different because of what my inventory has right now.
Oh yeah, that's another thing.
That's okay.
Yeah, the only disadvantage to that strat, if you get it, is that you can't then unequip your helmet.
Quit out.
Yeah, got hit by the
funny roly poly.
Yeah. The stone lizards or whatever they're called. And one of the reasons we're coming here early, we're not fighting Nameless right now. Oh no. Tail, please. Okay. Yeah, the reason we're coming here early is because we're getting another ash that we can use to buy items from the shop, and this one is going to let us buy chunks. So again, it's like way faster to just go and grab the ashes that you need to buy your upgrade materials, rather than like hunting for your upgrade materials separately.
Oh yeah. A lot of casual playthroughs, there's a lot of pickups you can do to get all the upgrade materials early, but that takes a while, so we get the ashes to just quickly buy everything, so we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I remember really early on when we were starting with Twin Blades, before we even had FKS, like trying to time some stuff with like picking up shards and stuff. It's just like you need 12 of each upgrade tier, like per thing, and just like the raw pickups for that just take up so much time, even if you just had to pick them up. But you actually have to go like a little off your line to get all of them and stuff, and like it's crazy how fast the time adds up. So we're just gonna run over and grab this instead and use all of our souls that we have with all of our dupes that we've done and everything. And we're gonna do a big level up here. And we're also gonna get Oh yeah, so we have to place these cinders to access the final boss, which we will actually go fight later. But then we're also going to actually get Prisoner's Chain here from Ludleth, which is like a thing we can get from Gundir's boss soul. And it's an item it's a ring technically, but it's going to increase our health, our stamina, and our like carry weight, right? Is the other thing. Yeah. But health and stamina, mostly what we want. But it does make us take more damage, but it still works out well with the extra health. And so he's trying to cancel the soul animations or the ash animations by like walking off as he uses them. Here we can buy his upgrade materials. He's gonna buy a bunch of bundles. Okay, so we didn't talk about the difference between bundles and resin. So resin lasts like a full minute, but has like a long animation. Bundles have a very short animation, and in fact, if you're sprinting, bundles actually don't waste any time to use because they stop you from regenerating stamina, but they don't actually consume stamina. And bundles also do more damage. So that's another thing, is that we've shifted over time to using more bundles in fights, because if you're smart about how you route them, they are really fast. And then he skipped Dark Fire Link there just by, in that black screen after he canceled the cutscene there, he just boned to last rested in that cutscene, which warps him straight to Kiln for some reason, because it just sets your spawn point there. But before we go do Cinder, we're actually going to go do DLC 2, because we want Chloranthy +3, which is the main reason this is routed that way. We're just going to be running around here. These are all intentional. Like, you don't take fall damage in these areas because of the ash or the circles or something.
Gale wants us to take the plunge.
Yeah. Even though he's never met us.
Yeah. I spammed through his dialogue earlier.
Oh yeah, did you talk to him in this then?
I didn't talk to him at all, no.
Okay, no, yeah. Yeah, so we're doing some big drops, and it's very funny because there are some places where it's faster to drop in like very different places than where they intend you to. It looks kind of funny, but it still works. Like here, we're gonna go off to the left instead of landing in the circle. We're coming up on a very difficult parkour skip, basically. We call this Angel Skip. It's a pretty tricky series of jumps, basically. Because in this game, one of the things that makes jumping in these games difficult compared to like Elden Ring is that you can't like drift at all in the air. So you have to like line yourself up where you want to jump. You have to be really straight and consistent on your launch in order to get consistent positioning. Because you can't like be close and then adjust midair. He's gonna line up with this cage here. Jump. Jump again into this corner and then do a third jump. You can do it in 2 jumps. It's easier to do it in 3. But nice.
I'm gonna grab this safety bonfire here, because that's another long run back if I don't survive this boss fight.
Yeah, this is a very long boss fight. I think the combined health pool of this boss is like 21,000 HP, which is a lot. So they're kind of gonna take turns in phase 1. One of them's gonna be fought like enraged like this and aggro, and the other one's gonna just kind of try to shoot poison mist at us. We just gotta avoid the poison mist while fighting this guy. Staggers in 10 L1s, if I remember correctly. Should stagger soon. Yeah, they stagger right before they die with this amount of damage.
What in the world?
Yeah, he's not, there we go. I mean, that's fine though. Yeah, the other one is supposed to always enrage once the one is dead. Unfortunate sidestep there. And now whichever one you kill last is the one that's going to turn into the Demon Prince. So we're hitting him here, even though we're not doing damage, we are building bleed proc, and we want to get an early bleed proc here. Because then we can use lightning bundles for the rest of the fight, because you're only going to get 1 bleed proc per fight anyway. We'd rather get it early and then get the switched bundles. He's going to loop him here for a little bit. Okay, jump back, We hope he doesn't jump back multiple times, but he can. All right, only one jump back, good. Stagger there to cancel out of his Giga Super Omega attack, which is the Spirit Bomb in this case because of the one we killed instead of the laser. And then sidestep right before he died, but that's okay. No, that wasn't bad.
That's fine.
Yeah. He could just jump back like 3 times at the start of phase 2 after you loop him. And then he can also do it 3 times and then into his sidestep. And then, yeah, his sidestep is the one that we were talking about earlier that it's very notable that can just eat your stagger if he initiates it as you would stagger him. And then just rip all of your time.
Yeah, it's no fun. I have to heal on Partake now since I don't have the armor on my head.
Yeah, so Partake is what I was talking about here. This is the reason you would have Herald armor. Because you need the extra defense to live Partake, because we're going to be abusing an enemy grab here, and we need to be able to live the grab. There's like different ways we've done it over different periods, like making sure we have a certain amount of vigor, or like we used to grab Ring of Steel Protection, like at different points in the run as well. Because yeah, you need to be able to survive this bite no matter what.
There's a way to do this without quitting out a bunch of times, but enemies are kind of goofy if I don't do it that way. So just for comfort's sake, because the way I normally do it, I'm just gonna quit out 4 times here.
You have to like wait a little bit and then run like a side route to the right anyway. It's still fairly slow. Like it's not like it's that much faster.
Yeah, you have to climb a ladder, go to the side.
Yeah.
This is just a straight shot, and we don't have to worry about enemies doing funny things.
Yeah, so he's going to do a skip up here, so he does need to kill the giant up here.
He's killing the adjudicator is gonna give us a divine blessing, and it's gonna prevent him from being a nuisance. The reason we also quit out is there's like a tree man skeleton thing that will interrupt us as well. But once we kill the adjudicator, he doesn't spawn or attack anymore. So it's relevant to quit out here.
Fear not the dark, my friends. There we go. Pop down here. So this bug just like really hates mid shields for some reason. So if you wave this shield in his face, he will try to chase you down and grab you. And it's only specifically with mid shields. It doesn't work with parry shields, like lighter shields. It's only the mid shield parry animation that enrages him. But at least we found something that enrages him. So he's going to try to parry something that's unparryable here, just so he doesn't stagger, and so the boss, or the enemy, is where he wants him to be. And then he's going to position on these steps here, get grabbed. Notice he's up on the steps and the bug is below the steps, so the bug hopefully would put him down below the steps, but that didn't happen here. He's got to reset the bug by dragging him over here. He's going to tumble buff an Ember here. He's already Embered, but if you tumble buff an Ember while you're Embered, you'll still get the full heal. So he's using that instead of Estus here, because that's what he has left. And he needs health to be able to parry this.
I shall partake.
Okay. This looks fine to me. There we go. And then he's got to do a spook quit out on some invisible collision here. But he got it.
First try.
Yeah. The skip isn't too bad, like once you get the hang of it, but it is very much a skip that can kill you. Speaking of, now we've got elevator clip.
Yeah, it's like a series of skip after skip at this part.
Yeah, we love DLC too. We love DLC in general. Dark Souls 3 is definitely the run where it's like, well, I had a run and then DLC happened. Very easy to just bleed time. So he's going to line up with the edge of the elevator shaft here. He's going to do a series of inputs that are just to put himself in a consistent position, which will let him walk into this ceiling here right as the elevator is going up, which will just clip him up through here. Now he's got to do some out-of-bounds parkour, running around a bunch of invisible collision. Nice. Fall in a little gap here. Okay, good. There are some kill boxes around there, so you have to be a little careful, and you can also get kind of stuck on some of that collision, but that was good. This also lets us skip Bridge Midir, because normally you can't get to this part of the fight without killing Bridge Midir. And then so Midir has like a script that he's going to try to get by baiting specific attacks. As long as he doesn't miss hits, he will be able to get it by positioning. So he's going to follow this initial charge here, which he always does. Going to try to end up right beside of his face here. He should do downwards fire breath, like so. He's going to run out. This is, I think, the trickiest part, is you have to run into this fire breath and be right beside his face again to get claw. Yep. And he's going to claw again. And then this should send him into phase 2, as long as you get enough head hits. There we go. Missed an R1 there, should be fine. And then Midir has a damage-based stagger, like so. Yeah, he won't do it until you finish his animation, which is very funny there.
If you do enough damage before, and he does that, you can just sit there and wait for him to finish that phase change. He'll look at you, and then his head will just explode. It's really funny.
It is pretty good. That was. I'm glad we got to see a little bit of it there, at least. Yeah. But yeah, so you can kind of try to do that casually if you're like beside Midir's face, even if you don't have as much damage as Matt does. He will tend to do downward fire breath into claw attack, and then if you stay on the side of his face, he'll do another claw attack. So you can like bait a consistent string of attacks just by positioning like that. And so now we grab Chloranthy +3. This is the reason we came here. Like the reason the game is routed this way, because it's a big boost to our stamina recovery, which is going to save us a little bit on running sections and a lot on certain fights in particular. In some cases, multiple seconds.
I'm going to quit out here because the guy with the big swords can be very scary and kill me if he decides to be a heck. But this fight that's coming up it's pretty mean sometimes, so hopefully everything goes well.
This is the big blessed chat. So we're going to kill Argo because the boss will actually spawn sooner if we kill Argo rather than letting him finish his dialogue. Because Argo will just die of cringe on his own if you just leave him be, but it takes longer.
He's a living copy pasta.
Yeah. And he knows it. We're going to do our position here is we can kill the Painting Guardian. We're going to backstab. Oh, we're going to try to backstab. Yeah, so he's doing this specific combo here that kind of tends to catch certain NPC rolling animations. He's going to do a first pivot buff here. We'll talk about pivot buffing later. And then so the big problem with Half-Light is that he can parry you while his shield is out. So we can't really go and attack him until he puts his shield away, other than like starting that initial combo. Okay, bow is good. The Painting Guardian healed immediately, which is not good, and then he brought his shield back out.
Spooky.
Yeah. Okay.
All good.
Yeah. It's done. Yeah, the fact that the Painting Guardian healed immediately, the fact that Half-Light was slow about putting his shield away, those were all bad things, but it worked out okay in the end.
You can also parry you, which is usually instant death too. So it was a little sus that I was attacking into him, but all worked out.
Yeah, at the end there, yeah. Yeah, once you get him in the combo loop, it's safe, because he can't parry your weapon art. But, like, yeah, he was going for some raw attacks there when he had shield out just to try to finish him off, and that was risky. But did not get punished, so...
Never punished.
Yeah. This is a hard fight that's actually, like, good, though. Gale is just a really long fight. He actually has, like, 15k health. Whereas Midir, for reference, has about 16k, but Midir has a head stagger that like drains his last like 4k or something. So I would argue that Gale is effectively tankier. And Gale also does crazy damage, and yeah, the way that they play this fight these days. Gonna be trading some damage in places. He has fairly frequent stagger. It's like 4.5 hits, L1s if I remember correctly. So you can use that to get extra damage, but he just has so much health and so many attacks. And we love slopes. Trying to get one more hit to finish the phase, but he had other plans, unfortunately. Run under that. There we go. So he's waiting for an opportunity here where he can pop a Blossom. We used to just buff as we were running up, but optimally you wait for this attack here. I went for damage instead. That's fair. Just run up in front of him when he's doing the crossbow. Yeah, so just kind of run into that, because the AoE explosion at the start of this is fairly small. He just has to watch out for those dark circles there that are going to spawn lightning. Okay, trying to bait him out of the lightning. Fairly healthy here, which is good, but got a lot of fight left. Yeah, so that combo into the stab is always a good time to use items or whatever during the fight, whether it's heal or a bundle like so. Okay, he's dead. Yeah, that fight is really cool and very fun, but very easy to die. He throws out a lot of hitboxes in phase 2.
He is very hard to predict. He doesn't always follow up. He can kill you in a second. A lot of things make that fight super dangerous. Because he's dead now, we get an instant warp into DLC 1 now, though. So, thank you, Gale.
Now you got to do that fight. Now you get to do a really hard skip.
It's my reward.
I think this skip is weird though, because it's like it's really hard to learn because you have to do a lot of like very specific, complicated movement stuff. But it's not the worst thing when you've done it a lot. Like
I'll agree. I'll agree.
Yeah, none of the specific things you have to do are that difficult. Like it's just so weird what you have to do. But yeah, because we didn't talk about controls in Death Cam, so this is a very long Death Cam skip. We're going to be carrying a Death Cam all the way up the roots. And the thing we didn't talk about is that when you're in Death Cam, since the camera is like fixed, it weirdly like changes your controls. So your controls basically become tank controls, where you forward moves your character forward. Yeah, become the tank, climb the branches, as tanks are known for. This is a safety bonfire here. But it's not even quite tank controls. It's very strange because like if you try to go backwards, you don't just like walk backwards. You do like a weird kind of like just kind of spin around. It's weird. And then there are like other cases where like you'll bump into things or you'll get hit or something, and your character will look like they're facing one way, but as far as the game's concerned, you're like actually pointed a different way. So we're gonna do a spook quit out here to get down here. That's a setup he used where he spooks and then buffers a forward roll out of the spook twice to get there. And then he just does a spook quit out on this little piece of collision that's out of bounds.
My bad, chat. I forgot the music wasn't on. I had to reload a save.
Oh, yeah. And then so he's got to be careful going off this, and then he's going to do a plunging attack, and then roll at the last second out of the plunging attack on that slope, which is going to cancel the fall damage, while also maintaining his death cam. So that's why he can't like do a spook quit to get down here, because he needs to maintain his death cam. You can grab this bonfire, because we'll use it later.
Rest here too.
Yeah, show everybody the thing.
The big square.
We love square. Square is safety.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna de-aggro the crabs and reset the arrow guys, so it makes this a little weird, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so mostly this tends to work out if you do everything like in a consistent fashion. It's really hard when you're learning because you can't really slow down at all or you'll get weird cycles, but as long as you like...
I can't do this with a normal cam.
Oh yeah. It's weird, you do get lost when you're used to seeing it this way. And then we just got Hammer Bro to get past here. Oh, he's being rude. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, Hammer Bro can pull out his hammer and try to end your life, and it's very difficult to avoid him.
Just run past him.
While you're in
Puts my
death camp,
sunglasses on.
But mostly he behaves.
Something to note there is my controls actually do swap when the camera flips there. So I don't think about it. I've done this skip so many times that I know what inputs that I need to do to go in the directions I want. But sometimes if I, for some reason, zone out and don't realize that the controls are swapped, I'll run the wrong way.
Yeah, there's like 3 parts of that are really difficult when you're learning. It's like the hop onto the first branch, it's the branch flip, and then it's the blind branch that you find near the top, which maybe none of those make sense if you haven't learned it. But
to help alleviate some of the difficulty, I used the controller in my right hand to control my sprint and rolls, and my movement I control at the keyboard, because
I actually
WASD is easier to control the tank controls than with the analog controller.
Yeah, that's how I used to do it too, because you don't need your hand on the mouse because the mouse is like, you know, your camera, but like your camera's fixed, so yeah.
Now the main reason we did this is to go immediately to fight Frida, which this fight is a doozy.
Yeah, this fight is long. It's an enemy that can like avoid you a lot.
And she
like
can
she
just
likes to
straight
dash
up kill you.
Yeah, and combo you to death as well. He's throwing daggers at her sometimes to try and make her come at him. Then if he can get her to sidestep like this, then he can wait and then punish the sidestep like he's doing here, which will keep her from like dashing away more, as opposed to if you keep trying to hit her. He's gonna throw a dagger to try to make Frida be aggressive here, because in this, well, that's a lot of damage. In second phase, she tends to want to stay back more, but we want her to come towards us so we can take out Dad here. We got Hot Soup, which is nice. He's not guaranteed to do that opener. Whoa. This is very frightening. Okay.
She doesn't usually run up to you like that either.
No, she didn't cast ice at all. That was very unusual. So he's going to dupe a Blossom
weird
here.
Spot too.
Oh yeah, so for her phase 3 opener, she'll always jump up and do this Black Flame attack, and you can run under her and then backstab her for free. But when she's right up against the wall like this, it's a little tricky. He got it. We're good. And then every backstab you can punish with a charged R2. Into L1, R1.
I do not like where she is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, just patiently baiting out backstabs is very slow, so he's going to be trying to space and then L1 punish her instead. She's almost dead.
I'm just going to play it safe.
Yeah, Yeah, there's not a good backup if he had died here. So...
Yeah, if I died there, I would have had to do Wilhelm skip all over again.
Everyone's favorite.
Which is fine. It's a cool skip.
That was a good phase 3 up until that, though. And now we fight the other DLC 1 boss, Champion Gravetender.
He's a funny guy, too.
He starts out as an NPC fight with a bunch of wolves, combining our 2 favorite things, NPC fights and dogs.
Frankerzy.
Although, yeah, these dogs don't teleport, though. Bop. And then he's going to try to get him in a combo here as well, with L1, R2. Until he runs out of stamina, then he's going to try to... He's going to do his, like, starting of phase 2 animation, which doesn't actually do anything. But He's gonna deliberately trade with that L1, trade that L1 with the bite there. Okay. Should kill now, yeah, nice. Yeah, so that's another thing. If you get hit while you're in an attack animation, but the damage hitbox comes out, it's actually good for you because you're canceling the end of your animation, so your stamina regens sooner. So it's very fast to trade hits like that in situations like that with a hit that's just going to barely stagger you.
We're in what we call the boss cleanup phase. So the reason we do the bosses in this order is because of just the way you warp to them.
Yeah, it's literally just a menuing optimization. People always ask why we end where we end. It's like, it's literally just the menu.
Now we're going to Cinder here. Now the ruling is we just need to trigger the credits to
complete the run.
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't need to end on the credits. And then so he did another pivot buff there. So he's doing a pivot animation and buffering the staff weapon art out of it. But then if he changes to his twin blades before that comes out, it for some reason gives your it gives your twin blades a damage buff with magic damage and lets you stack bundles on top of it. Insane hand hitbox. Okay. I don't know where his stagger's at.
Neither do I. I don't have voids either.
Yeah. Cinder's stagger is very complicated. We don't really have time to go into it, but yeah, so he's just going to dodge backwards through this. Dodge late into that AoE, so you still take damage, but you don't get knocked over, and then try to just kill him out of this instead. Okay. Cinder, another fight though. You do
my
want to
tanking
trade,
was
but
like kind of weird because I don't have the helmet on still.
Yeah.
Just fine, you know. Still pretty
yeah,
gorilla.
Dragonhead would help on this actually. Yeah, it makes sense because of he does a lot of fire damage. Makes sense. But yeah, again, it's that thing you want to trade, but like not too much, and ideally not too soon.
The reason we trade there is to regen our stamina properly, because if you're constantly rolling, you don't regen your stamina, and you need stamina to hit the boss, you know.
Yeah. Pro tip for everybody out there. We're going to see what opener we get on the chicken here. He can fly over us, or he can like stand in front of us still. He's going to pivot buff again. So you see his weapons glowing blue. They have extra magic damage. Yeah, we got this opener. It's fine. So the chicken also has a damage-based head stagger like that. He's going to finish phase 1 with a riposte because it skips the death animation. He's going to get up close to Nameless. And then so he's just got to play the fight until he gets him to like what would be like phase 3. And then he can loop him to finish. That's good trade. Fine. Yeah, so he'll start trying to do this a little out of position. Yeah.
Dang, dude, he baited me so hard, man. All right, he did some real funny business there. So he did the triple swipe, but he did 2 swipes, and then he canceled, and then he entered his vertical slam attack.
It was very weird, yeah. He must have, so like, yeah, a lot of, I think a lot of the weirdness like that happens in these games is because like my experience from games has suggested to me that bosses will queue like attacks way in advance. So he must have had that triple queued for like a long time.
We get this even though this time.
Yeah, this is good. Just immediately stagger. And then again, you want to finish on the first hit of the riposte to skip the animation. Oh yeah, you have the dragon head still, so you do actually take more lightning damage with dragon head.
Yeah.
Wider was just telling me he didn't think it mattered though. All right, there we go. And so he staggered him while he was going through that transition, so he'll want to go through it again immediately, which is going to let us just kill him.
Yeah, what a funny guy.
And so this isn't relevant to the speedrun, but he was summoning the lightning bolt attack there. Weirdly, if you walk away from Nameless and then don't look at him, the lightning bolt will just miss completely. Fun for your casual playthroughs. But you seriously screwed up the fight if he gets to summon the lightning in the speedrun. Even with old damage. Now we just have our victory lap. Franker Z's in the chat, please.
So as you can see, like when we were warping to all the final bosses, they were just all in a straight line. It was just one L1 input, one L1 input over and over again, and then finally, old Demon King was 4 L1 inputs and down. So that's the only reason they're in that order. It's just the faster menuing lets us fight the bosses in this order.
Yeah, L1 is my favorite input.
Yeah, L1 is also my favorite input as a Twin Blade enjoyer.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is like a mid-game fight at best, so we have giga damage. And we're just going to be like basically scrolling him through his phases as he dies. Unfortunately, he's not really going to get to do anything.
And time will be when I quit out here.
Gonna deliberately get staggered there because it again helps with his stamina regen, and then he's in his last, and then he's just dead.
And that's time.
GG.
Oh man. Well, thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Spacey. That was all bosses. That included all the DLCs. A little funny business here and there, but overall, we got to do everything that I wanted to display for you guys. We have a Discord, the Soul Speedrunning community. If you guys want to know more, you can learn any category for not only this game, but any of the Dark Souls games, Bloodbourne, Elden Ring. We have all the resources in the Discord. You can find the link to it on the speedrun.com page. I speedrun this game most of the week, so you can hop over to my channel at twitch.tv/madapocalypse. I post all my PBs on YouTube, things like that. You should follow Spacey too. He does some mighty fast Sekiro speedrunning as well.
Occasionally.
Well, thank you so much for having me on this. I know it was like kind of last minute, Church, but it's been a really fun time getting to display all bosses. It's pretty active, so check it out in the directory.
Yeah, and thank you so much for being on for showcasing the run. Like you said, it was a little bit last minute, but I really appreciate you being on. Everybody, make sure you follow both of them. Both great Souls-like runners, and follow everybody you've seen today, and everybody you'll see tomorrow. Everybody we were going to have on is going to be just absolute beast in their games that they play. So we're going to have a lot of great content for you. Again, thank you both so much for being on. Really appreciate it. It was a great run, great commentary from both of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will, Spacey will be back here tomorrow for a Sekiro run. That is all we have for you tonight, though. Tomorrow, we've got Crypt of the Necrodancer playoffs again, starting at 1 p.m. And then, depending on how long that takes and whether or not they go to grand finals or not, we have more Souls-like starting at 7, but could be earlier. Shrug? I mean, that's how tournaments go, right? So, what do we've got tomorrow? We've got Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls, Elden Ring 80%, and Sekiro for y'all. So we'll see y'all then. Have a good night, everyone.